Deku Fanfic. What if the smallest power became the strongest force in existence? In a world where most children inherit quirks from their parents, Izuku Midoriya receives a seemingly insignificant ability, matter manipulation. At first, he can only control tiny objects, barely enough to impress anyone. Classmates laugh. Teachers underestimate him. Even heroes fail to see his potential. But they never stop to ask one question. What happens when someone can manipulate matter itself? A pebble becomes a bullet. Steel bends at his command. Entire battlefields reshape around his will. Every limitation he breaks reveals another terrifying possibility hidden within his quirk. As Izuku trains relentlessly, his power evolves beyond anything society has ever seen. Villains fear him. Heroes depend on him. Governments begin to realize that one teenager possesses the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Yet with limitless power comes an impossible choice. Will Izuku become the symbol of peace the world desperately needs? Or will the ability to control matter tempt him to reshape the world according to his own vision? Witness the rise of an overpowered Deku whose quirk transforms him from an overlooked student into the greatest hero in history, a hero capable of changing everything with a single thought. Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. In a world where having a quirk defined one's worth, Izuku Midoriya stood out with an extraordinary ability. Today was his turn to demonstrate his telekinetic control over small objects to his classmates. He reached out and effortlessly lifted an All Might figurine, showcasing his power with precision. The teacher beamed with pride, encouraging the class to applaud him. Izuku was not powerless, he was incredibly strong, though he had yet to fully grasp the extent of his abilities. As he returned to his seat, excitement bubbled within him at the prospect of witnessing more quirks. Each demonstration sparked his imagination, filling his mind with endless possibilities. When a classmate showcased his winged quirk, Izuku eagerly took notes. However, as he gripped his pencil, he felt an unusual sensation, similar to what he experienced with the figurine. Concentrating, he inadvertently broke the pencil, startling those around him. His classmates scolded him for the mess, prompting Izuku to apologize sheepishly. He resolved to investigate this new phenomenon, hoping his mother could provide insight. Later at home, he recounted the incident to his mother, Inko Midoriya. She listened intently, her expression shifting from concern to curiosity as he described the strange feeling he had while using his quirk. Inko, a caring and supportive mother, sensed that this day would mark a significant change for them both. At the doctor's office, the physician explained the various paths quirks could take, combining, mutating, or enhancing. He speculated that Izuku might have inherited a stronger version of Inko's quirk. Inko's surprise grew as she learned more about her son's potential. The doctor reassured them that Izuku's quirk could develop over time. Despite the initial weight limit of 5 kilograms, he emphasized that quirks were like muscles strengthened through use. This news reignited Izuku's hope of becoming a hero. As the doctor prepared for a test, he handed Izuku a glass of water, asking him to describe the sensations he felt. Izuku concentrated, sensing the myriad of tiny components that made up the glass and the water within it. He realized that while they seemed to be stuck together, he could potentially manipulate them. With newfound determination, Izuku was ready to explore the full extent of his abilities. Izuku frowned as he tried to understand the complexities of water. There are 2 different things that make the water, but if I really focus, there are even more, even smaller things, he said. The water, try and pull one of them away, the doctor urged, a glint of excitement in his eye. As Izuku concentrated, he felt the familiar sensation of his quirk. Once he grasped one of the components, it was his to control. He pulled one of the 2 elements from the water, and to his astonishment, the liquid began to vaporize from the cup, leaving no dampness behind. Izuku's surprise mirrored Inko's shock, while the doctor beamed with pride. Last test, this will be hard. Put them back, the doctor instructed. Izuku frowned, struggling to locate the 2 components he had just separated. After a moment of focus, he managed to push them together, forming 3 small drops of water at the bottom of the glass. The doctor rushed forward to take the glass, his excitement palpable. Marvelous. Astounding. My boy, you are a marvel. Do you have any idea what you are capable of? The doctor's enthusiastic words echoed in the small room, causing the Midoriyas to wince. I played with the water. Izuku asked, furrowing his brows in confusion. The doctor laughed heartily. Yes. But not in the way you think. You manipulated the molecules, the very building blocks of the water. You mentioned doing something similar with a pencil, and that seals it. The reason your weight limit is so low is that isn't the focus of your quirk. Inko frowned, trying to grasp the implications. So he can unmake and then remake things? No. It's even more than that. If that were the case, he would have remade the same amount of water as he unmade. My boy, I believe you can manipulate matter itself. All things that make up this universe are incredibly small, and you, Izuku Midoriya, can perfectly control anything that weighs less than 5 kilograms. With practice and study, you could manipulate atoms. The doctor's eyes sparkled with fervor. You could do anything. You asked if you could be a hero? I think you could do whatever you please with a quirk like yours. Most of the doctor's words flew over Izuku's head, but he understood that he could be a hero, and that thought made him grin with joy. However, Inko looked at him with wide eyes, glancing nervously at the doctor before standing up. Thank you, doctor, but my son and I will be leaving now. Thank you for everything you've done today. She gently urged Izuku to bow with her before they left the room, trying to ignore the doctor's laughter behind them. Honey, your quirk's name is manipulation of small things, okay? Understand? She asked seriously. Izuku nodded, though his frown deepened. I need you to keep what happened with the doctor to yourself. It's better if we don't talk about it for now, okay? Izuku frowned deeper but nodded slowly. Am I in trouble? Inko knelt beside him. No, sweetheart. Your quirk is powerful, and there are people who will want to use it. We have to make sure they don't know about it too soon, or you won't be ready. Oh, Izuku muttered. If I get better with my quirk, can I tell people and be a hero? Inko sighed, knowing her son had a one-track mind. If you master that quirk, you can do anything you want, and yes, you can definitely be a hero. But for now, don't talk about it too much or tell people everything, okay? Okay. Izuku exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. The rest of the day was filled with Inko nervously filling out papers and officially naming his quirk, followed by a celebratory dinner. He spoke with his dad over the phone and then went to play in his room, while his mother quietly conversed with his dad. He didn't mind, he was thrilled to have a quirk and the potential to be a hero, just like All Might. As the years passed, he often reflected on that day, never forgetting his mother's worried expression or the doctor's excited laughter. After a long day, Izuku found it hard to shake off his disappointment. He had been so close to All Might, yet he hadn't even gotten an autograph. He felt embarrassed and too ashamed to engage in discussions online about All Might trivia. Inko, noticing her son's mood, approached him with concern. Okay, young man, what's gotten into you? You've been moping all afternoon. Izuku groaned. I met All Might, Mom. He was so close I could have touched him. And I forgot to get an autograph. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked up at her. What? Inko asked, confused, then rolled her eyes. Of course that's the problem. How did you meet All Might? She inquired, realizing the significance of his words. Izuku took a deep breath, calming himself. I was attacked by a villain, and he showed up after I stopped it. He hesitated, unsure if he should have shared that detail. What? Inko exclaimed, rushing to check on him. Are you okay? Did the villain hurt you? Izuku flinched. No. What are you talking about? It was a slime villain, and I froze it. All Might showed up saying he'd been chasing it for a while. He wished his mom would calm down. Inko sank into the couch, relieved. Thank goodness. You know how dangerous it is out there. What if someone grabbed you? I think I'm going to be alright, Mom. I've become pretty strong, you know, he said, giving her a reassuring look. Inko sighed, her worry evident. I know, but I just can't help it. You know how I am. Both of them calmed down enough that Inko looked back at her son. I'm sure that you'll get another chance for an autograph. Wah! I can't believe I let my chance go. Izuku wailed in anguish, making his mother sigh. With that day behind him, he decided it was time to refocus on his ambition, getting into UA. He had a little under 10 months to prepare himself and realized he needed to gain fighting experience. While he didn't plan on becoming a street brawler, he couldn't overlook the fact that he had strength greater than some minor strength-enhancing quirks, and he needed to learn to control it. After school, he planned to look into a dojo or training club that could help him. But for now, he had class to deal with. With class came Bakugo, and with Bakugo came trouble. Izuku flinched as a loud explosion erupted behind him. Turning around, he glared at Bakugo. What do you want? Can't I go to class in peace, he said with a frown, feeling that Bakugo was obsessed with him. Deku. Bakugo growled, what the hell was that yesterday? You think I didn't notice what you did? You copied my quirk, didn't you? You think you can look down on? I'm going to stop you right there, Izuku interrupted, causing steam to come out of Bakugo's ears in anger. You have to realize that I don't have to tell you anything, right? You're not my family or friend. It's important to me that you understand I don't owe you anything. Izuku didn't bother correcting Bakugo about his quirk. Let him think what he wanted. Did Bakugo really believe he was supposed to share every detail of his life? That was delusional. Did you just interrupt me, Deku? Bakugo growled, reaching forward with crackling palms. It's time you understand your place, you useless piece of trash. Izuku slapped away Bakugo's hand and pushed past him. I don't have time for this. The bell for class rang, and Bakugo realized he needed to get to class himself, muttering threats under his breath. Sitting at his desk, Izuku hummed to himself while looking through his notebook, specifically the one about his quirk. So far, he was capable of many things, but time was an issue. New things took longer to master, so he started practicing changing and creating things to do them quickly. Water was what he was fastest with. He could create it out of nothing, freeze it, and unfreeze it. It had saved him against the slime villain. He planned to practice the process of weakening and strengthening objects or even people. If he wanted to get inside somewhere, he could manipulate the walls, and to defend, he could strengthen things. If he encountered someone with an armor quirk, he'd need to find a way to fight it, and weakening the bond seemed like the best option. Next, he wanted to work on creating objects, which would be very difficult. To create something from essentially nothing meant manipulating atoms, which was a challenging task. So far, he could create water, but there was enough in the air to make it easier. He had also made sand and wood from nothing, but both took a lot of focus. Shaping would be easy, but the materials would require practice. He planned to go through the periodic table until he had everything down. In theory, everything should be easy after that. His goal was to create a sword and shield for the exam, which would mark the completion of his level 1 creation training. Lastly, he needed to work on combat skills, punches, kicks, grabs, and so on. He realized he needed help. There was a girl in his class who was a martial artist, so he decided to ask her after school. As school started, his teacher began talking, and the day went on like any other, monotonous and unnecessary. Rushing after the crowd of his classmates, he found who he was looking for, Umeshi Akemi. She was a well-built girl, with visible muscles and short black hair that gave off a tough impression. Umeshi. Izuku called, making her look at him curiously. I had a few questions I wanted to ask you. What is it, Midoriya? She asked with an impatient frown. Pushing down his annoyance at her tone, he continued, I wanted to look into physical training, specifically martial arts. I know you practice them, so I was wondering if there are any places you recommend. Umeshi perked up at that. Wanting to get some fighting experience, and Midoriya, she said with a smirk. Why don't you come down to the fight dojo? They teach a bit of everything there, but the goal is in the name you learn to fight. That sounds perfect. Is that where you go? Izuku asked eagerly. Yeah, Umeshi nodded. I go to a few places, but fight dojo is the best when I just want to wail on people. Her smirk took on a more intense edge, and Izuku understood why some people found her intimidating. Umeshi gave him the information about the dojo, and Izuku sent it to his mother, letting her know he would be home late. Fight Dojo was a large 6-story building, with the first and second floors housing a top-of-the-line gym, while the upper floors were not visible from the ground level. To be honest, he felt a bit intimidated by its appearance. While he was confident in his enhancements, he knew he was still below novice level. Walking in, he was met with the second largest man he had ever seen, who was giving the front desk worker some papers. He was well over 6 feet tall, and every muscle on his body was well defined. He was wearing a GI with a black belt, and his head was bald. How can I help you, young man? He asked, his low baritone voice as deep as Izuku had expected. I was hoping to apply to the martial arts program or whatever it's called here. I heard you don't teach just one thing, Izuku replied with some uncertainty. The man nodded with a grin. I see. Well, you've come to the right place. I teach my students how to fight, whether with their quirk or through martial arts. Tell me, why do you wish to fight? Izuku firmed himself up. I'm going to be a hero, and I know the job is dangerous. I need to know how to fight. I have more than enough strength, I just need control. The man perked up at the mention of strength. You have enough, you say. You have a good build, but nothing is perfect. Tell me your name. Izuku blushed at forgetting to introduce himself. Izuku Midoriya, sir. I didn't mean to sound cocky, but with my quirk, my body has plenty of strength. I just want to know how to control it because it's so new to me. I see, the man hummed. My name is Ryujin, and this is my dojo. If you wish to join, then follow me. Ryujin didn't leave time for a response, and Izuku rushed to follow him toward the central stairs. They walked up to the second level, where many machines were being used by people working out, and continued up to the third level. This floor was more open, with lots of mats and people in GIs sparring with each other. This is the beginner floor, I will pair you up with someone to test you, said Ryujin, gesturing to another boy. You don't have a GI, but remove your shoes and anything you feel is too restricting. Izuku quickly took off his red shoes and the outer part of his school uniform, leaving on his white undershirt. He decided to keep his pants on, not wanting to fight in just his underwear. Stepping onto the center mat, Izuku limbered up, trying to mimic some of the others who were stretching. Thanks to his enhanced bones and muscles, he was always primed and ready, but everyone else didn't know that. Ryujin stepped in front of him. You will be sparring with another hero applicant, he is new to this place like you. Kaminari Denki, come forward. From the crowd, a blonde boy walked forward. He didn't look cocky, but he was confident. He had a black streak in his hair shaped like a lightning bolt, and his GI had a white belt, indicating his novice level. Now, I want both of you to do your best to knock the other off the mat or force them to submit. I will authorize the use of quirks, but don't make me stop this because you went too far. He sent a look at Kaminari, who scratched the back of his head. Ryujin looked over at Izuku. You said you were strong. At Izuku's nod, he moved off the mat. Kaminari, you're against a strength enhancer. Midoriya, you're up against lightning generation. Begin. Kaminari, the more confident of the two, rushed toward Izuku to start the fight. Izuku watched him approach, confident in his abilities. Kaminari threw a solid straight punch, which Izuku caught, responding with a weak punch of his own. However, Izuku didn't realize the level he was on physically. Even a weak punch had enough force to knock Kaminari off his feet with a grunt. Izuku winced, looking at his fist. He hadn't put much into that, but it was still too much. He really needed to learn to control his strength. Kaminari quickly got back to his feet, yellow lightning sparking off his body. "You're pretty strong. But I won't hold back anymore." Izuku braced himself for a hand-to-hand fight, but instead, a wave of yellow lightning exploded from Kaminari. Izuku frowned at the clear lack of control. The lightning hit him, but his enhanced resilience allowed him to shrug it off without much issue. Deciding to go on the offense, Izuku rushed forward. Kaminari grimaced and took a basic stance, with yellow lightning crackling around him. Izuku swerved and sent a kick to Kaminari's midsection, which he dodged. However, Izuku's balance and flexibility were beyond normal. Quickly adapting to the missed kick, he twirled into a punch that landed in Kaminari's stomach, knocking him off the mat and ending the match. That was actually easy. I didn't even need to use my quirk. I could have countered the lightning by manipulating air molecules, but I wasn't even that affected by his quirk, Izuku mused, marveling at his body's abilities. The sound of clapping brought Izuku from his thoughts as he looked over at a grinning Ryujin. "That was impressive, Midoriya. I can tell you pulled your punches. Just how strong are you?" he asked. Izuku looked down in thought. He really didn't know. He knew he could lift a car, but that was about it. "Not sure, maybe a couple tons, I think." With his enhanced bones and muscles, his strength was beyond most of humanity. Only strong enhancer types could surpass him in terms of force. "We'll have to work on your technique because from what I saw, it was non-existent. You don't use your body right in your strikes, and there's a lot of wasted movement. But we'll get it right," he said with a nod before turning toward Kaminari. "I will say it again, you need to find another way to use that quirk. It has no control. Other than that, I could see real improvement in your form, it just didn't help against someone so much stronger." Kaminari ducked his head. "Yeah, but my quirk is nearly impossible to control once I bring it out, no matter what I try," he said with a sigh. Izuku tilted his head in thought. "But you held it in your hand?" he asked, getting both Kaminari and Ryujin to look at him. "I mean, from what I know about emitters, they are usually one of two types, outer or inner manipulation. During the fight, I thought you were going to coat your hand in lightning, but instead, you shot it out. Maybe try controlling it internally." Kaminari pursed his lips. "Really? Are you?" "Genius," shouted Ryujin with a massive grin. He quickly turned to Kaminari. "Your fighting has always focused on flashiness and high damage. You produce internally and then expel, but there was no control once it left your body. So obviously, all the control was internal. We need to make it so you surround yourself with your lightning. It would be like getting into a fistfight with a taser." Kaminari exclaimed, "Wow. I've never thought of that. I always wanted to create a lightning sword or something." Ryujin chuckled, "You usually just blast out as much lightning as possible and hope for the best." Kaminari grumbled. "Thanks for the tip, I appreciate it," before walking off, staring at his hand. Ryujin turned to Izuku, "From what I saw, you need the fundamentals throwing punches and kicks, blocks and parries, and so on." Izuku nodded, "Yeah, I don't have any experience fighting." "Well, that will change pretty quickly here," Ryujin said with a grin. "You're required to fight at least once a week to keep your membership, but most fight every day." His grin turned feral at the end. Izuku tried to replicate the grin, though he felt more nervous than excited. He sensed that his strength wouldn't matter in the coming weeks. He sighed as he applied ice to his head. He was right to feel anxious about fighting at the dojo. Master Ryujin didn't hesitate to throw him against more experienced fighters. Izuku found himself in a catch-22 situation. He was too strong for someone at his level but not skilled enough to fight those who could withstand his strength. So, Ryujin expected him to improve by fighting more experienced fighters, even if he was thrown to the ground repeatedly. Despite his head throbbing throughout the training session, he resolved to overcome this challenge like he had with everything else. It was tough now, but he was training and getting better with each fight, even if the progress wasn't immediately noticeable. Now, he needed to focus on his next big training goal, learning to create from nothing. His quirk had incredible potential, but he needed complete control. Unlike other quirks that could manipulate elements, his matter manipulation required precision and knowledge. He realized that to create anything, he had to understand the details. He decided to memorize the periodic table, starting with hydrogen and oxygen, which he had already mastered. Next, he would learn iron, titanium, silver, gold, and finally tungsten. Although he could only produce 5 kilograms of material at once, he could manipulate anything once it was created. He envisioned creating armor plating around himself at a moment's notice. Watching Kaminari use his quirk made him realize he could create elemental reactions as well. He could see himself making a bolt of lightning or a stream of fire. It would require delicate practice, but it was achievable. With that in mind, Izuku sat on the floor of his room and researched iron, the first metal he wanted to create. He studied its atomic makeup and drew it out on paper to visualize the process. After an hour of study, he felt ready to try. He sensed the building blocks of the universe responding to his call, moving countless tiny objects. He made several errors, but with each completed atom, he grew faster and more precise. After 15 minutes, he succeeded in creating a milligram of pure iron. It was a tiny, perfect sphere resting in the palm of his hand. He had done it. He created something from nothing and realized the incredible potential of his quirk. While altering himself was impressive, this was different. He could create anything with focus. Feeling overwhelmed, he thought, wow. I need to lay down. Iron was possible, which meant every element was possible. He understood the excitement of discovery and the worries of his mother. But he couldn't help but grin, a massive grin that reflected his newfound understanding of his potential. He was determined to keep improving until he hit the limit of 5 kilograms. That was the only barrier to shaping the world as he wished. He considered the possibility of creating gases for larger effects. Gas. Maybe I could recreate Midnight's gas to knock people unconscious. Thoughts for later, he mused. He realized he needed to practice a lot more, as the focus required for even a milligram of iron was more than he expected, leaving him tired. Though this could be mitigated by neural enhancements through biological manipulation or stamina training. Holding his creation in his hand made him realize that it was far easier to mold than something he just picked up off the ground. The small sphere of iron changed to a small cube, then a pyramid, without much effort on his end. The most astonishing of his observations was that the creation of matter did not require any input. He didn't need to give fuel or payment to create, he just did it. He would have to keep this to himself, as rare and valuable resources like rhodium, palladium, iridium, and gold could be created in a matter of minutes, which he could then sell. Each of them went for nearly 5 million yen per kilogram, meaning he could make 25 million yen per batch without having to give anything in exchange. Again, he'd keep this part to himself. Making notes of his discoveries in his personal notebook, he laid down on his bed, being careful to keep the ice pack in place. It was 7 months into his training and 3 months away from the UA entrance exam when something incredible happened. Izuku was sitting at the dinner table after a hard day of studying, adding to the perfect sphere of gold floating above his palm. He had already worked through most of the elements that he wanted to be able to create before the exam, and in these last few weeks, he was focusing on the speed at which he made them. At the moment, he could create a kilogram of matter in 9 minutes, which was a challenging 9 minutes. Not fast enough to be feasible yet, but he was getting there. He could see his goal in the distance. The average sword weighs between 1.5 and 3 kilograms depending on the size and make. A shield weighed a bit more, but it was still well under his limit of single-unit creation. A couple of loud knocks on the door echoed through the apartment, and he heard his mother rush to answer. He could hear voices but didn't pay attention to them as he focused on the floating orb of gold. "Wow, you weren't kidding, Toshinori," a grizzled voice said as an older man and a very familiar gaunt blonde entered the dining room, followed nervously by his mother. This older man was curiously short, wearing a simple shirt and slacks, with a gray beard and a cane to walk. The second was All Might in his small gaunt form, wearing a dress shirt and loose cargo pants. Both men and his mother had their eyes on the gleaming orb of gold, causing him to realize what he was doing and who was in front of him. He set the gold on the table and quickly dashed toward his room. He faintly heard sounds of confusion and his mother's nervous assurances as he grabbed his notebook and rushed back. "Autograph," he exclaimed, pushing his notebook into the face of his hero, much to the shock of his mother and the exasperation of the small, elderly man. All Might nervously stared at the notebook before signing it. Izuku snatched it back and stared at the signature with watery eyes before repeating his earlier frantic movements to put the notebook back. A minute later, his two guests were staring at him with strange looks on their faces, while his mother left to continue cooking, and he was calmly sipping his drink, pretending that his earlier actions never happened. All Might cleared his throat and calmed down. "Well, we can just move past that," he said, getting a snort from the old man. "Oh, this is Gran Torino, he taught me back in UA. I came to speak to you about what you said when we met about the possibility of healing." Izuku nodded. "Yes, I'm not sure if I can completely heal you yet. I don't have experience creating organs, but I can certainly repair anything." Gran Torino interrupted, "Well, Toshinori here didn't tell me your quirk, just that he's been obsessing over the possibility that you might be able to heal him. But from what I just saw, it looks like some sort of telekinesis." Izuku could tell he was asking for an explanation. He felt gratitude toward All Might for not sharing anything about his quirk with someone he was clearly close to. "My quirk can do many things, and rather than give you the runaround, I'll just say it. My quirk is matter manipulation, so I'm not held down by the limitations of a healing quirk. But I'm curious," continued Izuku, "why did you turn away my offer back then? Also, why is Gran Torino here? Not that I mind, it's more curiosity than anything." "Well," started All Might with a cough, "I wasn't about to trust someone with a potentially dangerous procedure minutes after meeting them." Izuku had the decency to blush at that. "Also, Gran Torino is here because frankly, he decided to follow me after I told him what I was planning on doing, and he kind of does whatever he wants." The last part was said with a nervous grimace. But All Might continued before Gran Torino could say anything. "But I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. For all this time, I've been wondering if what you said was true. I looked into you, you're a model student, and you have clear aspirations of being a hero. So, I didn't think it'd be too much trouble to speak to you again. I was also a bit worried about you, too, young Midoriya." Izuku looked at him in surprise. "Why? I don't go looking for villains, that was just happenstance." No, said All Might with a wave. "I meant what you said you did to yourself. I was going to ask if you've had a professional look you over." "Well, I'm sure," started Izuku, "but..." "He hasn't," shouted his mother from the kitchen. Izuku blushed and looked away from the two men. "Yeah, she's been trying to get me to a doctor to make sure that I'm all working, but I'm sure I'm fine." He shouted the last part toward the kitchen. "Also, I don't like to show off my quirk if I can help it, especially what I'm capable of." "What did he do?" asked Gran Torino. "Is it crazier than creating what I can only guess is an enormous ball of pure gold?" he asked incredulously. "Well, that depends," started Izuku. "I altered my body, enhancing my bones and muscles by manipulating densities and atomic bonds. It was difficult, but worth it." "Oh, so you're as crazy as Toshinori." "Got it," nodded Torino with a snort. "But I will say if he can do that, then I wouldn't doubt his abilities." Izuku observed the situation with a frown and raised eyebrow while All Might cleared his throat. "Well," All Might began, "I was going to offer to bring you to a doctor I trust completely. She is discreet and won't share information about your quirk. I was also hoping you could work with her to help me heal, as best you can, of course. Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of obligation to assist his hero. Okay, I'll go along with that. Who is it? All Might's grin spread across his face, and Izuku felt the gratitude radiating from him. It pained him to see his hero in such a state, fueling his desire to help. Excellent! All Might exclaimed. If you're free, we can go tomorrow. The doctor is actually a hero herself, Recovery Girl. She's been my personal doctor for quite a few years now. Tomorrow works for me, Izuku replied with a smile. But while you're here, can I give you a scan? I feel like I should ask, even though you don't have to do anything other than sit there. Gran Torino looked intrigued, while All Might nodded in agreement. Izuku focused on All Might's body, sensing his injuries and ailments. He quickly realized that All Might's stomach was nearly non-existent, indicating the need for a complete rebuild, which would be challenging since he had never created an organ from scratch. Next, he examined All Might's respiratory system. He noted numerous stress injuries. One lung was severely damaged, with enough holes to resemble a net. The good news was that there was enough existing tissue to repair it rather than create a new one. His throat and diaphragm also required significant attention. Surprisingly, the only part that seemed unharmed was his nasal cavity. All Might, Izuku murmured with concern, I have to ask, what happened? You really shouldn't be alive, let alone still operating as a hero with these injuries. If you continue in this condition, you might lose your big form permanently. Honestly, the strain could be shortening your life. Both Gran Torino and All Might exchanged grim expressions. You don't have to tell me, Izuku continued, it's just shocking that someone could hurt you this badly. I don't think I've ever seen you injured before. This prompted a sigh from the two men, who shared a brief look. It happened about 5 years ago, All Might began, his expression somber. I was fighting a villain, the deadliest I've ever encountered. I gave everything I had, and even then, I was barely able to win. I was a breath away from death. Put it this way, kid, Gran Torino interjected, anyone other than Toshinori would be finished. He almost was. Izuku felt a chill at the thought. Wanting to shift the topic, he took a deep breath. Okay. Well, I'm not a doctor, but I'm telling you not to go into your big form until after we're done. Those are the, I'm not really a doctor but doctor's orders. He attempted to sound stern, but his expression betrayed his nervousness. Gran Torino smirked, and All Might chuckled softly. So, what were you doing when we got here? Gran Torino asked, clearly curious. Oh, Izuku stammered, I was training my quirk, trying to master. Creating metals. And you started with gold? Gran Torino asked, unimpressed. No. Today was just gold day. Izuku quickly clarified. I alternate between iron, titanium, silver, gold, and then tungsten. He felt embarrassed, worried they might think he was using his quirk for personal gain, which didn't seem very heroic. Relax, kid. Gran Torino shouted, chuckling. I was kidding. Seriously, you're too tense about that quirk of yours. All Might, on the other hand, seemed genuinely impressed. So you can create those metals? From what? Izuku smiled and raised a finger, summoning a small orb of gold that began to spin into existence. It grew quickly, transforming from the size of a marble to a larger sphere. After a few seconds, it weighed exactly 1 gram. Months of practice had turned what once took him 15 minutes into mere seconds. When he looked up, he saw surprise on both their faces. Pretty cool, huh? He asked, grinning. All Might nodded slowly, while Gran Torino's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you make food? Fish sticks specifically. Dinner's almost ready. Izuku's mother called from the kitchen. That was the first time Gran Torino smiled all night. Thank you very much. Can't wait. I'm starved, All Might added with a smile. Seriously. Izuku exclaimed as he fell out of his chair, feeling a bit disrespected. Progress. Izuku hoped this chapter fleshed out his quirk more, establishing clear limits while still allowing for growth. He wanted to avoid making his character overpowered too quickly, as that would lead to clichés he wanted to steer clear of. As for the pairings, he felt that Uraraka was a natural choice due to their interactions, while Momo's quirk compatibility made her a contender as well. Ultimately, he preferred to focus on one relationship rather than a harem, as he believed that approach was more realistic. The future of One for All remained uncertain, but if it were to happen, it would be later in the story. For now, he would focus on Izuku's journey at UA with just his quirk. Izuku read through a medical textbook on human biology as he and his mother drove to UA. During their visit the previous night, All Might and Gran Torino informed Inko about the situation, including All Might's injury and the fact that Izuku was his last hope to maintain his dwindling position as the #1 hero. Inko was noticeably shaken by the revelation that the symbol of peace had been struggling for years. Izuku was secretly practicing his abilities, preparing for All Might while ensuring that his physical enhancements wouldn't raise any concerns. His mother had been worried about his enhancements since he first mentioned them, leading to a tense conversation that he would never forget. "So, what are we going to do when we get there, Izuku?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku swallowed nervously before responding, "I'll answer honestly, even if it makes you worry." This wasn't their first discussion about his quirk. "Yes," Inko said with a serious nod. "I can accept that you want to use your quirk, but I can't accept you doing something so dangerous without getting a second opinion or at least some advice." "I understand, and I will. I just didn't want to tell people that I can create super soldiers," Izuku replied firmly. "What if someone with bad intentions heard about that? It wouldn't matter what your quirk is, I could make you as strong and durable as an enhancer. I don't think there's a villain out there who could overlook that." Inko reluctantly accepted his point. "Yes, but now you have Recovery Girl, who is trusted by All Might and has decades of experience as a doctor and hero." She was grateful for that support, as she too worried about Izuku's abilities falling into the wrong hands. "Well, I'm not too worried about myself. I'm more concerned about All Might. I can do my best, but I know I'm not capable enough to create a stomach," Izuku said with a frown. Inko sighed. "Honey, I'm sure that Mr. Yagi appreciates anything you can do. It's not like he had anyone else to turn to for treatment, so don't think he'll be upset no matter what you can or can't do." "Okay. Okay," Izuku sighed, still focused on his textbook. UA was everything he had imagined. A massive, gleaming building radiated prestige, surrounded by a large wall with a single entrance marked by the golden UA emblem on the sliding doors. As Inko and Izuku approached, they were greeted by All Might and Gran Torino, who walked through the entrance, All Might holding 2 visitor badges. "Welcome," All Might said, grinning at Izuku's awe-filled expression. "Put these on and make sure they don't come off, or every alarm in this place will go off." "That rat," Gran Torino muttered in the background. Izuku put on the badges and followed the 2 into the campus, with All Might explaining what they were seeing. There are a multitude of classes offered at UA. Heroics, of course, but UA ranks 4th for general academics and 5th for business in the entire country. Our support department is #1 in Japan and #2 in the world, just behind Islands Academy. All Might pointed to a large warehouse where loud explosions shook the foundation. That's where first-year hero class 1B is training on super moves. You'll get to that later, young Midoriya. 1B? Inko asked. Is there a 1A? All Might grimaced while Gran Torino rolled his eyes. That teacher expelled his entire class based on first impressions. Even I was a better teacher, and I survived on caffeine and energy bars the whole time. I think Aizawa had his reasons, All Might said, trying to placate Gran Torino. No, he didn't. He's not cut out for teaching. If his standards are so high that a 2% acceptance rate isn't enough, then he needs to reassess. Those students didn't even have a day to learn anything. What did he expect? Gran Torino frowned. Uwabami and the Taiko organization pulled all funding and support for UA after he expelled their recommended students too. Izuku frowned. So what did he say his reason for expelling them was? And why are you so upset, Gran Torino? It surprised him that the old man felt so strongly for students he had never met. Gran Torino sighed. Years ago, I wouldn't have cared, but I guess age has turned me soft. It's the responsibility of the older generation to guide the younger ones, not to give up on them after just an hour. Izuku wondered what that even meant but shook his head, realizing there was nothing they could do about it. Exactly, All Might interjected as they arrived at Recovery Girl's office. The door bore a red cross, and inside, it resembled a mix between a clinic and a doctor's office. Recovery Girl, a small elderly woman shorter than Gran Torino, wore a pink hero suit that resembled a nurse's uniform, topped with a lab coat. She looked up and approached them with a warm smile. Hello dears, I'm Recovery Girl, and I hear I'll be giving a discreet physical today, she said kindly to Izuku and Inko. They introduced themselves, and she gestured for Izuku to sit on the examination table while Inko took a seat nearby, with All Might and Gran Torino following. I'm told you need an X-ray and a full physical. Can you tell me why? She asked, listening to his heart and lungs. Izuku took a deep breath as she examined him. My quirk lets me manipulate matter. I used it to enhance my body, making my muscles and bones stronger and denser than a normal human's. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes, continuing her examination. Yes, that would make sense, she muttered before moving on to the next test. 15 minutes later, Recovery Girl looked over her notes, visibly frustrated, while Izuku fidgeted nervously, waiting for the verdict. Young man, I have to say you are the most reckless boy I've ever met, and that includes All Might and many other problem students, she exclaimed, lightly tapping him with her cane. Izuku grimaced, not from pain but from the tightening grip of his mother's hand at Recovery Girl's words. She continued without pause. If you were even slightly off, you could have seriously injured yourself. Altering muscles affects your nervous system, which can impact your quirk usage. After a tired sigh, she sat on her rolling stool. That being said, you did everything perfectly. Izuku beamed at his mother, who looked relieved, and that made him smile even more. I told you, Mom. I spent years preparing before I did it. But. Recovery Girl interrupted, making Izuku lower his head. Your body isn't suited for those enhancements. There's no immediate issue, she assured Inko before she could start worrying. But if you wish to continue enhancing yourself, you must ensure your organs can withstand the strain. She explained, people with enhancement quirks have enhanced physiology to match their power. Your lungs need to take in more oxygen, and your heart must be stronger. You have the organs of a normal person with the muscles and bones of an enhancer. You've added significant weight due to these changes, which requires more energy to move. If you had gained that weight naturally through training, your body would have adjusted accordingly. Izuku frowned. So my organs, specifically my lungs and heart, are under more strain? That was new information to him, he didn't feel weaker. Not too much. You might not notice until you're put through intense stamina training. That said, you will tire faster than someone with enhancement quirks who can keep up with you, and you may face consequences if you continue to build yourself up. Recovery Girl set aside her notebook. I'll give you a clean bill of health, but I urge you to come to me after any further changes to ensure everything is functioning properly. Izuku nodded. Of course. My biggest fear about going to the doctor was people finding out I can enhance others, which could put a target on my back. This concern had weighed on him for years, which is why he had kept it a secret until recently. If a villain learned of his ability, both he and his mother would be in danger. I understand, Recovery Girl said with a tired sigh. When I was young, the government assigned protection to me to prevent my kidnapping for my quirk. I was one of the most powerful healers in my day. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. It made sense, She was old enough that quirks had only been around for about a century and a half, so she could have been one of the first with a healing quirk. Oh yes, back then, there weren't any heroes with healing quirks, I was the first, she confirmed. Now, enough about that, she said, gesturing for All Might to come over. I don't want to allow this, but I will have you work on All Might. I want you to walk me through your process. Tell me before you do anything. All Might laid on the examination bed and began to remove his shirt. You don't have to take off your shirt, my quirk works through that, Izuku said, grimacing slightly at the sight of the wound. Recovery Girl shook her head. I need to monitor what's happening, and I can't see through a shirt. Understood, Izuku replied, taking a deep breath and spreading out his senses. Inko stepped closer. I'm going to wait outside until you're done, I don't want to distract you. Izuku frowned as he turned to her. Actually, you might want to head home. My bone enhancements took 26 hours to complete. Even though this isn't as extensive, it will still take a long time. Everyone in the room was surprised by this revelation. You focused on something that precise for over a day? All Might asked in shock. When did you do that? His mother exclaimed, unable to recall a time when her son had been still for so long. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. It was about a year ago when you went to visit Dad. I had the weekend to myself. He turned to All Might. I had to prepare myself ahead of time, but I was so busy that I didn't realize how long I was working. It also helped that I wasn't creating anything new, I was merely altering and changing what was already there. My bones still operate and will grow like normal, they are just tougher. Mollified, both All Might and Recovery Girl returned to their tasks while Izuku's mother moved closer to him. So, this could take a long time? Inko asked with a frown. Izuku nodded. I'd rather be surprised at how quickly it goes than have you wait for a long time expecting it to be done fast. Healing was quicker than enhancing, he was just influencing and moving things around to speed up the body. However, he knew he would need to do a lot of work on All Might's lung before any of that was possible. Inko nodded, and Gran Torino approached her. I'll take you back to the entrance, this place can be like a maze. After wishing them luck, both Inko and Gran Torino left, leaving Izuku and Recovery Girl to prepare for the procedure. I will start with the less affected areas, the larynx, trachea, and left main bronchus. There isn't too much work that needs to be done there, I just need to give them a push to start healing, Izuku informed her as Recovery Girl pulled up pictures and scans of the mentioned areas. Then I will focus on his diaphragm, which needs the most work due to all the scarring, but it is still less severe than his left lung, which is basically a net. Recovery Girl made notes and put on a pair of gloves, she wasn't going to be doing anything, but she wanted to be ready in case something went wrong. What about all the scar tissue from his surgeries? Won't that be in the way? Oh, not at all, Izuku smiled. That's all his skin. It would be difficult if it were artificial grafts or something else, but since it's his DNA, I just have to rearrange it so it looks normal. Removing scars was the first thing I learned how to heal. Now Izuku wondered how he was going to say this next part. It wouldn't sound nice, but he needed to tell them. While I'm working, I can't have anyone distract me. I can't lose focus, or I may hurt you. So, once I start, you can't interrupt me unless it is truly dire, Izuku said with a firm look. That means, All Might, you will have to lay still and quiet for a while. We can take breaks after each section, but that's the most I'll allow. I would prefer we do the whole thing at once, but that might be unrealistic. Izuku knew that Recovery Girl was already hesitant to do this in the first place, but he effectively told her to back off as he worked. Hopefully, she didn't take it personally. Instead of anger, he was met with a resigned sigh. I expected as much, she said. There isn't much for me to do in the first place, and I'm just monitoring for emergencies and providing insight if you need it. You're the lead here. Now that that was out of the way, he could begin. Unlike the scans from before, Izuku focused completely on All Might's larynx. There was damage, scarring from surgeries, and trauma from what he could only speculate was a hammer being shoved down his throat. But as Izuku started mending the tissue, removing all damaged parts and repairing it through his quirk, he became more confident. He had been worried that his skill at healing his own body wouldn't transfer over due to each person being different. In hindsight, that worry seemed unfounded. It was still a human body, and while it was extremely damaged, it was still fixable. Also, he wasn't creating anything from scratch, so there wasn't anything truly beyond him that he would have to do today. The larynx wasn't too damaged, as the surgeries had mostly saved it. He was able to remove and heal all the damaged tissue and fix the scarring quite quickly. "Okay, I'm done," he said with a sigh, surprising both of them. All Might's head shot up. "You're finished with the procedure?" "It's only been an hour," he exclaimed in awe, while Recovery Girl looked at him in shock. "No, sorry," Izuku said, feeling bad he didn't specify. "That was the larynx. I'm done with the larynx. We have a long way to go." "Oh," All Might muttered as he laid back down. Recovery Girl sighed tiredly. "You weren't kidding when you said this could take a long time." "Well, settle in, because that was the part that required the least amount of work," Izuku stressed as he cracked his neck. "From here, we're going to work on the trachea." UA faculty gathered at least once a week, usually on Saturday or Sunday, so no lesson plans were interrupted or rushed for the meeting. Many faculty members also had to balance hero work with their teaching schedules, so their meetings were held around lunch on the weekends, allowing early risers or night owls time to arrive. Nizu watched as most of his staff gathered in their meeting room. Vlad King looked exhausted after finishing a weekend session of super move training, something his whole class had begged for. Midnight appeared normal in casual attire, having just arrived from her day off. Lunch Rush, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Hound Dog all arrived in their hero costumes. Bringing up the rear was Aizawa, also in casual gear, and Present Mike, who was in a business suit for an unknown reason. "Thank you for gathering," Nizu began with a smile. "We have much to discuss. First is the new term and the entrance exam for recommended students, as well as any suggestions for the standard exam. Power Loader is working overtime to ensure that the robots are all prepared and up to our standards, which is why he is absent." Midnight leaned forward. "I believe we should mix up the recommended exam, perhaps an obstacle course rather than a spar with one of us. Not everyone is going to be combat ready before coming here, we need to test the students, not just their quirks. They were recommended for a reason. Their previous exam had excluded a recommended student who possessed a quirk that allowed them to analyze anything they looked at, which wasn't particularly useful for combat." "Agreed," Aizawa added. "If we only look for flashy quirks, then we'll have more students with no actual potential." His words elicited grumbles from half of the room. Nizu gave Aizawa a look. "We have discussed your dismissal of your class. While it is within your right, Day 1 mass expulsion is far from what we will repeat. We took a big hit in the media after that," Ectoplasm's deep voice echoed. "As of now, our school could be up for review if Taiko decides to push this." "Iwabumi only talked about it when asked," Nizu said, trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Now, let's move on from that. Does anyone want to add to Midnight's suggestion?" Snipe raised his hand. "If we do an obstacle course, we should add some bots for the students. That way, it's not just a race. They'll have something to focus on, needing to take out a certain number or something. Multitasking is super important." Mike chimed in with a grin. "We can't have all the little listeners just running, that'll just teach tunnel vision." Hound Dog growled, "I want to be a part of the interviews this year." Nizu nodded and noted that down. "Now, I think we should move on to the standard exam," Nizu continued. "The one who always has issues with that exam is Recovery Girl," Midnight said with a frown. "Where is she?" "Not just Recovery Girl," Aizawa interjected with a tired sigh. "Where's All Might? He's not skipping out on meetings already, is he?" Nizu smiled at the mention of All Might, recalling what was happening in the medical area. All Might is undergoing a procedure that should fix his respiratory system. Recovery Girl is assisting him, he informed, taking a bit of pleasure in their surprise. Even Aizawa looked stunned, as they all knew the extent of All Might's injuries and how unlikely it was for him to be fully healed. Nizu pressed a few buttons on his pad, and a monitor in the room displayed a live feed of Recovery Girl's infirmary. All Might was lying on the examination table, and Recovery Girl was monitoring his vitals. Curiously, Izuku Midoriya was also there, frowning with his eyes closed, a bit of sweat on his forehead as he focused. "Who is that young man?" Vlad King asked, the first to speak as the others took in the scene. Midnight grinned, easily slipping back into her persona. "He's a cutie, so focused it makes me tingle," she gushed. "That is Izuku Midoriya," Nizu informed. "He is the young man that All Might met a few months ago, right after he was hired here. He possesses a truly interesting quirk from what I've gathered." The staff knew this meant Nizu had been observing the situation closely. "If the procedure goes as I suspect, then All Might should gain a few hours of time in his hero form," Nizu said with a pleased smile. "And the boy," Hound Dog growled, "who is he, exactly? Why is something so delicate being trusted to a child?" Nizu pulled up a file on his personal pad, one he had been compiling since that morning. "Izuku Midoriya, 15, lives locally with his mother, Inko Midoriya. He has applied for the UA Hero exam in 3 months. Quirk, manipulation of small things. Genius level IQ. Enrolled in the fight dojo 7 months ago, with only 3 confirmed wins out of 243 fights. He is also under minor surveillance by the Hero Commission and the Japanese government." Nizu's eyes took on a slight manic look as he mentioned the last 2 points. As the faculty reacted with shock and protest, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the monitor. "How is manipulation of small things capable of healing All Might, who has been examined by some of the best in our country?" At this question, everyone else looked curious as Nizu's grin widened. "That connects to why he is under surveillance, minor as it is. Izuku Midoriya, at age 4, went to counseling to learn more about his quirk. During that time, the doctor deduced what the quirk was capable of by having him manipulate a glass of water, where he could manipulate the individual molecules. Both the doctor and his mother understood the implications, and the appointment ended there. Mrs. Midoriya was wise to try to protect her son, but the doctor was legally required to submit his report to the government when she registered it. Ever since then, the government and Hero Commission have monitored him. He can manipulate anything in the universe that weighs under 5 kilograms. The government is monitoring him because he is considered a Class 1 threat to the world economy, as he is capable of creating whatever he wants if he knows how, such as precious metals or actual currency. The Hero Commission is lightly monitoring him, as is their procedure when a child is born with a Class 4 or higher level quirk. This has happened many times, most notably with Hawks, whose wings were labeled Class 4, and he was trained by the Commission personally from age 8. Nizu turned off the monitor showing the ongoing procedure, which he noted was in its 5th hour. With his ability and control, I would have thought he would have applied for the recommendation exam, especially if he knows All Might, Present Mike said, his usual commentator voice absent. Others agreed, and a discussion was about to start regarding the boys' abilities and their opinions on the Commission's tactics. Izuku knew that the migraine would be bad when he agreed to work on All Might. He understood it would be terrible when he went full throttle and worked for nearly 17 hours non-stop. But waking up to pain so intense that he didn't even bother opening his eyes, he merely sat up and sensed around himself to see if anyone was there. He didn't feel anyone near him, which meant he was alone in the room. Based on the smell and feel of it, he was still in the infirmary where he had healed All Might. Recognizing the feel of glass and water, he used his quirk in its simplest manner, telekinetically bringing the glass of water over to him and taking several large gulps. "I see your quirk isn't affected by such a terrible headache," mused a soft voice from next to his bed. Soft as it was, it still elicited a hiss from Izuku. "Who's there?" he whispered as quietly as he could. Much as he hated it, he would have to talk with whoever was there. The fact that they could avoid his senses was intriguing. "Sorry to startle you, Mr. Midoriya," the voice answered softly, just loud enough for him to barely hear but gentle enough to minimize his pain. "I have notified Recovery Girl, she is on her way to help you, but I came to make sure you were all right." The voice was male, but Izuku still didn't know who it belonged to. "Who are you?" Izuku asked again, trying to ease his migraine with his quirk but struggling to focus due to the pain. "I am the principal of this school, my name is Nizu." The voice introduced itself. Izuku peeked as much as he could to look at the principal. To his surprise, it wasn't a typical person but rather a creature resembling a mouse with bare features. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore that thought. Izuku raised a thumbs up and returned to focusing on his migraine, while he guessed Nizu was observing him. The silence became awkward until the door opened, and light steps approached. "Well, dear, migraines are something I can help with," Recovery Girl said with a smile before giving his head a light kiss, activating her quirk. Almost instantly, the headache faded, and he sat up quickly. The strain of Recovery Girl's quirk was well known, it drained stamina equal to the size of the injury, and he had plenty of stamina for a headache. Izuku grinned at Recovery Girl. "How long was I out?" The elderly woman looked at the clock. "About 16 hours, it's about 2 o'clock on Sunday." "My mom?" Izuku asked, not wanting to be the one to inform her of what had happened after being away for over a day. "Already taken care of. All Might told her I wanted to keep you overnight, she is waiting on your call," Recovery Girl explained with a smile. The weight of his mother's worry lifted off his shoulders, allowing Izuku to relax with a sigh. It was then that Nizu re-entered the conversation. "So, Mr. Midoriya, I have a few questions to ask you," Nizu said with a gentle smile, his eyes glinting with a sharpness that caught Izuku off guard. "Yeah." Nizu leaned forward. "Would you be interested in our recommendation exam?" Izuku tilted his head, surprised. "I never thought about it, I never knew anyone that high up to get one." "All Might expressed interest in offering you a spot if you wanted it," Nizu explained. Frowning in thought, Izuku shook his head. "I'm good, I'll get in the normal way." "Oh. Is it because you don't want to accept a perceived handout?" Nizu asked, grinning. Izuku coughed. "Yeah." He thought to himself, honestly, it's more because the regular exam is public knowledge, and I've been planning to face robots, not whatever the special exam is. Nizu either accepted that or chose to go along with it, grinning further as he clapped his paws together. "Marvelous. I look forward to your performance in the exam in 2 months' time. My next question is a bit more personal. I was creating a file for you, and a name came up, Takashi Asato. What is your relationship to this man?" "Asato Takashi." Izuku was good at remembering names and faces, but he was drawing a blank. Maybe his mother knew. No, he would know of anyone that would come up in his file. Speaking of files. I have no idea who that is, and what file. Izuku asked with a small frown, feeling uneasy about Nizu looking into him. Nizu raised both paws in surrender. "I feel it would be foolish not to start building my file on a future student, even more foolish to think you wouldn't make it in. Nothing too personal, I assure you, just info I gather on most." Izuku accepted that for now, allowing the principal to continue. "As for the name, Mr. Asato is a high-ranking officer in the Detnerak Corporation. Last year, he made an inquiry into your quirk file, then another a week later. That was concerning. He knew of the company, it was a lifestyle company for people whose quirks made it difficult to live normally. They were huge, top 10 in Japan, and with as much political pull as they had, it wouldn't surprise him if they could look into government documents. But why him?" Izuku frowned. "I don't know him or anyone at that company. My father works abroad, and my mother doesn't work." A glint appeared in Nizu's eyes when he mentioned his father. "And what does your father do?" Izuku wasn't naive enough to answer that question blindly. It was clear Nizu was leading him to it. It would take someone with the principal's influence, one phone call or a few clicks, to see that he didn't know this Asato person. He hesitated to share information recklessly. He works in a support company overseas. Nothing special, but it pays well, Izuku shrugged with a smile. Although if he ever decided to retire, I could just sell some gold or something. I see, although I wouldn't recommend using your quirk like that, Nizu said with a smile. I think I have all my questions answered, Mr. Midoriya, and I suspect I will see you at the start of term. With that, Nizu scurried out of the infirmary. Recovery girl, who Izuku had completely forgotten was there, spoke up from her desk. Don't mind Nizu, he's a curious thing, she assured him. I suggest you let your mother know that you're ready to be picked up. Izuku nodded and reached over to the side table where his things were. It was tough, but his work was finished. He would have to talk to All Might to see how things were going now. Izuku stretched while standing across from Kaminari. Master Ryujin was personally overseeing their training today, as they were less than a week before the exam, and this would be their last session before mandatory rest. Izuku had an impressive 4 wins in over 300 matches, while Kaminari had apparently made some progress with his quirk and wanted a spar with him. So here they were. I'm hoping you're the easy win. I hear you are, Kaminari said with a snicker. It was no secret that Izuku was on an impressive losing streak. I remember beating you on my first day, and I've improved since then, Izuku replied, rolling his eyes. Not his fault that he had been forced to fight the high-level opponents, so he didn't hurt anyone with his strength. That's enough, you two, Ryujin interjected with a smirk. This is going to be your last fight before the exam, boys, and I want it to be good. Izuku calmed his breathing. This fight wouldn't be as challenging as the last one, but he needed to be ready since Kaminari's quirk was very strong, and he was limited to using just his physical strength. Now, no excessive use of your quirks, Ryujin said, looking pointedly at Kaminari before continuing, we will go until knockout or SBMSN. Begin. Izuku took a deep breath and charged at Kaminari, who held a more confident posture this time. His initial punch was a simple straight right. Over the 10 months at Fight Dojo, Izuku's strikes had become legendary. Every opponent knew the weight of his fists. The bigger fighters tried to parry with their bulk, while the smaller, quicker ones relied on speed to evade him. The power behind Izuku's punches was such that full contact usually meant victory for him, which was why he had won 4 times against opponents with a decade or more of training. However, today was different. Kaminari caught Izuku's straight right with his hand, his eye twitching with effort, but he smirked at Izuku. Surprised, he asked, golden sparks of electricity flickering from his hand to his shoulder. Kaminari gripped his palm and attempted to throw Izuku to the side. Izuku rolled to his feet just in time to see Kaminari, now sparking, lashing out with a straight right of his own. Izuku blocked the punch but felt a slight jolt from the electricity coursing through Kaminari. You're coating your body in lightning? Izuku inquired, rubbing his forearm. I'm guessing you're using it to energize your muscles, giving you more physical power while also slightly shocking your target? This must be a challenging move to pull off, and your limit is probably just one limb at the moment, right? Kaminari looked confused, his arms dropping comically. Huh? How'd you figure that out? Izuku grinned. Let's say I'm a quirk enthusiast, and yours is the second strongest in the dojo that I know of. He got back into his stance, fists clenched. Izuku surged forward, throwing a faster straight right that Kaminari hesitated to catch and instead dodged. Not expecting it to hit, Izuku transitioned into a left straight that Kaminari blocked. Izuku rotated his hips and put nearly all his power into a right haymaker, which Kaminari ducked under with barely any space to spare. Izuku grinned as their eyes locked and continued to rotate, lashing out with a right kick into Kaminari's guard. Kaminari was thrown across the room, landing with a grunt. Izuku noticed several dojo members watching from the sidelines next to Master Ryujin, who had a massive grin on his face. You okay? Izuku called out. Kaminari grunted but quickly jumped back to his feet. Yeah, I'm okay, let's go. Taking the initiative, Kaminari rocketed forward. Izuku tried to anticipate where he would strike by looking for yellow lightning but saw none. Kaminari jumped and executed a double drop kick, leaving Izuku stunned enough to only raise his guard. The impact jolted through his arms, causing him to slide back and nearly lose his balance as Kaminari springboarded off him. Izuku grunted at the shocks but quickly regained his footing, ducking low to send a left uppercut that Kaminari avoided, opening up for a spinning back fist that rocked him. Izuku followed up with a chest kick. Kaminari's body erupted with sparks right as the kick landed. Izuku felt more pain from the jolt, noticing that Kaminari didn't appear as hurt from the kick as he should have been. Izuku contemplated his next move. Kaminari was clever enough to take him on directly. Physically, Izuku had the advantage, but Kaminari's quirk was leveling the playing field more than expected. Switching tactics, Izuku raised his guard and waited. As soon as Kaminari got close, he would take him down. Kaminari rushed forward, his right hand crackling with lightning, causing a tingle to spread across Izuku's skin. Kaminari sent a straight right punch that Izuku ducked under, countering with a punch of his own to Kaminari's chin. Unfortunately, the punch rocked Kaminari enough that his extended right arm fell onto Izuku's back. The concentrated lightning surged through Izuku, knocking him off his feet. Chuckles echoed from the background as both Izuku and Kaminari slowly got to their feet. Izuku mentally strategized, recognizing that Kaminari's lightning was far more powerful when built up, indicating it was a stockpiling technique. If he pressured Kaminari, he wouldn't have the chance to build up again. Kaminari stood up, rubbing his jaw. You've got some serious power, man. If you put more into that, I'd be seeing stars. I don't want to take your head off by accident, Izuku replied with a snort, grimacing. That being said, if I could avoid getting shocked again, that'd be great. Kaminari smirked, hands crackling with lightning. As if. Izuku rushed forward, relying on his offensive pressure to keep Kaminari from building up too much lightning. They met halfway, with Kaminari lashing out with a left hook that Izuku ducked under, sending a left kick to Kaminari's chest. Kaminari caught it with his right arm but was pushed back slightly. Pulling back and recentering, Izuku pressed forward but was met with a right punch from Kaminari that he had to block. The shock from this punch was far greater than the previous ones. Izuku fell onto his back as he was hit by a surge of lightning, but he quickly recovered and rolled away from a punch that slammed into the ground where he had just been. The lightning struck the ground, cracking the matted floor beneath him. Okay, so he doesn't need to build it up, got it, Izuku muttered to himself. He rushed forward, putting Kaminari on the defensive, launching a series of punches right, left, and then another barraging Kaminari with as many strikes as he could muster. Kaminari had to pick and choose which hits to take, unable to dodge or block them all. Thanks to his enhancements, Izuku didn't have to worry about fatigue from using his quirk, it was just his body's natural power, allowing him to keep this up for a while. However, based on Recovery Girl's findings, he knew he shouldn't push it to a battle of attrition. Kaminari took a punch to the side, and a burst of yellow lightning exploded from him, shocking Izuku and anything within a 2-meter range. Kaminari fell to his knees while Izuku bent over, grunting as he fought through the pain. Both boys, out of breath, slowly moved toward each other for the final exchange of the match. Kaminari punched forward, but Izuku blocked it and countered with a punch that landed on Kaminari's cheek, rocking him back. Izuku took a few deep breaths, feeling the pain still pulsing through his body. He looked down at Kaminari, who was down but not unconscious. He realized he might have put more strength into that punch than he intended, but he was tired of being shocked. Cheers and claps echoed through the room as Ryujin approached. That was fantastic. Both of you have drastically improved since your first fight. Kaminari, you were ready for his strength and managed to counter it for a bit. Izuku, your technique has improved, and you can flow through movements quite well. Kaminari sluggishly pulled himself to his feet. That was one heck of a punch at the end, he groaned. Izuku chuckled. I really didn't want to get shocked again, so I wanted to end it there. I thought you needed to build up your lightning for the bigger shocks, but you had much more lightning without any build-up toward the end. Yeah, I spent so much time just releasing all of my power in a single burst that summoning power isn't an issue anymore. Now it's about fine-tuning my control, Kaminari explained while rubbing his cheek. I could have put out more, but I'm nervous about using too much power in my strikes since the shocks are more direct than before. Izuku hummed in thought. He had never considered the danger of a quirk like Kaminari's. A defibrillator was around 1000 volts, and he had heard that Kaminari could output over 1,000,000 before a quirk backfire. Maybe you could try focusing your lightning into a fingertip to give you a point to concentrate on. That might give you piercing power or something. Your quirk isn't natural lightning, so I'm not sure how it would work, Izuku suggested, looking thoughtfully at the ground. Ryujin laughed. You never stop, Midoriya. Even after losing fights, you always give tips about your opponent's quirk. Izuku coughed, trying to hide a blush, while Kaminari stared at his pointer finger, which had a few sparks emanating from it. Then his head shot up. Wait. What did you mean that my quirk isn't natural lightning? Well, lightning is over 20,000 degrees Celsius and has about 1,000,000,000 joules of energy. If you had that, I think you'd be dangerous with a punch, Izuku explained with a smile. After all, a lightning bolt was possible to create with his quirk, it was just plasma and electrons. Wow, Kaminari said, stunned. Ryujin clapped. To get their attention. Now, my final thoughts on this bout. Kaminari, you are on the right path with your quirk, so just continue to train your body and practice. If your body's toughness increases, so will your control, and I think you'll be able to handle more power. Kaminari nodded, clenching his fist. Izuku, keep practicing your technique and gaining more experience with hand-to-hand combat. I can't give you more than that, you're both on the right track, and I look forward to seeing where your strengths take you. Both Izuku and Kaminari bowed to their master as he walked away. So, are you ready for the written exam? Izuku asked. Kaminari groaned. I'll pass, but I'm seriously dreading it. If Izuku were to be honest, he would be shocked, no pun intended, if Kaminari didn't get into UA. His quirk was powerful, and he was improving every day. With how the world worked, focusing more on quirks than individuals, he was sure that even if Kaminari did poorly on the written exam, his practical would cover for it. So, what do you do when you're not training? Kaminari asked as they walked toward the locker rooms to change. Got a girlfriend or something, or boyfriend, he added awkwardly. Izuku chuckled. No girlfriend, and I usually, as boring as it sounds, just study in my free time or practice with my quirk. Kaminari grimaced. You study? That's terrible. I've been going to the beach, all this training has given me quite the bod. Ladies love it. He grinned cockily as he took off his GI to change, gesturing to his six-pack. I don't know how to talk to girls like that, Izuku laughed nervously. Talking normally is easy, but trying to ask them out or something? No way. Really? You've got a strong quirk, you're way smarter than me, and you have some serious muscle. Don't be nervous, just talk a bit more personally when you see a cutie. You may be surprised. Kaminari encouraged. Izuku hummed as he put on his normal clothes. Maybe I will, who knows? So, do you have a girlfriend then? Kaminari's head dropped. I had a few dates recently, but no girlfriends. Maybe my luck will change at UA, he cheered to himself, fire in his eyes. Izuku grinned. Who knows? Maybe both of us will get a girlfriend at UA. Crazier things have happened, Izuku muttered to himself, recalling his time with All Might. As he arrived at the entrance to the fight dojo, Kaminari and Izuku went their separate ways, both promising to meet up at the entrance exam. Are you sure you're ready? His mother asked nervously from the kitchen. Do you have your bag and clothes and a plan? Are you really ready to fight? The test is supposed to be hard, and what if the teachers single you out? Izuku stared at his mother with wide eyes as she spiraled into worry. He moved to intervene when she expressed her fears about him having to fight a villain caught by All Might. "Mom. It's going to be fine," Izuku said, grabbing her shoulders. "I don't think they have fights to the death until the second week of class." He joked, eliciting a sigh from his mother. "Sorry, but I worry," she said with a small laugh. "I know you'll do great." Izuku hugged his mother, who embraced him back. He smiled to himself, grateful for her unwavering support. He wondered what his dad was doing and if he even knew about Izuku's plans to take the exam. "Have you talked to Dad?" Izuku asked, frowning slightly. He hadn't spoken to his father in a while. Inko sighed, "I have. He's rooting for you, but you know how difficult it is for him to get in touch." She looked away sadly. Izuku remained silent, loving his father despite their limited communication over the years. He noticed how much his mother's loneliness weighed on her. She was beautiful and received attention from others, but he couldn't help but think that perhaps she and his dad should move on, as they were leading practically different lives at this point. However, he kept that thought to himself, knowing that his parents still spoke regularly. "I didn't mean to upset you, I just didn't know if he knew I was taking the exam," Izuku said, offering a small smile that brightened his mother's expression. She shook her head. "No, I know that. I just feel bad about how hard it is to stay a family when he lives on the other side of the world. Anyway. Good luck, you're going to be late." Izuku kissed her cheek and rushed out the door. A quick train ride would take him to UA, where he had a couple of tests to conquer. "I'm on my way to UA. You?" Izuku texted Kaminari while gazing out the train window. "Yup. My mom's dropping me off, so I'll be there in a few minutes." Kaminari replied. Izuku felt relieved, he didn't want to face the exam alone. The only other person he knew taking the exam was Bakugo, who had mostly left him alone in recent months. However, Izuku wasn't eager to be around someone who treated others poorly. He decided to stick with Kaminari. As the train arrived, Izuku made his way toward UA, navigating through the bustling foot traffic while listening to his music. Soon, he stood before the impressive gates of UA, which were wide open to welcome all applicants. He noticed figures on the rooftops observing the crowd, likely heroes on standby for security. Lost in thought, Izuku accidentally bumped into a young woman. Fortunately, he steadied both of them without much of a stumble. "Sorry about that," he muttered, taking in the girl he had bumped into. She was slightly shorter than him, with attractive short brown hair, a blush on her cheeks, and a friendly smile. "Yeah, it's no biggie. I'm totally nervous too." "Oh, I'm Ochako Uraraka," she said, scratching the back of her head nervously. Izuku relaxed and smiled back. "Nice to meet you, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm going for the hero course, you." They fell into step together as they walked through the gates of UA. "Oh, I'm going for the hero course too. Totally crazy, huh? All these people make me nervous," she admitted. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but I feel like you know if you're going to pass or not before even taking the test." "I know I'm going to pass. What about you?" Ochako furrowed her brows, looking over at him. "I don't. Are you going to pass or not?" Izuku asked seriously, making her gulp nervously. "Pass," she shouted, drawing attention from those around them and causing her to blush. Izuku laughed, making her blush deepen. "Then I look forward to seeing you in class, Uraraka." "Shut up," she grumbled, causing him to chuckle even more. Once she regained her composure, she looked at him. "So what's your quirk? It must be pretty cool for you to be that confident." "Oh, I can make things happen. Mostly small things, but it's pretty cool." Izuku grinned, creating a small piece of ice in the shape of a flower and handing it to her. Uraraka blushed slightly at the gift. "So, an ice quirk?" "No, not at all. Izuku replied with a grin. What about you? Uraraka shook her head. Well, my quirk is called zero gravity. If I touch something with all my fingers, I can remove its gravity, making it weightless. She demonstrated by touching the small piece of ice, and they watched as it floated into the air. Wow, Izuku said, stunned. Is there a limit, or are you going to send a building into the stratosphere by accident? Uraraka giggled. I've got about 3 tons as my weight limit. For now, at least. Izuku thought about all the uses of Uraraka's quirk and found himself believing she would pass. That's an impressive quirk, perfect for rescue work or even close-quarters combat, he mused. Uraraka smiled. Yup, that's the plan. As they were assigned their seats, Izuku turned to her. Good luck, remember you're going to pass. Yeah, you too. Nice meeting you, Midoriya, she cheered as she rushed off to her seat. Moving up the stairs towards his own seat, he noticed the wide variety of applicants around him, some with obvious mutations, some visibly nervous, and a few who seemed bored. Izuku wondered if the bored ones were overly confident or simply unaware of the challenge ahead. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for the written exam. Well, that could have been worse, he muttered as he headed to the auditorium for the practical exam briefing. One applicant nearby glared at him while breathing heavily into a bag. Izuku chuckled nervously and looked away, sensing that this person might not be joining him as a fellow student this term. A few minutes later, a familiar face sat next to him, scowling. Deku, what are you doing here? Bakugo growled. Izuku rolled his eyes, not bothering to look over. I'm taking the test, same as you. Bakugo huffed but remained silent as papers were distributed and the lights dimmed, signaling the start of the briefing. Izuku's eyes widened at Present Mic's entrance and his loud voice, which was almost overwhelming. They were going to have the same old test of destroying robots for points, and Izuku felt confident in his sword and shield combo with his enhancements. If needed, he could always use water or ice. There was no point in holding back his quirk since UA already knew its capabilities after his training with All Might. Speaking of All Might, he had received a supportive text from him the night before. After their training sessions, they hadn't seen much of each other, but All Might had stopped by occasionally to help with Izuku's training. Izuku was proud to say he had landed a few punches during their spars, although he had lost quickly. He had learned the true meaning of overwhelming strength and speed from All Might. Excuse me, someone spoke up when Present Mic asked if there were any questions. This paper and that screen indicate a 4th villain, yet you've only explained 3 of them. Izuku tuned out the rest of the boys' complaints. It might have been a surprise, or they simply hadn't gotten to it yet, but tensions were high, so he didn't hold it against the guy too much. Not to worry, number 7111. That's the gimmick. I'd recommend you avoid it at all costs. It's not worth any points. Present Mic replied with a playful gesture, and the boy thanked him before sitting back down. With that, Izuku and the thousands of others in the auditorium were shuttled to their exam areas after changing into appropriate clothing and gathering any necessary gear. As they exited, Izuku took a moment to concentrate. It was time to create his sword and shield. First was the sword, a straight katana, about 2.5 kilograms in weight, made of a hybrid of titanium and tungsten for durability, with gold and silver veins for aesthetics. Then came the shield, the same weight and composition, in a circular form, large enough to cover his torso without weighing him down. In just 1 minute, he had created 5 kilograms of metal from nothing, an impressive improvement. He noticed some curious looks at his weapons but chose to ignore them. Spotting Uraraka, he started to approach her, but before he could, a hand grabbed his shoulder. I hope you don't plan on distracting that girl, the boy who had questioned Present Mic said sternly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. We know each other. You should worry about yourself, not me. I'll be fine, he replied with a smile, sensing the boy was too tense. The boy frowned, but Present Mic interrupted, now I hope all you listeners are ready. Goo. Izuku mentally shrugged and shot forward. His time in the fight dojo had taught him that when someone said go, it meant go. Ignoring the gasps and shouts behind him, he found his first target, a medium-sized robot, likely a two-pointer. Its large red lens glinted as it targeted him, but he shield bashed it before bisecting it with his sword. The sharpness of the blade combined with his strength made it easy. Oh yeah, this was a good idea, Izuku said to himself as he charged forward, using even more of his strength. Look at the Wonder Kid go. Midnight laughed as she watched Izuku slice through more robots. Seems he decided to change his shield into another sword. How aggressive, she mused with a coy smile. All Might smiled as he observed Izuku's speed and precision. He had wanted to discuss one for all with Izuku but decided to wait until he started at UA. There was no rush, especially since he could maintain his hero form comfortably for several hours, with much of his former strength returning. Several standout applicants caught the faculty's attention. That one has some serious firepower, Snipe remarked, pointing out a boy who was blowing up robots with explosions from his palms. Vlad King nodded. I see quite a few who will be good students. As the exam continued, Nizu edged toward a large red button, grinning as he watched the screens. Izuku jumped over a three-pointer and threw one of his swords at a bot, taking it down before slicing a one-pointer where he landed and then shooting over to retrieve his second sword. He was somewhere near 60 points, though he wasn't entirely sure, but he was happily tearing through the bots in the meantime. There were many here with interesting quirks. One guy could blast lasers from his stomach, another had engines in his legs, and there was a girl who could generate force pushes from her palms. A guy with a tiger mutation was also running around. Izuku wondered what the average amount of points was. He knew he was doing really well, but he wanted to get the top score, though he had no idea what that even was. With over 10 examinations happening simultaneously, it was hard to tell. As he rolled to the side to avoid a missile, he was surprised by the power of the robots. He rushed forward with enough strength to crack the ground beneath him and shredded the bot with his swords. Suddenly, he heard screams from behind him and turned to see a massive bot towering over the surrounding buildings, scanning the area with several red lenses. Izuku blinked and shook his head. That thing was a disaster. But it wasn't worth his time if it didn't give points. Just then, a feminine voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see Uraraka pinned under some rubble, trying to get free despite her quirk. Without hesitating, Izuku shot forward, pushing past the fleeing applicants who looked at him like he was crazy. He slid down next to Uraraka and asked if she was okay and what was hurt. She looked up, surprised, and explained that her ankle was hurt and she was trapped. Just as he was about to help her, he noticed the massive bot reaching down in a slapping motion. Stabbing his swords into the ground, Izuku raised both arms and caught the attack, nearly falling to a knee as he held the bot at bay. Gritting his teeth, he reached out with his quirk and started shredding anything in his range. To his surprise, his range had increased since he last tested it, now feeling at least 15 meters out. As small explosions popped throughout the arm he was touching, he felt the force of the bot let up. With a grunt, he pushed the robot off of him, and it fell onto its back with a massive crash that shook the ground of the arena. Izuku sighed as he wiped his forehead. Uraraka stared at him in shock as he lifted the rubble off of her. He was confused as to why she hadn't used her quirk. Maybe she was tired. Shrugging, he picked her up, earning a sputter from her as she processed his actions. What are you doing? She asked, blushing. Izuku tilted his head and explained that she couldn't walk on her ankle, so he would carry her. He reassured her that she wasn't heavy. The surrounding students made comments, but he ignored them. Uraraka decided to go along with it, though she was blushing and had her hands on her cheeks. A familiar voice interrupted them, asking if Uraraka was all right. Izuku turned with a smile and explained that she had hurt her ankle. Recovery Girl assured Uraraka that everything would be fine while giving her a gentle kiss on the head. Later, Kaminari approached Izuku with a frustrated frown, having just met up with him after Uraraka had rushed off. He asked if Izuku had really ditched him just 20 minutes after texting. Izuku nervously rubbed the back of his head, still shaken from his earlier actions. He apologized and explained that he had bumped into a girl and they started talking. Kaminari perked up, surprised that Izuku had talked to a girl, especially since he had claimed he wasn't good at it. Izuku admitted that he had gotten her number and they were planning to meet up soon. Kaminari shouted in disbelief, realizing that Izuku had unintentionally flirted with a cutie. Embarrassed, Izuku looked down and explained that he didn't mean to do anything too forward. Kaminari laughed and encouraged him, saying he had gotten this far by accident and would be fine on his own. As they made their way toward the buses, Bakugo shouted from behind, prompting a sigh from Izuku. He greeted Bakugo amicably, trying to keep things polite. Bakugo asked how he did, boasting about his score of over 70 points, while Izuku mentioned he lost track around 60. Kaminari chimed in with his score of 52, proud of his performance. Izuku hummed thoughtfully as Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Kaminari, curious about him. "You don't go to Aldera, how do you know the nerd?" Kaminari asked with a laugh. "Nerd?" Kaminari repeated, "He is, isn't he? But we go to the same dojo for training." Izuku frowned, "I don't think I'm that big of a nerd." "Dojo?" Bakugo interrupted with narrowed eyes. "Which one?" "I go to Maximum Force." "I've heard of that one," Kaminari mused. "A little out of my price range and too far from my house. We go to Fight Dojo, we fight with our quirks as much as we want. Our master encourages fighting to gain experience." "Oh no," Izuku muttered with a sigh. Bakugo's face broke into a wide grin. "Really?" he said, practically purring. Kaminari nodded eagerly, "Yeah man, it's awesome. You can fight so many different people, and a lot of them are really strong." Bakugo seemed energized while Izuku rubbed his forehead tiredly. "Then I'll see you there," Bakugo said, his grin still wide as he walked away. Kaminari watched him go with excitement. "Who was that?" "He was kinda intense, but I'm sort of excited to fight him." His expression turned curious. "Also, why did he call you Deku?" Izuku sighed. "That was a guy from my class, Bakugo Katsuki, and he calls me Deku because it's a childhood nickname." "Deku?" Kaminari mused. Izuku frowned in annoyance. "Never call me that, it's annoying. I would have gotten him to stop, but he never listens. Honestly, he's really frustrating. Also, if you fight him, be ready to lose. Like him or not, he's tough." Kaminari looked at him in shock. "Really? I figured based on his claim of getting 70 points, but you're pretty tough too. Do you think you're stronger?" Now that was a question Izuku wasn't sure about. In terms of physical strength, yes, he was superior. But Bakugo had a versatile quirk that granted high offense and mobility, making him an aggravating opponent. "I'm not sure," Izuku answered honestly. "I haven't seen him fight in a while, so I don't know his current level. But I know it would be a tough fight." Arriving at the trains, Izuku and Kaminari said their goodbyes. "Good luck with that cutie. See you at the dojo," Kaminari called with a grin. Izuku rubbed his neck, feeling flustered. "Yeah, see you later," he replied, pondering what he was going to do next. Standing outside an apartment complex not far from his own, Izuku thought about his plans. He and Uraraka had texted back and forth over the last 3 days and agreed to meet up today to hang out. Surprisingly, he found it easier to text her than talk in person, as he could read over his messages and avoid saying anything. Embarrassing. Looking down at himself, he hoped his outfit was appropriate: dark blue pants, a white shirt under a black zip-up hoodie with green accents, and a custom-made watch. It was made with silver, titanium, gold, and small diamonds. He had spent time creating it from scratch, and if someone saw it, they might think it was worth a lot. Maybe he shouldn't wear it, it might give off the wrong impression. Before he could take it off, he noticed Uraraka coming out of the entrance. Yeah, Kaminari, she's a cutie, Izuku thought as he took her in. She wore black tights with fluffy boots and a large brown jacket with a pink scarf. She smiled as she approached. Nice to see you, Midoriya. You too. Izuku smiled, feeling more relaxed. I thought I'd show you around the area, maybe a few good food spots. Anything you want to do or see? Uraraka pressed a finger to her cheek in thought. Machi. Machi. Izuku repeated. Uraraka nodded eagerly. Machi. Izuku laughed and led her away. Very well. He took her to his favorite bookstore first, but it didn't go as planned. As he showed her the many aisles of books, he noticed her eyes glazing over. Realizing he was losing her interest, he quickly decided to leave for the coffee shop next door. The coffee shop was a success. Uraraka seemed thrilled to go in. She smiled widely as she took charge, leading them inside. They make so many types of coffee, she exclaimed, reading the menu. Izuku shook his head with a smile. I'd personally recommend the hot chocolate. The muffins are pretty good too, he added. Muffins? What about the mochi? She asked, looking at him as if he were trying to lead her astray. Izuku raised his hands in defense. We can still get some, it's just a suggestion. Uraraka nodded, her excitement returning. Yeah, that's fine. As they left with their drinks, Izuku decided to show her more of the city. Muzutafu was a massive metropolitan area with tall skyscrapers dusted with snow. The streets were packed with pedestrians and traffic as people moved about their day. Sprinkled through the crowd were the occasional heroes, some standing out like death arms, who posed for pictures, while others worked quietly to keep their territory safe. In the center of the city were important locations, including the police headquarters and the Endeavor Hero Agency. UA was located on the edge of the city, surrounded by massive cityscapes that provided ample space for training activities. Izuku led his friends to Takoba Municipal Beach, which had recently been transformed from a polluted area into a beautiful beach thanks to the efforts of heroes under the Hero Commission and the Muzutafu City Public Safety Council. Uraraka looked around in disbelief. So, this place used to be a huge dump. Izuku nodded. Yep, it was really bad. There were piles of trash 2 or 3 stories high. Some kids got hurt playing here a few months ago, and their parents sued the city for not cleaning it up sooner. After that, a few heroes were hired to clean it up. He recalled how pros had come and gone, using their strongest moves to clear the area. I'm surprised you didn't hear about it. It was live-streamed the whole time. Endeavor even used his Prominence fire attack here, and All Might came down to help too, Izuku added, gazing at the beach. Uraraka tilted her head. I guess it is strange that I didn't hear about it. Maybe I was too busy training. Well, now that you'll be living here, you'll have a beach close by when it gets warm, Izuku said with a smile. But I think you've waited long enough, let's get some mochi. Uraraka eagerly followed him to a line of shops near the beach. A year ago, these shops had struggled due to the trash, but now they were thriving. To the right was a surf shop filled with beach gear, next to an ice cream shop with a line out the door, even in the cold weather. Finally, there was the cafe that served the mochi Uraraka loved. By the time Izuku decided what he wanted, Uraraka had already placed her order. I'll take half a dozen donuts, please, he told the cashier, who greeted him warmly. Uraraka looked at him curiously. You're not getting mochi? Izuku chuckled. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like having donuts. After getting their food, they walked along the beach to eat. Izuku realized he was running out of places to take her. He wasn't exactly a socialite with many spots to visit. I have one more place I go to regularly, it's the dojo where I train. But we can end it here if you don't want to go, he suggested, not wanting to bring her somewhere she wouldn't enjoy. Uraraka shook her head. I think I'm okay. I don't really need a dojo, but thanks for the offer. I might take you up on it another time. No problem. It's a good idea for a hero to know how to fight, even if you plan to be a rescue hero, Izuku advised, reaching for another donut. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I agree, but I want to get into UA before I start training like that. Plus, I'm on a pretty strict budget right now. I understand that, Izuku replied. He and his mom were comfortable but lived within their means. Really? Uraraka asked, raising an eyebrow. Because I've been meaning to ask about that watch. She pointed to his wrist. Izuku's face brightened, and he stammered, That's not what you think. I made it with my quirk last night. He felt embarrassed that she had noticed. Uraraka giggled at his flustered state. It's alright, Midoriya. I know it's a replica, I was just kidding. She waved off his concern. Izuku sighed but didn't correct her. The watch was indeed flashy, and most would think it was a replica. He decided to keep it in his room for now, unless he had a special event to attend. After sharing some light-hearted banter and laughter, Izuku walked her back to her apartment after a lovely few hours together. I had a great time, Uraraka, he said as they stood outside her apartment complex. I'd like to spend another day together before UA, if you want. Uraraka looked flustered for a moment but then nodded eagerly. I'd like that. We can go to that arcade you mentioned or that big mall on the other side of Muzutafu. Definitely. I'm not big on malls, but I'd love to go with you, Izuku replied with a smile. Well, I'm going to head in. I had fun, she shouted, running off with her hands on her cheeks, a flustered blush on her face. Izuku tilted his head, replaying their conversation in his mind. Oh my god, what am I doing, he thought in shock. Later, Izuku lay on his bed with a tired sigh. It had been a long day of sparring at the fight dojo, where he had faced off against Ryujin. His combat skills were improving steadily, he was a solid fighter physically, but his true potential lay with his quirk. That was the tricky part. Like a mechanic dismantling a broken machine, it was easier to destroy than to create. Izuku's quirk could cause destruction with alarming ease, and he needed to practice using it carefully to avoid any accidents. He focused on utilizing water in all three states, mist, liquid, and ice. While he couldn't manipulate ice to create massive structures yet, he could generate water to cover his target and freeze them in place. The good thing about this was that it would be an immobilizer, so the effects wouldn't be too dangerous. Izuku had been practicing a new technique in his spare time, compacting pure air to create an air cannon. By compressing air into a tight ball in his hand and releasing it in a single blast, he could generate enough force to blow away one of the 3 pointers, at least if his calculations were correct. His third method was simpler. He could use his minor telekinesis to grab and pull someone's clothing, which could off-balance them or keep them in place. He didn't need to practice this much since his control was nearly perfect, he just needed to execute it. Suddenly, the sounds of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts as his mother burst through the door, holding an envelope. Izuku, it's here. It's from UA, she exclaimed, handing it to him. Do you want me to leave? Izuku nodded, wanting to experience this moment alone. I'll tell you what it says. His mother's excitement dimmed slightly, but she still smiled before quietly leaving the room. He felt a bit guilty, but he wanted to do this on his own. Opening the envelope, a small holochip fell out and activated. Instead of a faculty member he recognized, it was All Might, dressed in a flashy yellow pinstripe suit, his trademark smile beaming at him. Hello, young Midoriya. Long time no see. All Might began, and Izuku smiled at the familiar greeting. I know you're wondering how you did, so let's get into it. You aced the written test, narrowly missing the top spot to a young woman in the recommended exam. This surprised Izuku. He had always considered himself a genius, not in a boastful way, but in a certified manner, and he was eager to meet the one who had outperformed him. Now, on to the practical. You put on quite a show, my boy. You earned a solid 60 villain points, which is a top 5 score for the practical. Izuku grinned at that. He knew he had enough points to pass, but hearing he was in the top 5 was exhilarating. Unlike the written test, he felt less confident about his standing in the practical due to the many unpredictable variables. But there's more. There was a special hidden factor in the test known as rescue points. How could a school not reward students who go out of their way to help others? You, young Midoriya, saved young Uraraka from the massive 0-pointer. With that, the committee awarded you 60 rescue points. For a grand total of 120 points. This puts you in first for the exam and the third highest scorer in UA's history, behind Endeavor and me. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to your hero academia. Izuku fell back, stunned by the news. He was the top scorer in this exam and third overall. It was far beyond his expectations, and he was genuinely shocked. What did this mean? While he hadn't earned all his points from fighting villains, it was still incredible and validated his abilities. Mom! I passed, he shouted, and the door swung open as his mother entered with tears of joy in her eyes. You were listening, weren't you? He chuckled. Of course I was. I'm so proud of you. I always knew you'd be a hero, she exclaimed, rushing over to give him a tight hug. Izuku embraced her, feeling grateful for her unwavering support. She had always been his biggest believer. Thank you, he said softly into her shoulder. Standing before UA, the prestigious school for hero training in Japan, Izuku wore his new uniform with a nervous smile as he prepared to enter as a student for the first time. He noticed other students entering, some nervously, while older ones laughed and chatted about their summer break. As he made his way to his classroom, 1A, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. The door was enormous, likely built to accommodate students with size quirks. Upon entering, he saw several classmates either seated at desks or mingling. As fate would have it, he spotted Bakugo first, maintaining their long-standing streak of being in the same class. Nearby, a tense boy with blue hair was in the midst of an argument with Bakugo. There was also a boy with two-tone hair, half white and half red, staring blankly into space, and another boy with 6 arms seemingly meditating, his face mostly obscured by a mask. A girl with pink skin and floating clothes chatted with a girl with violet hair, while a spiky redhead listened in, occasionally chiming in. In the back, a stunning girl with a spiky black ponytail sat patiently, her quirk not immediately apparent. Next to her was a smaller boy with purple ball for hair, unabashedly gazing at the girls in the room. No sign of Kaminari or Uraraka yet, but the argument between Bakugo and the serious boy was escalating, prompting Izuku to step in. You're so arrogant. Bakugo shouted, his hand clenched in a fist, ready to explode with anger. Izuku stepped in between them, trying to defuse the situation. Guys, maybe we should wait until the second day before we fight. Bakugo glared, but the serious boy spoke first. I am not fighting with this brute, I am merely telling him to respect the desk he has so rudely placed his feet on. Izuku sighed, realizing that Bakugo and this guy were not going to get along. Bakugo, just take your feet off the desk. It's the first day, and you're already disrespecting this place. He turned to the serious boy. Lighten up. I get that we're all nervous, but this isn't worth fighting about. Honestly, just get in your seats. I doubt it'll look good if we're arguing when the teacher shows up, Izuku added, trying to keep the peace. The serious boy bowed slightly. I apologize, and you are correct. My name is Tenya Ida. I look forward to working with you. I believe you're the one who took down that 0-pointer. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and that was just a reaction in the moment. But it worked out anyway. Don't think I have to listen to you, Deku. Bakugo growled, redirecting his anger toward Izuku. I get it, but just calm down. We haven't even started our first day, Izuku tried to placate him, though he didn't expect it to work. Just then, the classroom door opened again, and Kaminari stepped in with a grin. Midoriya. You beat me here, man. Izuku grinned back. Of course I did. I bet you slept in and were nearly late. Kaminari rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I wasn't that bad, but I could have been late if my mom didn't drive me here. Anyway, you excited? I sure am. Midoriya. Another voice shouted from the door. Uraraka skipped up to him, her face beaming with excitement. You ready for today? I bet it's going to be a lot of fun. Izuku was about to respond when a deadpan voice interrupted. I hope you all don't think this is a school for socializing. Most of the students jumped in surprise when they noticed a tired-looking man lying on the ground in a yellow sleeping bag. His hair was messy, and he unzipped the bag before walking to the front of the room. The students who weren't seated quickly took their places. Good, you all quieted down and took your seats. Slower than I'd like, but good enough for the first day, he stated with a sigh. My name is Aizawa Shota, and I will be your homeroom teacher for as long as you study at UA. Izuku mentally groaned, recognizing Aizawa as the man Gran Torino and All Might had argued about when he first arrived at UA, the one who had expelled his entire class. Now he was going to be in Aizawa's class. Now, I want everyone to put these on. Aizawa lifted a blue and white gym uniform. We're going to the training field. Hurry up. He left the room, prompting everyone to scramble to follow him and get their suits before rushing to the locker rooms near the training field. Izuku was one of the first out and waited for everyone else to arrive. Aizawa stood silently, looking away from him. Slowly, the rest of the class trickled onto the field, murmuring among themselves. Today, we're going to have a quirk assessment test. In middle school, you have physical tests, but they don't let you use your quirks. That is illogical, and today we will see where your limits really are. He paused as several students raised their hands with questions. Uraraka was the first to speak up. What about orientation? Isn't that mandatory? Aizawa sighed. I don't have time for things like that. In UA, teachers have control over their methods, and hero training is far more important than speeches. Midoriya. Aizawa called, catching Izuku's attention. Come forward. Izuku walked up and took a ball from Aizawa. Stand in that circle and throw that as far as you can. No rules except that you can't leave the circle, Aizawa instructed. Izuku examined the ball, which felt like a standard baseball with some metal in the center. He could sense components for a sensor, likely to measure how far it flew. He thought about how to throw it using his quirk. He considered his strength but wanted to think of all the possibilities. An air cannon was the first idea that came to mind. Looking at the students watching him, he got another idea. He could manipulate his sweat into the chemicals needed for an explosion like Bakugo's but change them to create a delayed blast. He hardened the skin of his palm and prepared to throw. Taking his stance, he grunted as he focused his strength to hold back the compressed air while applying the chemicals to the ball. All of this happened in seconds. As he threw the ball, he released it at the apex of his throw. His impressive strength combined with the air created a minor shockwave that kicked up some dust. Half a second later, the ball blasted into the air, and the sound of an explosion followed, propelling it even further. Izuku straightened up and returned to his class. The students who didn't know him were giving him impressed looks, while those who did were confused. Kaminari looked at him as if he had bitten into a lemon. Bakugo, on the other hand, was shaking with barely contained fury. You copied my quirk again, you JRK. Bakugo roared, charging at Izuku, only to be caught by Aizawa's scarf. Some of the other students murmured among themselves at Bakugo's accusation. Don't act out like this again, Bakugo. Or you'll be looking for a different hero academy, Aizawa warned, his eyes glowing red. Bakugo grunted but ceased struggling, still glaring at Izuku, who shrugged it off and moved to stand by Kaminari. What was that all about? I thought you had super strength. Kaminari exclaimed in shock. Izuku rubbed his neck, I never said that. I always said I was strong. Then what is your quirk? Kaminari asked quickly. Well, Izuku began, noticing several others were listening in. He didn't mind sharing anymore, but he wasn't excited to shout it out. I can manipulate matter of anything that weighs 5 kilograms or less. I compact pure air in my palm and create a chemical compound similar to Bakugo's quirk to propel the ball alongside my strength. Some of the others around him looked surprised or confused, not quite understanding his quirk. The stunning girl with black hair he noticed earlier approached him. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, a device in Aizawa's hand beeped. Today is about knowing your limits, whether with your quirk or creativity. He looked at the device before turning it around to show the results to the class. It read 1,410 meters. Wow, the pink girl exclaimed. That's awesome. Kaminari joined in. Yeah, I can't wait to try this out. Looks like fun, shouted another voice, which Izuku recognized as belonging to a student with rapidly moving floating clothes. Aizawa's eyes glowed red as he glared at the class, silencing them. It was then that Izuku realized who he was. Eraserhead, whose quirk allowed him to cancel others' quirks with a look. Fun, huh? Aizawa grunted. Well then, how about this? The person who comes in last will find themselves dropped from the hero course. This is UA, be ready to go plus ultra. With their excitement dampened and some actually sweating, Izuku felt a bit more dislike for Aizawa than when he first met him. Who actively tries to make their students uncomfortable and stressed, especially on the first day. Izuku understood it was a tactic to make everyone give their all, but it felt a bit too soon, like letting everyone learn each other's names before threatening expulsion. As Bakugo raced up to throw, the girl with black hair spoke up, so you can manipulate matter, as in changing things on a molecular or atomic level. Izuku looked at her, surprised. I can, but I can also manipulate any atom to do anything as long as I know exactly what I want to do. He raised a finger and made a ball of pure iron the size of a marble spin into existence. You must manipulate the protons, electrons, and neutrons of each atom to create that, as there wouldn't be iron particles floating around, she said in awe, her expression growing serene. So that's what that feels like. Izuku tilted his head. What feels like? She smiled at him, making his stomach do a flip. Feeling pity for someone with such a complex quirk. People usually feel that about mine. You're the first person I've met with a more difficult quirk to use. Izuku didn't even pay attention to Bakugo's shout and explosion in the background. What do you mean? What's your quirk? He asked, leaning in. My quirk allows me to convert my lipids to create any non-organic object as long as I know its atomic structure. She demonstrated by making a Russian nesting doll pop out of her hand. Izuku stared at the doll, stunned. She made that in an instant without needing real focus. Her quirk seemed a step down from his, allowing her to create what she wanted without the tiring focus his required. Wow, Izuku said, amazed. That's just not fair at all. He whined, getting an amused giggle from the girl. How long does it take you to learn to make something? He asked intensely. She thought for a moment. Depends, but I learned to make night vision goggles in a day or two. Izuku fell to his knees. You've got to be kidding me. It took months to make iron that fast, he cried, earning weird looks from the class. The girl laughed awkwardly, patting him on the head. Realizing where he was, he shot to his feet. Sorry about that, he said with a cough. I was just lamenting my months of training. Your quirk is simply amazing, and I am completely jealous, Izuku said seriously, staring into her eyes. Aizawa called for her turn. Yayorozu, your turn. Izuku watched in fascination and jealousy as she produced a cannon from her shirt and fired the ball 4 kilometers away. That was how all the tests went. Izuku gripped the handle of the grip test with all his might, achieving nearly 2 tons of force, only to be beaten by her creating metal jaws that allowed her to clear 2 tons. He beat her in the sprint but lost badly in the distance run, finishing in the bottom half. He lost pull-ups due to fatigue from the runs, and during the toe touch, he was embarrassed by how flexible she was. In the long jump, they both cleared the sand, but he lost in side steps. He was fast but didn't have spring shoes to bounce back and forth. Each time they completed a test, they complimented each other on their creative use of their quirks. As the tests came to an end, Aizawa, in a rather anticlimactic manner, didn't expel anyone. Izuku felt it was more because he wasn't allowed to rather than the invisible girl or the purple boy showing anything impressive despite their low scores. Izuku followed Yaoyorozu off the field. "You are incredible. I thought I was going to be the top scorer," he praised her, having managed second place while she took first. He barely recognized a sulking Bakugo stomping off with a fourth-place medal. Yaoyorozu blushed cherry red at his praise. "It was nothing. I've been training for a long time." "You did very well too," she tried to say, but he just kept staring at her. "Your quirk is actually incredible too. I mean, I don't see how matter manipulation makes you that strong," she continued. Izuku waved her off. "I enhanced my body's structure and made my muscles and bones stronger." "You did?" she shouted in shock. "How is what I do better than that?" "That sounds simply amazing." Izuku raised his hand as if it were a wonder she didn't understand. "It took me years to get to where I could do that. Months of practice to make metals at a speed that was viable. I doubt it will be soon, if ever, that I can make the things you can. It's just so awesome." "But I have a limit," she exclaimed, finding a loophole. "If I make too much, I run out of lipids and can't create anything until I eat. I can also become anemic." "Yours is better." Izuku nodded. "So all you have to do is eat a lot. Your downside is also a plus. I mean, you clearly store it well." He noticed Yaoyorozu turn cherry red and was taken aback by what he just said. Well. It's okay," she shouted, embarrassed. "Thank you." She looked away, flustered. "Hey, can you make hybrid constructs or only things that exist? Like, can you make a hybrid metal?" Izuku asked, trying to change the subject. "Yes," she replied, her face calming. "I just need to know the atomic makeup or create one that is stable, otherwise, dust just comes out." "What about?" That was how his day went, with he and Yaoyorozu shooting questions back and forth as they debated who had the better quirk. She did, but he wouldn't bring it back up. Otherwise, he'd unintentionally compliment her even more and say things by accident. Not that she wasn't beautiful, he quickly pushed that thought away. They exchanged numbers, and soon she was sending him questions via text as he walked out of UA. "So, you really don't know what you're doing, huh?" Kaminari said, approaching him with a flat expression. That was the most awkward flirting I've ever seen today, and somehow it was mutual. "I wasn't flirting." Izuku shouted. Kaminari nodded. "Oh, of that I'm sure. No one normal would call what happened today flirting, but somehow you two were unintentionally flirting with each other. Let me guess, she gave you her number." Izuku almost said no just to prove him wrong. "She did," he muttered. Kaminari looked perplexed. "I don't get it, man. Uraraka is a cutie, and now there's Yaoyorozu. What is it with you and pretty girls and accidentally succeeding?" "I don't know, alright. My mouth is faster than my brain, I guess," he exclaimed in exasperation. Kaminari walked ahead toward their train. They were both going to the dojo today, so they'd ride together for once. "Whatever, I have to rethink my entire playbook," he said with a sigh. "Sorry," Izuku whispered while reading the stream of texts from Yaoyorozu. From the desk of Toshinori Yagi. "There have been times in my years that I have witnessed true darkness and blinding light. I have waded through the abyss of this world and basked in the light, even emanating my own light to warm the fragile souls of those who felt the world was too dark to live in. In the years since my battle with All for One, I felt as if the world became brighter. The sun shone brightly, and the warmth it sent to the people was enough that I noticed more smiles, people helping others out of goodness rather than obligation. It warmed a hardened and tired soul to see. But as they became more at peace and happy, my ever-ailing body pulled me deeper into my own darkness. I could no longer eat normally, breathing felt abnormal, and I couldn't walk in public without feeling pity directed at me, all while knowing I would have to pass on my quirk. I knew that an obscure and solemn retirement was coming closer. That is, if Mirai's prediction doesn't come to pass first. There were times I would have welcomed a climactic end to my story, to finish the tale of All Might in a grand fashion and meet my beloved master in the afterlife. But that changed several months ago, when I met a curious boy with amazing ambitions and a quirk to match. Young Midoriya Izuku did what no one since my master could do. He restored my hope. It has been 3 months since my procedure when he repaired my respiratory system and healed the scarring from numerous surgeries. I can breathe again. I can fight again. I can feel the brightness of the sun and smile fully again. While not perfect, I haven't been able to eat a cheeseburger in years. I can envision a tomorrow free from pain, where I can retire happily and witness my successor thrive. That is, if Mirai's prediction doesn't come true first. Since my procedure, I've met with young Midoriya several times, and although our meetings have been brief, I've learned a lot about him. He is a thinker rather than a fighter, more inclined to win a battle before it begins than during it. However, he knows how to hold his own. He surprised me with a few punches that were quite impactful. He has a good heart, which is essential for me when considering a successor. He offered help without hesitation the day we met. While I recognize that his admiration for heroes might have influenced his eagerness to share his quirk and abilities, I believe he would have done so regardless. My thoughts were confirmed during the entrance exam when young Midoriya rushed towards danger, weaving through other candidates who were fleeing to save someone from simulated peril. At that moment, I realized his potential had elevated from someone to watch to a strong contender for my list of successors. Speaking of that list, there is young Togata. He reminds me so much of myself that I would have thought we were related. Mirai's enthusiasm truly shone when he suggested Togata as a candidate for One for All. He is experienced, heroic, and radiates a warmth that comforts those around him. He is indeed a fine candidate. Unfortunately, I haven't spent as much time with young Togata as I have with young Midoriya, as I wanted to assist young Midoriya in his training for UA as a way to express my gratitude for his healing. In the coming weeks, I will be teaching at UA, which will allow me to further evaluate both young Midoriya and young Togata. I am confident that One for All will be in good hands with either of them, but I don't want to rush such an important decision. I also vow to be a good mentor and teacher to my students, just as my master was to me, so I can help them become the pro heroes I know they can be. That is, if Mirai's prediction doesn't come true first. But I shouldn't dwell on that. I want to see young Midoriya's performance in Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, which is about to begin. The first days of a new year always make me feel reflective. I have been an underground hero ever since 2 weeks after my graduation from UA. I started with a laptop, my support gear, and occasional help from friends in the police force. It took only a day to witness a situation that was seconds away from tragedy. It took 3 days to come across a victim of a villain showcasing his quirk. It took a month to lose a friend to another villain. I bear scars from mistakes and failures, and I have never wanted them removed because they remind me of the most important truth in this line of work: hero work is dangerous. I am a tough teacher, and I always will be. It is harsh to shatter dreams, but I'd rather they fail here than out there. At least here, no one truly gets hurt. However, after seeing the potential of this new class, I must admit that I don't see anyone who shouldn't be a hero. If only Emmy could hear me say that, she'd think I was softening. Then she'd propose again, and I'd decline once more, only to feel a twinge of guilt and inch closer to saying yes. So far, I'm at 17.5 out of 100 on the scale of agreeing. Imagine my surprise at her steady success in wearing me down. Hisashi must never know. Back to my class, there were standouts, both good and bad. First, there's Todoroki Shoto. He possesses incredible raw power and can create large amounts of ice instantly, demonstrating precise control that speaks of years of training. Good for him for not relying solely on power. Despite being Endeavor's son, I would have dismissed him if he had taken the easy route. However, his file indicates that his quirk is half hot, half cold, which suggests he has fire abilities as well. It would be odd if he didn't, given his father's reputation. But he hasn't used it, and I intend to find out why. Is he unsure about controlling his fire? If so, it's admirable that he holds back to avoid risking harm to his classmates, and I would commend him for that. If there's another reason, I will uncover it. He needs to utilize every tool at his disposal, otherwise, he will face challenges. Why? Hero work is dangerous. Next is Bakugo Katsuki. He is labeled a genius, and his scores reflect high intelligence, making him the second strongest in terms of raw power. His determination is rare, and he shares the common ambition of every hero student, to be number one. However, his abrasive demeanor is surprising. He is more direct and intense than his file suggests. He has a complicated relationship with Midoriya Izuku, which hints at rivalry. Today could be a turning point for him, either breaking him or making him stronger. Only time will tell. Finally, there's Midoriya Izuku. I have been watching him since a few months ago when the staff witnessed him accomplish what no one else could, heal All Might. He is a genius, evident in his scores and the complexity of his quirk. Initially, I felt pity for the difficulty of mastering such an ability. However, after seeing him today and listening to him and Yaoyorozu discuss their capabilities, I am eager to see how far he can go. The 3 students who stood out today will undergo the toughest training I can devise. They possess potential that I refuse to waste. If they break and fail, all the better. Better now than in the field so they don't face dire consequences. Hero work is dangerous, not just physically, but mentally as well. After all, I haven't had a good night's sleep in about 13 years, and it had only been 2 weeks since I graduated. As Izuku walked into UA for the first day of his second week, he mused that he had somehow forgotten it was, at its core, a high school. After the exciting and stressful first day, nothing particularly special had happened since. They had orientation on the first days along with all 7 of their core classes, except for Foundational Hero Studies, which was today. Math, Science, Literature, and Foreign Language were all standard classes that UA taught alongside their core heroic classes. Izuku found himself sitting through lectures and completing homework just like in middle school, though it was more difficult and tedious. He had received several phone calls and text messages from Uraraka and Kaminari asking for help with their studies. In fact, after class, he would sometimes meet with both of them to assist with their homework. Just 3 days into class, and he was already feeling overwhelmed with work from all his instructors. As he entered the classroom, he overheard an ongoing conversation. "I'm just saying they can take it easy with all the calculus," Shido Mina, the pink-skinned girl Izuku found to be fun and outgoing, someone he admired but lacked the confidence to approach. Kaminari nodded in agreement. "Tell me about it. If it weren't for Midoriya, I'd already be behind." "You're already getting help from someone?" "A week in," asked Jiro Kyoka, a generally laid-back girl in Izuku's opinion, with a laugh. Izuku felt the need to defend Kaminari. "Don't let him fool you, without me, he'd be doing all right." He received a grateful look from Kaminari and a considering one from the 2 girls. "He just gets overwhelmed by the amount and asks for help." "Exactly," added Kaminari with a smile and a nod. "I've never struggled with school before. It's just that UA has so much high-level work that it's nerve-wracking." "I understand that," Jiro agreed. "It's because they focus so much time on heroics that normal high school classes are accelerated to compensate. We're probably a week ahead of normal schools for our core classes." Ashido's head dropped. "Which is just maddening. I've always been a good student, but I can't see myself doing better than all right at this level." Izuku tried to reassure her. Well, the good thing is that you've already been accepted into UA, and as long as you don't fail, you'll be fine. That doesn't help, Midoriya, she shouted, comical tears streaming down her face. Just as he was about to respond, Aizawa entered the classroom, his perpetually tired aura surrounding him. The class, having learned from their first week, quickly and quietly took their seats. Good, grunted Aizawa as he wrote on the board. Today will be a bit different than the rest of the week, as you will have a single class taking up most of the day. He gestured to the board. Foundational Hero Studies. Murmurs from the class were halted by a glare from Aizawa. I expect all of you to give this your all. Failure to do so will see you out of this program. With those words, Aizawa moved to the corner of the room and promptly fell asleep. Midoriya chuckled to himself as he watched his homeroom teacher battle exhaustion just to threaten them. Wonder who's going to be our instructor? Kaminari asked aloud. Jiro turned to him. Likely a pro, but all the teachers are pros, so that doesn't really narrow it down, she said with a shrug. Ashido wiggled in her seat. I'm totally nervous. What if they're really strict like Aizawa, she asked frantically. Kirishima laughed at that. I'm sure it will be alright. The door slid open, and before any of the students could comprehend what happened, All Might stood in front of them in his full hero costume, beaming with a grin. Izuku, having met and trained with the hero before, was used to the sheer absurdity of his physical abilities and wasn't too surprised. The rest of the class, however, was in shock. He just appeared. Uraraka shouted in disbelief. How is he that fast? The normally composed Ida exclaimed. Bakugo leaned forward with a grin. That's what the number one hero is capable of, huh? I didn't expect any less. The rest of the class was similarly astonished, torn between silent shock and murmuring. Aizawa, forgotten in the corner, sighed tiredly. Focus, snapped Aizawa. This is a good lesson. Maintaining control while surprised or scared is a key skill for any pro hero. Now, continue, All Might. All Might, in typical fashion, laughed off the students' reactions and Aizawa's comments. Thank you, Aizawa. Students, we have much to do today. I originally intended for this class to be taught by just myself, but I have invited your homeroom teacher to join us. He gestured to Aizawa, who merely sipped from a juice box he pulled from his sleeping bag, fully content to ignore All Might. All Might continued quickly, you learned on your first day what your quirks are fully capable of at the moment. So today, we're going to build off that and learn what you're capable of in combat. The class perked up at that. Is it going to be a battle royal? Shouted Kirishima with a large grin. Mineta started to sweat at the thought. Wouldn't that just let Todoroki or Bakugo win easily? Can we really go all out? Bakugo asked with enthusiasm. Uraraka timidly raised her hand. Is there a risk of expulsion like last time? They were silenced by a loud clap from All Might. That was a lot of questions. I can't answer them all if you don't give me a chance. He laughed. Now, this isn't a battle royal, I will explain more once we get to the training facility. For now, I want everyone to go to their designated locker and gear up. Then we'll head to our training site. Izuku got up from his chair and reached out for his locker with his quirk, grunting in annoyance as he did so. His locker was heavy, making it impossible for him to lift, so with a sigh, he waited his turn and followed the others to the locker room to change. While the guys chatted and changed, Izuku examined his outfit with a satisfied smile. It was the perfect costume. It featured a dark green and black bodysuit that covered him from halfway up his neck to his ankles, with padding in key areas like his stomach, chest, shoulders, shins, and elbows. He wore bright red boots and red gloves with hardened pads over his knuckles, fingers, and forearms. Over the bodysuit was a piece of body armor that covered his shoulders, neck, chest, stomach, and back, with a simple atom design as his emblem on the chest piece. I like the look of this, Izuku grinned to himself while making a fist. Before setting aside the box that contained his suit, he noticed a small box at the bottom with a note on top. It read, "You didn't have anything labeled for your face. So, we decided to add this. Hope you like it. Design team." Inside the box were a pair of dark glasses that were nearly impossible to see through from the outside. Once he put them on, he was hit with a small burst of light before his eyes adjusted, revealing screens on the lenses. The screen read that the glasses had rapidly adapting light shields, tinting to react to the brightness of the environment for perfect vision while obscuring his identity. "These are perfect. I didn't know I was missing something like this until I got them," Izuku exclaimed, seeing perfectly in the low light of the locker room. "Whoa, look at you," Kaminari commented with a grin. "You look ready for battle. Those are some killer shades, seems we had the same idea." Izuku noticed Kaminari wore similar glasses, along with an insulated black jacket and form-fitting pants with lightning bolt designs. "Not too bad yourself, Kaminari," Izuku said with a smile. "Ready to kick some butt?" "You know it," Kaminari replied enthusiastically. They were led to Training Ground Beta, a massive city replica covering several square blocks, complete with roads, intersections, and buildings for proper simulations. They entered a room filled with monitors, where Aizawa sat in front of them, looking both bored and exhilarated. Izuku noted that all the costumes hinted at or revealed the nature of his classmates' quirks. He avoided looking at Yaoyorozu for too long. He understood why it was necessary, but it was a bit overwhelming for him. He elbowed Kaminari, who was distracted. "Pay attention." Sorry, Kaminari laughed. "Now, you wonderful youngsters," All Might announced. "This will be a series of 2-on-2 battles. The teams are already decided, and I will announce them shortly. The purpose of this battle is to simulate a real hero scenario. One team will protect a precious item while the other tries to retrieve it. The raiding team needs to touch the object to win, while the defending team must hold off the attackers for 5 minutes or capture them." Aizawa typed on the keyboard, pulling up a live feed of the rooms in the building they would be training in. The first battle will be Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto as the defending team versus Midoriya Izuku and Kaminari Denki as the raiding team. All Might announced. "Defending team, get into position. Raiding team, wait outside until I signal the start." Momo rushed over with Uraraka beside her. "Good luck, Midoriya. Todoroki is really strong, he was at the recommendation exam with me." "You can do it, Izuku." Uraraka cheered, raising her fist. Kaminari sighed dramatically, "What am I, invisible?" "Oh, my apologies." Momo quickly replied. "Good luck to you as well, Kaminari." She smiled politely. "Yep. You can do it." Uraraka cheered again. "Thanks, both of you," Izuku said with a grin, while Kaminari beamed from the attention of the two girls. "They're so nice," Kaminari said dreamily. "Momo is so dignified, but that costume. And Uraraka is so cute." Izuku nodded silently. Momo wore a red unitard, while Uraraka's skin-tight purple bodysuit accentuated her figure. He mentally prepared himself for when he was supposed to speak, knowing he might stutter. Arriving in front of the building for their battle training, both boys became serious. "Any ideas?" "You know Bakugo better than I do," Kaminari asked. "He's going to want to take me on right away," Izuku replied. "I'd suggest we rush for the package quickly. I can be the distraction while you speed in and grab it." "But it may not work out that way." "Right, so he uses explosions, right?" Kaminari asked. "Yes, he creates explosions using the sweat from his palms. The faster he fires, the less powerful the blast, but he can build up to some powerful ones. Todoroki can create ice, and since he's Endeavor's son, he might be able to use fire too. Man, why do we have to face the tough ones right off the bat?" Kaminari exclaimed. A loud horn sounded, followed by the command, "Begin." Izuku rushed forward and kicked the door down. For now, let's proceed and play it by ear. Got it. Kaminari replied. However, just 10 steps into the building, the area became cold, and in an instant, both Izuku and Kaminari found themselves frozen to the ground. Izuku grunted before kicking himself free while Kaminari flooded his body with electricity, causing the ice to shatter around him. Well, that was something, Kaminari commented with a groan, his breath visible in the cold atmosphere. Izuku took a breath and slowly manipulated the ice around him. He could only control a small amount at a time, but after a minute, the entire area he could influence was completely free of ice or water. Water in all its forms were among the first things I learned to manipulate, Izuku explained to the surprised Kaminari. We'll have to stick together, or the ice could overwhelm you if you're not careful. He can't throw attacks like that around constantly, Kaminari said. Doesn't matter what quirk you have, there's always a limit. I have to believe he can't just freeze the building over and over. Who knows? Izuku shrugged. He had quite a bit of stamina with his quirk, so he wasn't worried about someone like Todoroki having a small tank. As they made their way through the building, they arrived at the second floor to the sounds of shouting. You better not pull that crap again. Deku's mine. Bakugo shouted, standing at the end of the hallway, clearly in an argument with Todoroki about the ice. We can capture him while he's distracted, tag team him or split up, Izuku proposed. Kaminari frowned in thought. Fighting Todoroki one-on-one will be tough. But I think you should let me fight Bakugo, and you take Todoroki. His ice is useless against you. I would get overwhelmed after a few attacks. Then you attack, and I'll rush forward. Not needing more planning, Kaminari rushed forward, getting the attention of Bakugo, who glared at him but charged ahead with a trail of explosions. I was waiting for DKU, but you'll do for now. Kaminari let Bakugo swing first, and with hundreds of sparring sessions worth of experience, he was able to dodge the hit and counter with a strong electric-infused uppercut that stunned Bakugo enough for Izuku to rush past them to the stairs. Over a year at Fight Dojo taught Kaminari many things: patience, understanding his quirk, and the skill of analyzing his opponent and strategizing in moments. He had over 250 fights with only 47 losses. Despite losing to Midoriya twice, Kaminari was regarded as a combat powerhouse thanks to his quirk synergy with hand-to-hand combat. With that in mind, Kaminari's hit was strong enough and charged with enough electricity that Bakugo was stunned for 5 full seconds, allowing Izuku to rush past and start climbing the stairs without issue. What? Bakugo groaned before blasting back to his feet. So the lightning extra has some power? Well, bring it on. Kaminari raised a fist with a grin. Let's go. Bakugo rushed forward with a wide grin. As soon as he got within striking distance, he put both palms forward and blasted a large explosion that pushed him back and knocked Kaminari off his feet. What a pain, Kaminari grunted as he got back up and rushed toward Bakugo but not completely closing the distance. Bakugo didn't hesitate, he rushed directly at Kaminari and moved to blast over him to attack from his flank. But Kaminari was faster and lashed out with a high kick charged with electricity. Bakugo convulsed the instant the kick connected before being launched toward the wall. However, before he could impact, he recovered and blasted himself back into the fight. Kaminari got into a stance and charged his body with crackling electricity. Bakugo landed and closed the distance on foot rather than in the air. Honed from over 200 bouts, Kaminari instantly connected the dots and, in classic form, released the electricity in an indiscriminate shock as soon as Bakugo was in range. Bakugo howled in anger and pain as the electricity flowed into him. Izuku sighed as he made it to the 4th level, the one he was sure Todoroki was on. Matter manipulation was a very versatile quirk. His current range was a bit over 15 meters. Since he could manipulate anything in his range with varying levels of effectiveness, he could sense everything in his area. This meant he could feel Todoroki slouching right in front of the bomb, seemingly without a care in the world. The building became colder the closer he got to the door. Focusing on his body and 10 centimeters off of it, Izuku manipulated everything in that bubble to be warm, instantly vaporizing any water or ice that entered it. It was a sort of barrier that rendered any form of water ineffective, instantly separating the hydrogen and oxygen. It took a lot of focus and practice, but Izuku felt it was paying off right now. Todoroki was up against his worst matchup. Water and all of its states were Izuku's to play with. Unless the teen used his fire, he was effectively quirkless. Opening the door, the ice on it and around the doorway instantly vaporized as he walked through. A bit chilly in here, Izuku mused with a smile. "I'll be taking that bomb, villain," he shouted as heroically as he could, emulating All Might as best he could. Todoroki seemed unfazed. "Why is the ice disappearing as you walk forward?" he asked in an empty monotone. Izuku smiled, not stopping as he walked toward the bomb. "Any ice that gets within 10 centimeters of my body is vaporized. I'd try out the fire side, all states of water are useless against me." Todoroki glared at him before stomping his foot and sending a massive pillar of ice at Izuku, who just continued to walk forward. As soon as the ice entered his range, it vaporized, and the massive pillar was no longer as large or imposing. He was now 2 meters from the bomb and right next to Todoroki. "Ice won't work, Todoroki," Izuku said with a smile before continuing toward the bomb. "It's my win." The second Izuku said that, he laid his hand on the bomb, and a loud horn sounded. "Raiding team wins." All Might's voice echoed through the intercom. Todoroki looked shell-shocked as All Might's voice reverberated throughout the building. His fist clenched and unclenched as he glared at the ground with a furious look in his eyes. Izuku moved to speak to him but backed off when he thought about it. Todoroki didn't look like someone words would reach at the moment. Izuku made his way back to Kaminari, who was being verbally confronted by Bakugo. "You didn't win. You hear me?" Bakugo shouted. "Ice Princess lost us the battle, not me." "What a waste, having to rely on someone like him," Bakugo grunted, a disgusted look on his face. "I think it was more that Midoriya completely countered the ice half of his quirk," Kaminari commented thoughtfully. "If he had used his fire, it would have been a bit more troublesome." "Yep." Izuku interjected as he approached. "For some reason, he didn't use his fire, but we won, so I'm happy." Bakugo glared at him. "Deku. This was supposed to be our battle," he said, determination burning in his eyes. Izuku shrugged. Kaminari wasn't in a position to fight off the amount of ice Todoroki could summon, so he wanted to fight you. Bakugo grunted, shooting Kaminari a look. "We're going to fight again, and it won't be stopped because of someone else." With that, he stalked away. Izuku watched him leave before turning to Kaminari. "Congratulations, he likes you," he said with a laugh. "That's what that means?" Kaminari asked in shock. "I thought that meant he wanted to fight me." "He does," Izuku replied. "But he wouldn't bother wanting to fight you if he thought you were weak." Kaminari sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Great, he was starting to get used to my lightning toward the end, which means he's going to be harder to fight the longer we go, which is just unfair." Izuku patted him on the back as they made their way back to the class observation room. Todoroki was already there, standing off to the side and making a point of avoiding everyone. Bakugo was less secluded but wasn't interacting with the class either. Kaminari was approached by Ojiro, the boy with a large tail for a quirk. "Those were some good moves, especially the high kick," he said, impressed. "Well, I've been training for about a year before getting into UA," Kaminari shrugged. "Alright, everyone." All Might began. "What are your thoughts on this battle? Who can we say is the MVP?" Ida raised his hand. "Sir. I believe that everyone performed as best they could, except for Todoroki. Other than his first ice ambush, he failed to adapt to Midoriya's overcoming of his ice. He should have tried to fight hand-to-hand or move the bomb away." Momo continued, "Since the scenario was a team of heroes protecting a device or retrieving a device, Bakugo leaving to fight could be seen as a shortcoming as he left something less protected. However, Taking the fight away from a VIP is also important, and foreseeing Midoriya being completely immune to someone would be nearly impossible to predict without knowing him and his quirk very well. I'm having trouble deciding between Kaminari and Midoriya for MVP, as both did their jobs well, and in the end, it was the right play overall. Bakugo grunted but remained silent, agreeing with her assessment. Aizawa, the silent teacher at the center of the computers controlling the cameras, spoke up. Midoriya represented something that every hero will eventually face, someone whose quirk completely counters your own, making it useless or actively hurting you. My quirk erasure represents that as well. Villains don't know what to do when I turn off their quirk. Similarly, Todoroki was caught off guard when Midoriya completely neutralized his ice. The class murmured in response to their teacher's wisdom before he continued. That being said, whoever came up with the plan is the MVP. So, it's Kaminari, said Izuku. He decided to fight Bakugo and had me go for Todoroki. Kaminari grinned. Hell yeah, he cheered, earning laughs and cheers from the class. Congratulations, young Kaminari. All Might said. If I could recommend something for those situations, make sure that you aren't overly relying on any one aspect of your abilities. Ranged fighters shouldn't neglect close quarters and vice versa. Now let's continue, shouted All Might. The next fight was between Hagakure and Aoyama versus Kirishima and Shoji. Izuku could tell where they were going with this matchup, ranged Aoyama versus close-range Kirishima, and stealthy Hagakure versus the vigilant Shoji. Making mental notes of their abilities, Izuku saw Hagakure as the tough opponent since she was completely invisible, making her hard to find. He was confident he could handle Shoji and Aoyama, and he felt he could weaken Kirishima's hardening with his quirk. The third battle was between Mineta and Zero versus Uraraka and Momo. Both teams were capable of binding opponents, so it was a battle of detainment. Izuku learned that the ball on Mineta's head were nearly indestructible, and he realized that being hit with multiple would be troublesome even for him. He needed to keep his distance from Uraraka and predict Momo's moves. The next battle was between Ida and Azui versus Koda and Jiro. Despite their appearances, none of them looked like someone Izuku would struggle with. Ida was fast, but Izuku's enhancements made him sturdy and stronger. Azui had high mobility and versatility but didn't excel at any one thing. Koda was less effective without animals, and Jiro would be a challenge, but he could use his quirk to hold her ears so she couldn't move them. The final battle was Sato and Ojiro versus Tokoyami and Ishido. Unlike before, Izuku acknowledged all of them as worthy opponents. Ojiro was clearly the best in hand-to-hand combat, and Izuku knew from experience that skill often beat raw power. Ishido would require focus to reduce her acid's pH levels, and her agility would make her tough up close. Tokoyami was a 2-for-1, as his quirk was sentient, making it hard to judge the fight's difficulty. Creating a light source to weaken the shadow's power would be a good start. Sato was an enhancer, but his strength could catch Izuku off guard if he got too cocky. Managing his sugar levels would be crucial. Excellent work, cheered All Might once everyone was back together. I believe this was a resounding success. Use the experience of live combat and the observations of your classmates to help train and strategize for future battles. With that, Izuku declared, I'm off, leaving like a hero. The class watched in awe as All Might vanished in an instant, faster than they could comprehend. How do you overcome that? Ojiro asked, his curiosity piqued. Izuku chuckled, finding a way to hinder his movement, like fighting around civilians or in a small area. But that would probably just make him end the fight faster. Having multiple enemies to slow him down while someone pressures him up close could be a good strategy. Kaminari shook his head in disbelief. Who could pressure All Might up close? Isn't his quirk basically, I'm stronger than you? Izuku shrugged. I didn't say it was easy, just that it's a possibility. He's the number one for a reason. No one in the nearly 30 years he's been active has come close to his ability. Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka called, catching the teacher's attention. Could you cancel All Might's quirk? He looked at her thoughtfully before replying, most likely. His quirk is some sort of enhancer, but based on his size, I'd assume he'd still overpower me. Yeah. The guy must eat a whole cow for protein. Kirishima laughed. Momo tilted her head, surprising the class with her next words. Actually, I think Midoriya could defeat All Might. Izuku, who had spent weeks being trained by All Might, was intrigued by her theory. His quirk allows him to manipulate matter, she explained. He could potentially paralyze him by severing his spinal column, and there would be no muscling through that. Izuku sighed, acknowledging her point. Quite frankly, she's right. My quirk is immensely dangerous and versatile, but I would never do something I couldn't undo. While I could defeat him easily, I wouldn't do something like that. I wouldn't be a hero if I did. With those words, the class walked back to the locker rooms to change, all contemplating the lethal potential of their quirks and where the line should be drawn in their use. Aizawa observed them with a look of approval, noting their thoughtful expressions. The next day, Class 1A was informed they would be doing something important that would affect them for the rest of the year. I have no idea what's coming, Ashido said, her voice trembling. But I'm terrified. Mr. Aizawa likes to build suspense, Tsuyu remarked with a frown. The rest of the class nodded in agreement, discussing what the day could entail. Meanwhile, Izuku, focused on his notebook, chose to ignore the conversation, suspecting it would end up being something mundane. Izuku was deep in thought, working on several new ideas, one of which he had surprisingly managed to finish. The others were still in progress, but he had a significant realization the night before. While watching a cheesy action movie featuring a shape-shifting villain, he understood that he had been focusing too much on creating rather than influencing change. He had the ability to move and manipulate objects weighing under 5 kilograms, and after a year of experimentation, he realized that his true strength lay in manipulation. Last night, he had experimented and managed to harden the cells in his fingers, mimicking Kirishima's quirk, although he had struggled to revert it. This showed him that he could change small things quickly and easily. He decided to split his quirk into 2 parts, the first, which he called alchemy, would focus on manipulation, and the second, dubbed construction, would focus on creation. In class that day, Izuku was brainstorming what he could alchemically create instead of fully constructing something. He thought about altering earth into mud to create a mudslide, working within his weight limit. He considered enhancing his water control to create colder ice or boiling water, and even redirecting Bakugo's explosions or transforming fire into something else entirely. Midoriya. Momo called out, catching his attention. He noticed the rest of the class was looking at him, Momo blushing slightly. With everyone staring, he responded, eh. Ida, always diligent, explained, we need to decide on a class president and are discussing how to do that. Izuku glanced at Aizawa, who was asleep in his sleeping bag, seemingly missing the start of class. Why not just vote, he suggested, puzzled by the dilemma. Kaminari replied, we don't know each other well enough. It wouldn't be fair if everyone votes for themselves. Exactly. Ida exclaimed. If someone gets multiple votes, they become the prime candidate. The class agreed with enthusiastic nods. However, Izuku said with a smile, I abstain. The class gasped in surprise. What? Why? Ashido asked, shocked. Momo looked confused. I thought you would be a good president, she said, frowning slightly. I was going to vote for you, Uraraka added, blushing. I don't have the time, Izuku explained. I have too much to focus on already, and I can't take on extra responsibilities. Bakugo snorted, what's keeping you so busy, Deku? Izuku sighed, realizing he had to explain. My quirk requires a lot of study and training. I spend most of my free time practicing. Kirishima frowned. So does everyone else. We all train our quirks. Izuku shook his head. No, what I mean is that for me to do this, he raised his finger, and a small shining cube of pure iron appeared, stunning the class. That took me months of study and training. Creating even a milligram of iron took over 15 minutes of intense focus almost a year ago. I've only recently gotten to this level. The class murmured among themselves, some looking at Izuku with newfound respect. Momo regarded him with admiration and a hint of pity, which he found slightly annoying. If that's your decision, Ida said, we'll choose from the rest of the class. After some paper passing and writing, Izuku collected the votes with his quirk and tallied them. To his surprise, Ida won with 3 votes, while Momo received 2. Izuku smirked. He had voted for Ida since he practically acted as class president already. Ida wins with 3 votes, and Momo is our vice president, Izuku announced. Ida stood and bowed deeply. I pledge to uphold the values and duties of this class, this school. To the utmost of my ability. Aizawa interrupted, having woken up during the commotion. Ida, go back to your seat. You and Yaoyorozu need to meet with me after class to discuss your responsibilities. He then turned to Izuku. Midoriya. Don't think that being a hero means you'll have plenty of free time. Use your time wisely. Your time as a student is when you should explore all aspects of your quirk. With that, he left the room, and the bell rang, signaling lunch. The class rushed to get food. Izuku was one of the first to reach the lunchroom to greet lunch rush before he got busy. The hero handed him his usual lunch, nearly double the serving of everyone else due to his body's needs. Taking his seat, he began to eat while the rest of his classmates lined up. A few minutes later, after finishing his meal, his classmates began to sit with him. Momo took a seat first, with Uraraka across from him and Ida next to him. He spotted Kaminari talking animatedly with Jiro and Ishido, both of whom were showing varying levels of interest. Izuku mentally sent encouragement to his friend, who had expressed interest in the cool punk rock chick. I'm surprised you didn't think you could be president, Momo said as she enjoyed her meal. Izuku shrugged. I don't think I couldn't, but I do want some free time when I'm not training or studying. I suppose, but it would have been nice to work together, she replied, quickly adding, not that I don't like the thought of working with Ida, you seem fit for the role. The boy in question gave her a bow in thanks. Izuku laughed, and Uraraka nodded. Yep. Since you backed out, I voted for Ida, he has that whole president aesthetic I couldn't pass up. You voted for him for his aesthetic? Izuku chuckled. I voted for Ida due to his diligent attitude regarding the school's rules and regulations. Ida, who had been unusually silent during the discussion, looked as if he had won the greatest award in the world. Finally, his personality regarding order was being recognized, despite his brother saying it would never earn him any props. Thank you both. Ida said with barely contained glee. Although I'm not sure how to respond to my looks getting me a vote, he added, rubbing his chin in thought. Uraraka waved it off. Don't think too hard on it, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Momo decided to change the subject. So Midoriya, what are you working on with your quirk these days? It must be interesting. Izuku smiled. I'm going to start working on manipulating rather than creating for a bit. While I won't stop working on creating elements until I master them all, I want to focus on a larger variety of things with my quirk. He raised his hand, hardening it. Something I worked on last night. That's like Kirishima's quirk, Uraraka said, stunned. Can you do mine too? Izuku shook his head. Your quirk is quite confusing to me. You can remove the effects of gravity on what you touch. I can't do that to my knowledge, but I bet with time you may be able to increase the effect of gravity. It seems strange that it only goes one way. Or she could hold someone in place with zero gravity, Momo mused. If she were able to increase gravity, there would be dangerous implications. Too much gravity could start to affect space and time. Izuku shrugged. You're telling that to someone who manipulates matter on an atomic level, he said with a laugh. Momo blushed. Well, that's true. Also, can't you create anything non-organic with your fat cells? You could just make something dangerous. Izuku said with a grin. We can't really talk when it comes to far-reaching effects. Momo looked down, her cheeks red. Yeah, I suppose. I just thought I made stuff float, Uraraka said with a nervous laugh. Making something float and removing gravity are two completely different things, Izuku corrected. You can manipulate gravity, something to figure out is by how much. Suddenly, a loud alarm blared, causing all the students to panic and rush to the main exit of the lunchroom. That is the alarm for intruders on campus. Ida shouted in realization. Everyone, we must leave at once, he called to the rest of their class. Izuku frowned and looked around the room. There was another exit in the back, but no one was going that way. He decided to find a teacher to see what was going on. Someone breaking into UA during the day seemed highly unlikely. Exiting the lunchroom, he ran down the hallway and spotted a large crowd of reporters entering through the gates, making Izuku roll his eyes. Of course, it was something like that. Now that he was less concerned for everyone, seeing as how there wasn't an actual threat, he walked through the hall without worry. Once he reached the end of the hall, he felt someone enter his range. He didn't recognize them, but there were thousands of students at UA, so that wasn't cause for concern. However, the closer he got, the less confident he felt as he sensed more of the person approaching. The man turned the corner and spotted Izuku. He was tall, a full head over Izuku, wearing a black hoodie and pants, with some teal hair peeking out from the hood. So, an NPC decided to snoop around, he growled. NPC? Izuku asked. Wait, I'm the one snooping. Aren't you breaking in here? I don't like this dialogue, the man said before a purple warp gate opened beneath him, allowing him to fall to safety. Izuku tried to sense the properties of the warp gate, but all he could feel were the atoms that seemed only half there. Before he could get an accurate read on them, they were gone, and he was alone in the hallway. I don't need to tell you how bad it could have gone if you were attacked, right? Aizawa asked tiredly. But thank you for informing us that someone actually broke in. We were under the impression it was just the press, although we had suspicions about it. Izuku nodded. He was a weirdo, but that just makes him dangerous, he said with a grimace. Also, that warp quirk was impressive, they're so rare that there isn't much info about them. If you need any help. Get out of here, problem child, Aizawa said, waving him off. Leave it to us. Izuku nodded and rushed off after the class, who had already been dismissed. He had promised Momo they could discuss their quirks after class over coffee. He found her waiting for him in the courtyard, scrolling through her phone. He felt nervous about their planned outing, all he knew was that she had some ideas about his quirk and would love to hear any ideas he had about hers. He suggested coffee instead of going to her house, unsure if he was ready for that. She may only intend for it to be a friendly meeting, but he was sure his mind would overload with implications. Regardless, she spotted him and waved him over. Time to pretend he had the confidence to talk to her in the first place. The whole, fake it till you make it, approach. Hey, Yayorozu, he said with a wave. Ready to go? Momo nodded rapidly. Yes. I've been brimming with ideas for the past few nights, she said with a beaming smile. Think about me that much, huh? He asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Momo blushed slightly. Well, I'm fascinated by your quirk, she replied quickly. Izuku nodded, mentally scolding himself for his reaction. They continued walking, chatting about their classes. Momo expressed her interest in Midnight's art history lessons, while Izuku found the classes on heroics and regulations intriguing, even though he didn't know much about them yet. As they approached their favorite coffee shop, they noticed a crowd of people rushing past them, bumping into them without a word of apology. Sharing a concerned glance, they moved forward to see what was happening. Up the block, 3 men stood with 2 heroes. The leader, a tall bald man in a sleeveless vest with flame patterns, had glowing amber eyes and hands engulfed in flames. He exuded confidence as he faced the heroes. The second man wore baggy cargo pants and had spiky blue hair, with gleaming blue crystals extending from his fists and up his arms. Izuku recognized him as having a powerful defensive quirk. The last man, the tallest of the three, appeared quite ordinary with short black hair and stubble. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, but Izuku sensed he possessed a strength quirk, especially after witnessing him punch one of the heroes into a building, knocking him out. "Diamond, take out the other one." "He's here," shouted the leader, his flames extinguishing as he turned toward Izuku and Momo. The man with the crystals, now identified as Diamond, charged at the remaining hero, who attempted to stop him by causing the ground to vibrate. Diamond powered through, covering himself in crystals just before impact, sending the hero flying. "Which one is it, Pyro?" asked the strength enhancer, sounding bored. Pyro smirked, pointing directly at Izuku. "That one." With a crack of his neck, the strength enhancer charged forward, followed closely by Diamond, who moved with a dangerous momentum. Momo reacted quickly, creating a large net launcher and firing it at both of them. Diamond stumbled, caught in the net, while the strength enhancer ripped it apart effortlessly and continued his advance. Izuku summoned his shield, the same one he had used during the entrance exam, and braced himself as the strength enhancer's fist collided with it, creating a shockwave. He grunted, straining against the man's strength but managing to hold his ground. Pyro sighed, burning the net off Diamond, who was struggling to free himself. "You moron, the more you struggle, the harder it is to undo," he said, rolling his eyes. Turning to the crowd with a grin, Pyro declared, "You all are bothering me," before unleashing twin streams of flames toward the building where the heroes lay unconscious. Civilians screamed, and Izuku growled, "Momo, go help them. I'll lead these three away, for some reason, they're after me." Before she could protest, he dashed toward a nearby park, hoping to fight there without risking civilian safety. Diamond and the strength enhancer pursued on foot, while Pyro flew above, shooting flames from his palms. It took Izuku less than a minute to reach the park, relieved to find it empty due to the commotion. "Smart move, boy," Pyro acknowledged with a nod. "But honestly, this helps us too. No one to help you, after all. Bruiser, you're up," he commanded the strength enhancer. Bruiser sighed. "We're going to have a conversation about these names." Nevertheless, he charged directly at Izuku. Izuku prepared his shield, meeting Bruiser in the clearing. Instead of clashing, he ducked under a punch and struck Bruiser in the chest with his shield. The man grunted in pain but managed to kick Izuku away and recover. "Diamond!" Pyro shouted. Bruiser stepped back, and Diamond took his place, rushing forward with his crystal-covered body. Izuku used alchemy to transform his shield into a gauntlet, landing a punch on Diamond's face that barely chipped the crystal but knocked him off balance. Before Izuku could react, he rolled away from a jet of flames and reverted his gauntlet back to a shield to defend against the fire. In that moment, he managed to create a small barrier around his shield, absorbing the flames and enhancing his defense. Unfortunately, he had to remain stationary to maintain the technique. Pyro ceased his fiery assault, and Izuku released his hold on the barrier. "You're impressive," Pyro said with a patronizing smirk. "I can see why the boss is so interested in you. So far, you've had an answer for everything we've thrown at you." Izuku frowned. "Who are you people?" he asked, hoping to buy time to devise a plan. Pyro noticed his hesitation and smirked wider. "Irrelevant," he shouted. Bruiser charged forward with renewed ferocity, forcing Izuku onto the defensive as he blocked increasingly powerful and faster attacks until he was disarmed of his shield. Instead of summoning it back, Izuku decided to focus on hand-to-hand combat, gradually getting used to Bruiser's timing. He dodged a quick jab and countered with a cross, staggering Bruiser. However, before he could press the advantage, Diamond barreled into him, sending him crashing through the swing set and sprawling onto the ground. Groaning, Izuku sensed fire approaching and kicked the ground hard to dodge, ducking under a haymaker from Bruiser. He jumped back to avoid another slam from Diamond and rolled under a jet of flame. He mentally groaned at the three of them not allowing him time to focus on anything or come up with a plan. Izuku knew that Pyro was the strategist and tried to concentrate on him. He created a vacuum in front of him, managing to halt the fire assault and quickly closed the distance. Using his awareness of his surroundings, he avoided a tackle from Diamond but was kicked by Bruiser. The kick caused Izuku to lose focus, destabilizing the vacuum and allowing Pyro to launch another fire attack. Izuku raised a hand and extinguished the flames as he gathered his thoughts. With tremendous focus, he attempted something he had only considered earlier that day. Fire is gas and light, which may not have mass, but the atomic properties that make fire do have mass. This meant that everything about fire, aside from its appearance, has mass, and if it does, then it was his to manipulate. Reaching out, Izuku grabbed every oxygen and carbon atom that were generating heat, the foundations for the fire attacks. He pulled and created an orb of these atoms 5 meters from himself, attracting all further atoms from Pyro's assaults into this orb. The light and flames that usually accompanied fire diminished in front of him but quickly gathered around the growing orb, which was now larger than a watermelon, and the heat was far more intense than Pyro's previous attacks. The area was enveloped in a haze from the intense heat, and Bruiser and Diamond moved behind Pyro, expecting him to protect them from the fireball. The battle outside of UA raised several questions from the police that Izuku had to answer. Thankfully, a kind detective came to his house to ask them, leaving the frustrated chief behind, as everyone knew Izuku wouldn't be intimidated by the man's presence or attitude. The first question was the easiest: did he know the villains? Izuku didn't and explained that they were under orders from a mysterious boss. The rest of the questions revolved around his daily life and whether he was familiar with anyone who might have it out for him. Izuku didn't have any enemies, and the detective spent the remainder of the time reassuring him and his mother that they would work hard to prevent another incident. Finally home and alone, Izuku took stock of his injuries. Nothing too serious, and he was able to heal in a matter of minutes. Unlike others, he could heal himself with incredible ease. For now, he decided to take a nap and try to relax after a long, stressful day. That evening, the attack on UA students became the top story on national news in Japan. Hundreds of thousands tuned in as articles and social media posts buzzed with activity following the very public incident. The news anchor, Tamayo Kyoko, introduced the segment, gesturing to the older man beside her, senior quirk analyst Masao Kan. Earlier today, 3 villains attacked the area around UA High and targeted first-year hero student Midoriya Izuku when he and another first-year, Yaoyorozu Momo, arrived on the scene, she reported. So far, UA hasn't made any official statements, and the police have confirmed that the villains are being processed while Mr. Midoriya will not face charges for illegal quirk usage, as it was clearly self-defense. She gestured to the screen displaying footage of the 3 villains Pyro, Diamond, and Bruiser fighting with 2 pro heroes. Masao took a deep breath and explained, they have impressive quirks. Most notably, Diamond can cover himself in a crystal-like stone, providing him with high defensive and offensive capabilities. Bruiser appears to enhance his strength, while Pyro possesses the quirk Flame Fists. Alone, they would be formidable, but together, as seen in the video, even pro heroes could struggle. Tamayo nodded, continuing, however, 2 individuals changed the outcome of what could have been a terrible tragedy, Midoriya Izuku and Yaoyorozu Momo, both first-year students in UA's hero course. The footage showed the villains noticing the students and launching their attacks, with Momo using a net launcher while Izuku confronted Bruiser with a shield. Truly terrible that villains would focus on children like this, Tamayo remarked as the footage played, highlighting the villains targeting Midoriya. What can you tell us about the students, aside from their impressive response time? Masao grimaced, loosening his tie. Ms. Yaoyorozu can create various items from her body. Later, when rescuing and evacuating people from burning buildings, she created fire extinguishers and a net launcher. It seems she uses her body as the fuel to create the tools she uses. We can expect great things from her, as her quirk has seemingly limitless possibilities. He turned to Midoriya, his expression turning serious. Now, Mr. Midoriya. He is strong, he said uncertainly as the video showed him clashing with Bruiser. He created that shield similarly to Ms. Yaoyorozu. He has excellent deductive skills, recognizing that the villains were after him and leading them away with impressive speed. The video displayed the intense 3-on-1 battle between Midoriya and the villains, pausing when Izuku transformed his shield into a gauntlet. What do you make of this? Tamayo asked, gesturing to the new weapon. His quirk seems to be able to create and change things. Is that possible? Masao scratched his face thoughtfully. He may have a quirk that allows him to create or form weapons from materials he has on hand that we can't see. He might also possess a quirk that enhances his physical abilities. I'm not sure what to make of this, he said as he blocked the fire and started snuffing it out as it touched the shield. Is there a metal that can put out flames on touch? Tamayo asked, her face lighting up with curiosity. Or maybe his quirk allows him to create and destroy, and he is unmaking fire. Could that be the case? I don't know. Masao shouted, throwing his hands into the air with a wild look in his eyes, causing Tamayo to jump. The footage shifted to Midoriya stopping the fire attack and molding it into a massive fireball before extinguishing it. What even is that? Masao exclaimed as the footage showed Midoriya blasting pyro with an air cannon. He either has multiple quirks or something strange is going on. He pulled off his tie in frustration. Mr. Masao. We're live. Tamayo shouted, regaining her composure. Surely you can tell us something. Masao laughed wildly. He can create things, is strong, durable, can manipulate fire, air, even water, and now he made lightning in his palms. None of this makes sense. He stood up abruptly. I've spent my whole life researching quirks, yet I can't even. Where are you going? Tamayo called after him, recovering from his outburst. Masao turned around and threw his hand up. I don't know, but I need a drink. The sound of the door slamming echoed behind him. Tamayo, now flustered, shuffled her papers. Well, yes, I suppose that is all the time we have tonight. We apologize for the behavior of our senior quirk analyst. The feed cut, and commercials began to play. Izuku, watching on his phone, groaned, "Great, I'm famous." He chuckled, that was pretty funny, though. The train ride to UA went about as well as could be expected. Everyone who noticed him started asking questions. People pointed, and some younger kids asked for his autograph, which felt surreal. Before he reached his stop for UA, a group of middle schoolers approached him with eager questions, making him struggle to keep his face from turning red. What's your quirk? It was so awesome in the video, asked a younger teen with an excited grin, while others looked on, interested in his answer. Yeah. How'd you do all that? Another teen chimed in, bouncing with excitement. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, well, I trained very hard, and you know. Anything is possible with enough heroism, he said, feeling a bit awkward before rushing off the train toward UA. In the distance, he noticed construction crews in the area where the villain attack had occurred. He used his alchemy to make his UA uniform less noticeable and added a hood until he reached the campus. Once UA was in sight, he changed back to his normal uniform and walked onto campus. If he thought that students in a hero school would treat him differently after the event, he was mistaken. Many gave him looks as he walked through campus, some pointed and whispered. He was approached by a small group of third years. A tall, muscular blonde led the trio, sporting a cartoonish face and small blue eyes with an easygoing smile. Next to him was a dark-haired boy with pointy ears, looking nervous as he stared at the ground. Last was a girl with very long blue hair, bouncing on her heels excitedly. Hey the blonde greeted with a large smile. You're that first year who was all over the news. Midoriya, right? Before Izuku could respond, the girl began to rapid-fire questions. You're Midoriya Izuku. What's your quirk? Can you make things like that shield and change them? What about with the fire? How are you so strong? Is it from training? She was stopped by the blonde, who placed a hand on her shoulder. Nijire, give him a second to breathe. She pouted, but I need to know, Mirio. Mirio smiled at Midoriya. I just wanted to say that I was really impressed with your moves. We'll have to spar sometime. Oh. I'll tell Sir about you. Not that he wouldn't have heard about you by now. Tamaki. Want to say something to Midoriya? Offer him some words of wisdom as his senior. Midoriya turned to the third person in the group, who was still looking at the ground with a serious expression. Be strong, he mumbled. If Izuku were honest, that was probably one of the most helpful pieces of advice he could receive, short, sweet, and to the point. He nodded in gratitude. Thanks, Izuku said before turning to Nijire. My quirk is a precise form of telekinesis. Yes, I can create things, and training with my quirk helps. Nijire beamed at him while Mirio laughed. Well, we should let you go. I'll keep an eye on you during the sports festival. With that, the trio rushed off toward their class, leaving Izuku behind. Most of the students continued to give him looks as he made his way to Class 1A's homeroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chorus of voices. Midoriya, shouted what seemed like the whole class. He waved at them sheepishly and noticed Momo in the back, sighing in relief, clearly having been grilled before he arrived. Dude, that was so manly. Especially that move, Kirishima shouted, pulling both arms back with Kaminari and Ishido mimicking him. Palm strike, they all shouted, making Izuku blush in embarrassment. Midoriya, you know Ryo is going to want you to come by the dojo today to tell him about it, Kaminari said with a grin, knowing the martial artist would want to discuss his quirk and his lack of using it during training. Also, I see you took inspiration from me with that last move, he added with a finger gun. Izuku rolled his eyes with a groan. Yeah, I'll be sure to visit him after class today, he said, ignoring the last part. Uraraka suddenly slammed into him, shaking him back and forth. That was so nerve-wracking. I watched the video like 20 times. Are you okay? Who were they? Why were they after you? Ida rushed forward. Uraraka. Give Midoriya some space, he chastised, and Izuku felt a wave of gratitude. Now, Midoriya, please explain to the class everything about the attack. Seeing everyone barely holding their questions back, he sighed and nodded. I don't know who they are beyond their villain names. I do know that they were after me specifically, Izuku said, receiving shocked looks from his classmates. They mentioned that their boss sent them after me either to kidnap or to test my ability. Bakugo glared at the wall. Who'd you upset, ya nerd? He asked. Izuku frowned in thought. I couldn't tell you. I made sure that very few people knew about my quirk before UA, only my mom and a few others knew about it. He spoke softly, but everyone heard him. Jiro tilted her head at his words. What do you mean? Why keep it a secret? She asked. Izuku turned to her. My quirk is very dangerous and has nearly limitless possibilities, but I was mostly scared of someone learning what I did to myself. You know about my physical enhancements and my ability to heal practically anything. The rest of the class nodded in understanding. He could potentially create an army of people as strong as himself, which would be terrifying. Or if there was a supervillain who was extremely weak or injured, he could bring them back to full health. Neither scenario was good. I'm going to look into who the boss is, though, Izuku said, glaring at the ground. Whoever they are, they're dangerous, and before he could finish, he was wrapped in Aizawa's capture gear, completely covering his head and silencing him. The rest of the class looked to see their teacher tiredly staring at Izuku, and some giggled at the sight, remembering that he had done the same after the attack when Izuku was celebrating his victory. Problem child, leave this to the pros, Aizawa said with a sigh before releasing him. Several pros have already volunteered to investigate this matter. For now, don't be surprised if you see some pros outside of school, they'll be tailing you to see if you get attacked again. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. As of now, UA staff has heightened security and are more alert than before. We had the break-in with the media and then the attack all on the same day. Rest assured that we are making sure that nothing can go wrong again. The class relaxed after hearing that. Once Aizawa finished giving them updates for their classes, the day began. They were told that the second half of the day would be a hero class in a different part of the campus. Throughout the classes, however, Izuku was thinking of a way to uncover who was after him. This mysterious boss was powerful enough to send 3 moderately powerful villains after him. Whoever it was had wanted him for something, and for now, he'd have to assume it was because of his quirk. Now that he had publicly displayed his abilities, he wouldn't be surprised if more people became interested in him going forward. Lunch ended, and the class was told to get their hero costumes on if they wanted to use them for the rescue training. If not, they were to head to the buses. Ida, meanwhile, was making loud and continuous comments on how they should proceed in an orderly fashion. Naturally, with all his commands, he was the last to arrive at the buses. Okay, everyone. Ida started once he got his embarrassment back under control. Remember the seating chart I made earlier and please proceed inside the bus. As they got on the bus, they noticed that the seats were less formal, leading Ida to drop his head in embarrassment once again. Izuku took his seat, and Uraraka slid in next to him. They exchanged smiles as the rest of the class got situated. Once the bus started to move, everyone made idle chat. Hey, Midoriya, Kaminari said, getting everyone's attention. Those moves yesterday were awesome, man. How much of that was improvised? Isn't his quirk super difficult to use? Zero asked. I'd guess that he practiced all of that before. It looked like he was pretty nervous during the fight, maybe he was making it up as he went along. Kirishima suggested, raising a fist toward Izuku. Not that you're any less manly for that. You totally kicked butt. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Well, other than the fire stuff, I've practiced everything at least once before yesterday. Although the vacuum wave in front of Pyro was something I hadn't strictly done before, but I've done similar things on a smaller scale. I must say, Midoriya, Ida began with his typical hand-chopping motion, as impressive as the battle was, weren't you worried about the laws for quirk use? Izuku frowned but didn't comment. Tsuyu added her thoughts. I agree, I apologize, but I usually speak my mind, Midoriya, she said before frowning. There are laws saying we shouldn't use our quirks on other people, especially to hurt them. If we do that, we're breaking the law. Wouldn't that make us the same as villains? She didn't accuse him, but that didn't mean he liked hearing that. Some of the others shouted in response, saying that he wasn't a villain and was right to defend himself, while most remained silent as they listened. Not in the slightest, Izuku said with a frown. Look, that law is all well and good when you're thinking about it in your house or at school. It works on paper, but when you're in a life-or-death situation, words on a piece of paper weigh a whole lot less. The class didn't have much to say about that, and Tsuyu looked out the window in thought while Ida nodded to himself. I'm glad you're alright, Uraraka murmured next to him. Me too, he said with a small smile. I wasn't exactly prepared for what happened, but it all worked out. A bit more public than I'd have wanted, though. Now people are talking about me and approaching me. That reminds me. Hagakure shouted. Did you know that there were a lot of high-ranking pros talking about you? She whipped out her phone to show them a few videos. The first video featured an older man covered in black armor with a long white beard flowing from the bottom of his helmet. It was the number 9 hero, Yoroi Musha. What do you think of the video of the attack on UA's student Midoriya Izuku? A reporter asked, sticking a microphone in the hero's face. He rubbed his beard. It is as villainous as one can expect when dealing with the dark aspects of our society, to attack a child still in school with the intent to harm. I would like to ask what the school was doing during the battle. It took place less than 3 kilometers from the school and was quite the spectacle. Surely, they aren't that oblivious. In regard to the boy, he has an interesting quirk and is quite capable. Mashiro's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Whoa, that's the number 9. Kaminari shook his head, noting that the hero spent more time criticizing UA than discussing Midoriya. Hagakure nodded, or at least they thought she did, and pulled up another video. This time, it featured a lesser-known local hero, Death Arms, who was speaking to his fans in the street about a recent incident. It's always unfortunate when a kid faces villainy. But he handled himself well enough, not great but good enough for a first year. I arrived toward the end to assist, but it's a shame he got hurt because the pros weren't around to save him, he said sadly, before commenting on his agency's recent accomplishments. Izuku watched the video with a skeptical expression. Seriously, he mumbled to himself. Bakugo, glaring at the seat in front of him, added, "What a joke." He either didn't watch it or was trying to hype himself up. Either way, it made him look even more pathetic. Kirishima, while acknowledging Bakugo's harshness, shrugged and said, "I can't disagree with you." The others murmured their agreement. The next video captured the attention of all the boys on the bus, except for Todoroki and Bakugo, who were both listening but not watching. It featured the number 6 heroine, Miruko, who flashed a massive grin at the camera. If that's what to expect from UA, I understand why they're the top school. That Midoriya kid has some real talent. I can't say I understand what his quirk does, but he's something. I'll be sure to check out the sports festival this year, maybe some of the other kids are as impressive as he is. A reporter asked, "Would you be interested in offering an internship if they impress you? You aren't affiliated with any agency and have never taken a sidekick or intern, but would this change your mind?" Miruko laughed, "No way. Just because I like the kid and think he's got spunk doesn't mean I'm going to slow down to start teaching. I like going at it solo." With that, she jumped off, leaving the reporter alone. Izuku looked down, feeling disheartened. "I'd deny any other offer if she offered me an internship," he mumbled sadly. The guys on the bus nodded in agreement. Jiro sighed and shook her head, while Ishido jumped up with a grin, "Come on, you have to admit she's got some killer legs." Kirishima quietly remarked, "I want to be smothered between her thighs." The other guys echoed their agreement, and Izuku couldn't help but grin when he heard an almost silent "Amen" from the front where Aizawa was resting. Ishido turned to Kirishima with a glint in her eye, "Oh really?" Kirishima looked away, blushing, "Well, you know. Guys, there's one more video." Hagakure announced before showing it. This time it was Endeavor, surrounded by his sidekicks, glaring at the camera with his typical demeanor. "Are you worried that your son could be targeted, especially when a relatively unknown student was attacked so close to the school? You are quite infamous to the underworld after all," the reporter asked, while some sidekicks grimaced in the background. "My Shoto is more than capable of handling street trash like in that video," he sneered. "As for that Midoriya brat, he has potential, but the villains that attacked him were barely worthy of a capable pro's attention. I wouldn't be too impressed." With that, he walked away, followed by his sidekicks. "Huh," Mineta said in surprise, "Todoroki, your dad's kind of harsh." Some of the others hissed at him, and Ida was about to reprimand him when Todoroki surprised everyone by chuckling. The class exchanged confused glances, while the girls gave him approving looks, now that his expression had changed from apathy. "Yes, he is," Todoroki replied simply, a small, almost unnoticeable smile on his face. Sato commented, "I'm surprised he didn't talk about UA, he's a former student after all. You'd think he'd offer some words of encouragement for the staff." "Who knows what he's thinking," Siro said. Izuku shook his head, "I understand what he's saying, though. One-on-one, I would have taken either of them down quickly. Even 3-on-1, I handled them in under 5 minutes. To a pro like Endeavor, it would have taken just a few moves, and he'd have moved on without fuss." Izuku then turned to Todoroki, "Have you sparred with any of Endeavor's sidekicks?" Todoroki took a moment before responding in his usual monotone, "I have not fought with them." I have only fought endeavor for training. The class looked at him in surprise, while Izuku frowned mentally at how Todoroki referred to his father by his hero name, indicating a lack of personal connection. It raised a concern in Izuku's mind, especially considering Todoroki's refusal to use his fire abilities and the scar on his face. He resolved to look into it, feeling it was his duty as a future hero to help those in need, even if it meant intruding where he wasn't wanted. For now, he decided not to push too hard, as he had barely spoken to Todoroki and might be misreading the situation. As conversations dwindled, they arrived at their destination, a massive dome-roofed building. Waiting for them outside were All Might and 13, a rescue hero with a space theme, which had Uraraka bouncing in her seat with excitement. "Get off the bus," Aizawa instructed. "Do so quietly and quickly, we don't have all day." Everyone made their way over to the two heroes. All Might smiled down at the class, while 13 stood at attention beside him. "Welcome, students." 13 greeted. "This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Or USJ for short. Today we will be putting you all into various disaster scenarios so that you can see the proper procedure when dealing with a disaster and how to prioritize your actions in such a situation," the instructor explained. All Might continued, "While fighting villains is the more popular form of heroism, saving people is the true essence of a hero. So today I hope all of you take these lessons to heart so that you can become great heroes." Aizawa stepped forward, stating, "Once inside, we'll split up into groups for each section." He then led everyone inside. As they entered through the massive doors, the class looked on in awe at the USJ. There were several different areas spread throughout: a shipwreck zone, a fire zone, a storm zone, a frozen area, a mountain area, and finally a zone that looked like it had experienced explosions. Izuku and the rest of the students walked to the edge of the stairs, while Aizawa moved to stand in front of the class. Now, before Aizawa could continue, All Might surged forward to stand in front of the class. Izuku and his classmates turned to see what All Might was staring at. In the center of the fountain area, a massive purple swirling cloud appeared, which Izuku instantly recognized as the warp quirk used the day before. "Villains," Izuku muttered, prompting gasps from those around him. From the purple warp gate, the man who had infiltrated the school the previous day stepped out, this time covered in hands, one of which obscured his face. Following him, dozens of villains emerged and quickly spread out across the plaza. The last to step through was a massive purple creature with a beak-like face and an exposed brain, towering even over All Might, its eyes devoid of light. As the warp gate closed, the user was revealed, their head made of the purple cloud with glowing yellow eyes. Izuku cracked his neck and reassured his classmates, "Stay calm, most of them don't look that tough, so we can handle this." Just then, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder. It was All Might, looking at him with his trademark smile. "Do not fear, students, everything will be all right," he announced to the class. Then, turning to the villains in the fountain area, his smile faded. "For I am here," he declared, causing many of the villains to exchange uncertain glances. The chapter concluded, leaving the readers eager for what would happen next. All Might's presence was a significant change from the original events, and it raised questions about how this would affect the unfolding situation. If you were to ask Izuku about his lot in life, he would say it was pretty good. He had a loving mother, a distant but caring father, some friends, one of the best quirks in the world, and he considered himself to be an average-looking guy, if a bit plain. That being said, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. This was his third encounter with villains that week, and he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. There were nearly 100 villains spreading throughout the USJ, and the intimidating trio in the center made him anxious about how the day would unfold. However, he had personally seen to All Might's healing and knew the hero was in a position to fight for a few hours. To Izuku's knowledge, there wasn't a villain in the world who could hold their own against All Might for long. Aizawa was preparing himself with his capture scarf and goggles while 13 fidgeted with worry. 13. Aizawa shouted. "Get the students out. Leave it to All Might and me." As Aizawa finished speaking, All Might rushed down the stairs, meeting the giant purple monster with a loud boom and shockwave. Izuku noticed that the two were moving at nearly the same speed, and while All Might had the edge in power, his attacks didn't seem to be having much effect. "Come on, everyone," 13 ordered. The class rushed to follow her, but before they could make it 10 steps, the purple warp villain appeared between them and the exit. "Good afternoon," he greeted in a deep but polite tone. "We are the League of Villains, and our objective today is to eliminate the great symbol of peace, as well as the teachers and many of you," he added casually. The class gasped in shock, while Izuku narrowed his eyes. This was a tired cliché. He had lost count of how many villains claimed they would be the ones to defeat All Might. It had to be well over 5,000. "You're underestimating us," Izuku shouted, glaring at the villain. "The teachers and my classmates aren't weak." The villain chuckled. "Such bravado from a first year. I wonder what you'll do after we take a few of you down. After all, you are just a child." Izuku rolled his eyes, unimpressed with the so-called League of Villains. His expression must have conveyed his thoughts because the villain addressed him directly. "Ah, young Mr. Midoriya," he said in a feigned pleased tone. "We in the League were very impressed with your display." His voice turned sinister. "We were hoping to get to know you better." With that, he rapidly expanded his warp body to engulf the entire class and 13. Since the age of 12, Izuku had been using his quirk to sense the environment around him, training his control over his area of effectiveness. It allowed him to acclimate to the limitless details of the world around him, from cars to wind, water, and household appliances. However, Izuku's awareness was going haywire. It felt as though all the atoms around him and in the warp gates were being torn apart and moved, yet at the same time, they were connecting far away and remaining still. His head was spinning as he tried to comprehend it. "I won't let you harm these students," 13 shouted before unleashing her quirk. Izuku grunted in annoyance. Her quirk was skinning everything into a void-like area, literally destroying everything. His mind struggled to follow the path of what she pulled in, making him feel disoriented. The combination of her quirk and the warp quirk was overwhelming. "I see that rescue heroes aren't quite combat ready," the villain mused, opening another portal behind 13. Izuku knew exactly what was about to happen and tried to reach out to help, but he grunted in pain as he was still subconsciously trying to understand both quirks. All that escaped his mouth was a sound of frustration. "Watch out, 13, shouted Ida, trying to warn her, but she didn't notice until it was too late. 13's own quirk turned against her, rendering her unconscious from the pain. Izuku punched the ground in frustration. He could have saved her. Still reeling from his failure, he turned to the villain with a fierce glare. "I'm going to take you down," he growled, standing up and moving forward, trying to ignore the pain in his head. Kirishima stepped forward with a hardened fist. "We got your back, Mito bro," he said, and the others nodded in agreement. "Just make sure he doesn't do something sneaky," Izuku replied before rushing forward at his absolute peak speed. With his physical enhancements, he was far faster than most, capable of covering the 50-meter dash in well under 3 seconds. His strength exceeded that of the average enhancer, allowing him to close the distance without the villain stopping him. Pushing his focus and quirk to a new limit, Izuku gathered air for a shockwave blast, holding it in a bubble in front of his fist. He approached the villain, ready to strike. What followed was a powerful punch that cleared much of the purple warp gate smoke, but it didn't affect the villain physically. Determined to try something stronger, Izuku began to call out his next move, but before he could finish, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed in front of him to engage the villain. "No, we can't rush him," Izuku shouted, but Bakugo, frustrated, unleashed a massive explosion. The blast was redirected, sending both heroes into another warp gate, far from the stairs. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling the weight of failure as he realized he had let down his friends. Just as he prepared to act, the area was engulfed by the purple smoke again, warping everyone to different locations. Izuku felt a sharp pain in his head as the conflicting stimuli overwhelmed him. When he landed, he found himself in a plaza where Aizawa was fighting off villains. Around him were various criminals, some with obvious quirks and others appearing ordinary but ready to attack. The same villain from earlier, now covered in severed hands, taunted him, expressing his desire to capture Izuku instead of killing him, calling retrieval quests tedious. Before Izuku could respond, a massive shockwave hit them, causing some villains to stagger. It was All Might, launching a beast into the air at incredible speed. Izuku observed that while All Might was strong, he seemed unable to take down the beast, especially with the warp villain complicating matters. The hand villain expressed satisfaction, revealing they had anticipated All Might's strength. Determined, Izuku charged toward the villain leader but was intercepted by a warp gate, landing in the midst of several villains. The hand villain gleefully announced a bounty for anyone who could capture All Might. The surrounding villains exchanged competitive glances before rushing at Izuku. Instead of charging recklessly, he took a deep breath and focused on neutralizing the warp gates. The first villain approached with a weapon, but Izuku swiftly knocked him out with a powerful punch, then threw him at another villain, causing them both to tumble. 3 more villains charged, 2 appearing ordinary and 1 with metal fists. Izuku met the first villain with a quick strike to the stomach, stopping him in his tracks. He mentally chastised himself for not being focused enough as he turned to face the next 2 attackers. Dodging a metal fist and a spiked finger jab, he retaliated with a punch that knocked one out while the other grunted in pain from the follow-up. The last villain, furious, launched a barrage of metal fists. Izuku ducked and weaved through the attacks, waiting for an opening. When the villain overextended, Izuku landed a decisive punch to his stomach, knocking him unconscious. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment as he realized the effectiveness of his attack, combining physical force with the impact of his quirk. He had devised this technique after observing the warp villain, knowing he needed a way to counteract its powers. As a villain was thrown past him, another charged from behind. Izuku quickly turned and used his quirk to create a sudden slash across the villain's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Seizing the moment, Izuku picked up a small rock and knocked the villain out. "Problem child, report," Aizawa said, slightly out of breath but unharmed, his capture weapon ready. Izuku explained the situation, detailing how the warp villain had incapacitated 13 and separated the class. He noted that these villains were less of a threat than the ones he had faced previously. Just then, 2 more villains approached, one clearly a mutant with animal-like features. The other villain approached within 5 meters, but Aizawa quickly neutralized their quirk and took them down. Izuku, determined, reared back his fist and struck the animal mutant with a powerful punch, using 70% of his strength. The impact shattered the villain's ribs instantly. "I'm worried about All Might," Izuku said, using a small rock to strike another villain. "The warp quirk villain is too tricky to beat with a normal punch, no matter how strong." Aizawa skillfully dodged the attacks of another villain and countered with a knee to the nose. "Don't worry about that. Focus on the fight. These villains may be weak, but it only takes one mistake." Izuku kicked away a villain and jumped next to Aizawa just as a massive shockwave erupted nearby. All Might landed beside them, slightly out of breath. "I have the beast beaten, but between its regeneration and the warp villain, I'm having some trouble," he grunted before noticing Izuku. "Young Midoriya, what are you doing here?" Aizawa interjected, "No time for talking, we need a plan now." "They want to kidnap me, but they're failing at it," Izuku replied, gesturing to the unconscious villains. He lowered himself into a ready stance. "Leave the warp villain to me." "Such big words from a child soldier," the hand villain said with a chuckle. "What's the difference between us? We both use our quirks for violence and fight for what we believe in. Why am I the bad guy here? Labels like hero and villain are what's wrong with this world." "Shut up," all 3 heroes shouted in unison. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," Izuku said flatly. "We came here to learn rescue maneuvers, while you're here for destruction." You are clearly the bad guy. I see you figured me out, the villain growled, a small giggle escaping him. The warp villain appeared beside the hand villain, with the monstrous Nomu following out of the portal, looking worse than before. Tamura Shigaraki, the Nomu is no match for All Might, but he has no way to put it down. I believe several students managed to escape while I was assisting the Nomu, the warp villain informed. Tamura giggled. Who cares about the students? We'll win by defeating All Might. The Nomu has unlimited stamina. Kurogyri, assist the Nomu in taking down All Might. I'll handle these two. He rushed forward with surprising speed. Nomu, take them out. In a flurry of movement that Izuku struggled to follow, All Might met the Nomu with a thunderous crash. Their arms blurred as they exchanged rapid punches, and within moments, the Nomu was blasted across the USJ. Just then, the warp villain moved, and Tamura arrived with the remaining villains rushing at Izuku and Aizawa from all sides. Izuku summoned as much water as he could, splashing it on the villains before freezing it. While it wouldn't hold them in place, it would slow them down. Izuku fell to the ground, feeling a small sense of relief as Kurogyri was taken out of the fight long enough for All Might to hopefully send the Nomu away. He vaguely heard shouting and then a crash, but soon felt the wind in his hair as he was moved elsewhere. Izuku wasn't sure how long he had been out, but he sensed it had been a while. Yet, he couldn't fully relax. The Nomu was a real threat that seemed unstoppable. It could regenerate, and there might be more of them. The Nomu was strange, Izuku pondered. It had an incredible level of regeneration. He had even aimed to destroy its brain, the usual method for dealing with regenerators, yet it had pulled itself back together moments later. It didn't feel like a healing power, it felt more like reversing damage. Shigaraki called it super regeneration. Why would he tell the truth? Izuku thought. How could such an unstable person organize and lead an operation capable of creating such a monster? I doubt the scientists needed for that would follow someone like him. Even if it wasn't true regeneration, the fact remained that he had destroyed the brain, and the creature hadn't died. Furthermore, the Nomu's brain function seemed limited, it required orders every few minutes or when seriously injured. Was there a flaw in its brain? Were there trade-offs for its high level of artificial powers? Was this the best they could create, or just the first iteration? Would future Nomu be worse, or was this the peak? What did you see, Izuku? The Nomu needed constant orders. It was incredibly strong, easily stronger than any enhancer except All Might. It was also faster, and its durability was impressive even without shock absorption. Based on that and the villain's crazed words, I can assume the Nomu was artificially made or altered with multiple quirks. Strength, speed, shock absorption, regeneration, and possibly more that I couldn't see. Each of these would be a powerful quirk on its own. The thought of someone possessing multiple quirks, whether through science or otherwise, was troubling. For now, he would just have to adapt. The Nomu, by his estimates, was too unique to be one of many. If there were more like it, they would likely be different, or it would be a long time before another like the one that attacked UA. I hope they'll let me examine it. If I can get a moment to scan it, I'll understand what I'm dealing with. For now, it's all speculation. I need to learn more, who knows what will happen if the next Nomu is worse. Izuku's mind slowed, which was odd since he was still unconscious, but he felt himself losing lucidity, as if his brain needed a break. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes shot open, and he found himself in the familiar sight of the UA infirmary. Thankfully, he was the only occupant, so he wouldn't have to talk just yet. The clock on the wall read just after 5 p.m., indicating he had either been out for over a day or just a few hours. He was more mentally exhausted than injured, but as he turned his head, blinding pain shot through him. Pushing through the agony, he assessed his injuries: bruised organs, cracked ribs, a broken arm, several cuts and bruises, and his shoulder was damaged from the handyman's quirk. He estimated he had lost about a third of his blood, which explained his dizziness and the difficulty in using his quirk. The 4 to his left confirmed his condition. Despite his enhancements, he had never been this hurt. He hoped to recover enough soon to heal himself and continue investigating the Nomu. After a while, the doors opened, and Recovery Girl entered, moving to his bedside without surprise at his consciousness. "It seems you came to the same conclusion I did," she said while adjusting the 4. "The intense focus required for your quirk means blood loss will hinder you significantly." Izuku nodded. "I was just going to wait before fixing myself up." "How is everyone? Is the Nomu still a threat?" "The worst injuries were to Bakugo and 13. Both will recover fully in a day or two," she replied sternly. "And don't you worry about that Nomu." "Understood." Izuku clenched his right hand but nodded in agreement. "Good," she said, signaling to those outside as she left. 4 more people entered, a deflated All Might, a heavily bandaged Aizawa, Principal Nizu, and the detective Tsukachi. "Glad you're up. Are you okay, young Midoriya?" All Might asked. Izuku didn't respond immediately. "I think I have a theory on the Nomu. I hope that with Kurogiri taken down, you were able to eliminate the Nomu from the fight," he said to All Might. All Might managed a strained grin. "I did, but I must thank you. Without your actions, the battle would have been far more troublesome." Izuku waved him off. "If Kurogiri hadn't kept bringing the Nomu back, you would have won quickly. Honestly, you had it handled, they were just fighting smart. Kurogiri was certainly dangerous, especially with his spatial awareness." Nizu leaned closer, standing at the end of the bed. "We heard they were interested in you. Can you tell us more?" Izuku sighed. "It's not that important. They didn't single me out until I spoke up and fought. Kurogiri recognized me, likely because of that video, and said they were impressed and wanted to get to know me more." The 4 of them absorbed this information in silence. "I actually want to ask a question," Izuku said, fidgeting slightly. "If you have it in custody, can I run some scans on the Nomu? I wasn't in the right headspace during the fight to get a good look at it. I have some theories, but I need to confirm them. It would help us if another Nomu shows up or if this one attacks again." The professionals exchanged glances, and Tsukachi narrowed his eyes, pulling out a notepad. "May I hear your theories?" "First, I believe the Nomu was artificially created. It was either made from a corpse or a willing test subject, as the body tissue felt too real to be entirely artificial. It may be artificial, but it had a real human base," he explained. The others looked a bit unsettled, though Aizawa's bandages and Nizu's expression made it hard to gauge their reactions. He continued, "Shigaraki was quite talkative, saying it had super strength, shock absorption, and super regeneration top-tier quirks. However, its regeneration didn't make sense." Izuku clenched his fist and took a few strained breaths before continuing. "I used various lethal techniques on the Nomu, yet it always recovered. I used my atomic force punch to destroy its head and chest cavity. I used cleave to tear it apart. I even doused it in 5 kilograms of nitroglycerin before blowing it up. Nothing stopped it. Regeneration stems from the brain, which has been confirmed in studies on people with regeneration quirks. But it would stay down." Tsukachi frowned as he took notes. All Might looked unsettled and nervous, his fists clenched tightly, while Aizawa stared at the ground. Nizu regarded him with curiosity. "Tell me about the lethal techniques you used." Izuku looked at him, puzzled. "I was about to share my theory on the Nomu. You mentioned a human base to the Nomu, so we need to hear more about these techniques and why you had to use them. What was the situation?" Nizu explained gently. Izuku frowned, feeling anxious. "Why is this a big deal?" "I have a theory on the Nomu. We should focus on that, it's too important to ignore." His frustration bubbled over. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Taking a life is always the last resort and never easy. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but making those decisions is crucial for a pro hero. It's okay, I believe you acted as logically as anyone could in that situation. Izuku took a shaky breath as All Might continued softly, but you should never have been in that situation, young Midoriya. We failed you. He shook his head rapidly. The villains were after me, so I had to fight them. It's not like you all did something wrong. But we did, Nizu said sadly. One of our students was forced to make decisions that most pros would hesitate to make. He did it believing no one would come to save him, that he was the only one who could fight. Worse yet, Tsukachi added, even while you were unconscious, you were still thinking about how to stop the Nomu or future Nomus. It was the first thing you said to us. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but Aizawa squeezed his shoulder. It's okay. He met Aizawa's eyes, worry evident in his expression. You're safe now. Those words echoed in his mind, and as they sank in, he released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The tension in his muscles finally began to ease. His hands no longer fidgeted in place. He saw the tears before he felt them, small drops falling onto his hands. Taking deep breaths to try and calm down, he wiped his face and spoke, I didn't think I was this stressed. Tsukachi responded, it's something that happens when someone is in a high-stress situation, especially if it's the first time. Your mind and body were still in fight mode. I could tell you were too antsy and level-headed for someone who had gone through something like that. Cops and pros learn to cope with the stress of life-or-death situations over time, and you're less than a month into UA. I would have been more surprised if you were actually fine. He said gently. Izuku nodded with a frown on his face, not saying anything. I don't want you even thinking of coming back to class for at least 4 days, Aizawa said sternly. You've done far more than enough. Take some time with your loved ones and calm down. Nizu agreed, furthermore, I want you to understand that while your actions were incredibly helpful, they should not have happened. You're our student, and until you have a pro license, it is our job to keep you safe. Izuku could only nod in response. The 5 of them were quiet for a while as the young hero in training pulled himself back together. None of them looked away, always giving him a reassuring glance whenever he met their gazes. Izuku found himself walking a familiar route today, heading to see someone he hadn't seen since he got into UA, all the while trying to calm his mind. Since the USJ incident, he had been undercut with a constant feeling of unease. It was due to an unkillable monster, a league capable of producing it, and a mysterious faction that seemed to want him, separate from the league. He hoped Project Olympus would be ready soon. After speaking with Bakugo at his house and reassuring his mother multiple times that he was okay, he waited patiently for classes to restart. His phone pinged, catching his attention. Are you sure you're okay? Mother offered to send our cook or our private doctor if necessary. Please tell me if you need someone to talk to, I can meet you somewhere. Another text from Momo, who wouldn't leave him alone. Izuku appreciated it and couldn't ignore the feeling of giddiness from such a pretty girl worrying over him. But the constant worry was grating on his nerves, bringing up feelings of hopelessness sparked by the Nomu. He knew he wouldn't recover and move on if he kept thinking about the USJ. Shaking his head to refocus, Izuku continued walking. He had been putting off a visit to someone who was likely very frustrated with his lack of presence recently. Master Ryujin was waiting for him at the fight dojo. Taking a deep breath, he entered the building, sensing an ominous vibe. Midoriya, called Kaminari from inside. We're all up on the sparring floor, hurry up. Coming. Not bothering to change his outfit, he molded his street clothes into a gia using alchemy and made his way up to the sparring floor. He received respectful nods as he walked, returning them in kind. Despite a terrible win-loss record, no one could ignore his drive to improve while constantly facing challenges every day. He had managed to calm himself while climbing the stairs, but that all changed when he noticed Master Ryujin standing in the center of the room with arms crossed and narrowed eyes. Midoriya, he called with a huff. You've neglected to return since you began at UA. I expected attendance to drop, but even Kaminari here has shown up several times. He gestured toward Kaminari. Slacker. Kaminari protested. Ryujin silenced him with a look and continued, then I hear about your quirk from a colleague and confirm it with Kaminari. Then there's the villain attack on the news, and the one at the USJ. He sighed tiredly. I know you're stressed, but I've found the best way to work through stress is to fight. That's why I was upset you hadn't shown up. Izuku frowned, I thought not fighting would help, you know. Get my mind right? This contradicted what his mother and recovery girl had said. Ichi, laughed Ryujin. For some people, normal people, sure. But you're too smart for something like that. You're an overthinker. Just look at how you've trained yourself. You spent years studying to enhance yourself rather than work on your quirk. Look at how far you've come when you focus on it. Izuku had to concede that point. Instead of diving deep into his quirk's applications, he had hyper-focused on his enhancements. He could have made more progress by now, but it was too late to dwell on that. So, no. You need a mindless activity where you can let go and vent. Izuku nodded, seeing the logic in his words. Who am I fighting? He asked, looking around the room. He thought he could take on some of the others now that he would use his quirk in combat. Ryujin grinned, me. 5 minutes later, Izuku was manipulating the molecules of sweat on his forehead into vapor to hide just how nervous he was. He had never seen Ryujin fight personally, but he had heard that his quirk was formidable and his martial ability, as expected, was impressive. I'll let you start us off, said Ryujin, taking a relaxed stance. And if you hold back with your quirk, I'll make sure everyone sees. Izuku grunted, ignoring the snickers from the audience. You got this, Midoriya, cheered Kaminari, recording the fight with his phone, excitement evident on his face. Ryujin's quirk was simple yet powerful, he could create and manipulate strings. Sometimes, simplicity made a power stronger than more elaborate abilities. Izuku rushed forward, utilizing construction to create gauntlets over his fists and compacting air for his attack. He didn't hold back his speed or awareness of the world around him. A subtle twitch caught his attention. To anyone else, it would have gone unnoticed, but Izuku's awareness of his surroundings was beyond that of normal people. 3 strings shot from Ryujin's right hand with barely a movement, forcing Izuku to disperse his air and block the strings with both gauntlets. Deep trenches were gouged into the ground as the strings attempted to strike Izuku, but he held firm. The speed of the strings was his main concern, they moved faster than the eye could follow, requiring him to focus on defense. Izuku pushed through the attack and continued forward without pausing. He jumped to avoid another string attack, and that was when Ryujin moved. The massive man lunged forward with surprising speed and aimed a kick at Izuku's chest. However, even though Ryujin was fast, he was no match for Nomu. Izuku maneuvered around the kick and used his smaller size to slip inside Ryujin's guard for an uppercut. Just as he was about to connect, his instinct screamed at him, and he managed to pull back just in time to avoid another set of strings that carved into the ground where he had been standing. Izuku grunted in annoyance, there seemed to be no specific origin point for those strings. It was as if Ryujin was forming them from thin air. Time to step it up, he thought. Izuku rushed forward, focused on severing any strings that came within half a meter of his body. While this would protect him from the strings, he knew he would still have to handle everything else physically. Ryujin sent more strings at him, which were instantly shredded. Izuku grinned and attempted to tackle the man, but Ryujin calmly redirected his momentum and threw him to the ground. Izuku quickly got back to his feet and tried again. This time, he stopped just as Ryujin was about to grab him and seized his arm instead. Izuku's strength was well known, so instead of trying to pull away, Ryujin loosened himself and rolled with Izuku's throw, landing without much damage. This is going nowhere, Izuku thought, thoroughly annoyed. He was focusing his quirk to counter Ryujin's, leaving him with only physical combat, which he knew was a losing battle. He had speed and power, but he understood that superior technique would always prevail. He needed to bluff. Ryujin was sending strings less frequently, likely realizing that Izuku was countering everything. This was good. He needed to keep track of the intervals and continue fighting Ryujin until he found an opening to use his quirk. Izuku went for a punch, which was countered by an uppercut. A tackle was redirected to the floor, and he was elbow-dropped, much to the crowd's delight. No matter what he did, Izuku was being outmatched by Ryujin. However, during the exchange, he noticed that the strings had become nearly non-existent in the past minute. He maintained his barrier for one more clash before taking a note from Momo's book. Closing his fists, he used alchemy to transform some pieces of clothing into dozens of small rubber pellets and compressed air into the same closed fist, repeating the process with his other hand. While this wouldn't hurt too much, it would create a rubber shotgun effect that could catch Ryujin off guard. Getting in close, Izuku feigned a quick jab but, at the apex of his motion, opened his fist to release the rubber pellets toward Ryujin, following up with his other hand. Over 100 small rubber pellets shot toward him at high speeds. Ryujin barely reacted, grunting in pain and reflexively closing his eyes. He then lashed out with his quirk in retaliation. To the crowd, the rubber pellets were destroyed in an instant. But to Izuku, whose perception was heightened, he saw it all, the hundreds of strings exploding from Ryujin's body, shredding every single pellet to dust. An attack of this caliber could be called a super move by pros. Its destructive potential is on par with a prominence burn from Endeavor. What a guy Ryujin is! Izuku thought in awe. So impressed, he didn't react in time to dodge Ryujin's takedown. By the time he refocused on the fight, he found himself face down on the mat. While he had the strength to get up, he blew a raspberry into the ground and gave up. "Thanks," he said, his voice muffled. "I'm not sure why, but my chest feels lighter." Ryujin got off his back and sat next to Izuku with a sigh. He spoke quietly so only Izuku could hear. Everyone is so used to All Might being unstoppable, unbeatable. It doesn't surprise us when he wins. At this point, he could fight a god, and people would be over it by the end of the week. Izuku looked at him in confusion but remained silent. "From what I understand, you witnessed him struggle to win. I could say that had you not been there, the fight would have been much worse before the big guy won. It must have been terrifying to see your idol, the symbol of peace, pushed that far while fighting beside him." Izuku looked down at that. Ryujin continued, "I know you, Midoriya. You keep your thoughts to yourself and tend to overthink. It's a side effect of your quirk's nature, I assume. So the teachers likely didn't understand your distress. Sure, the life or death aspect was terrible and something you're too young to face." Izuku's lip quivered, but he remained silent. "But you were shown just how dangerous the world can be that day. For the first time in your life, the strongest hero in the world needed help in a fight, and that thought has made you question how safe you and everyone really are. If you had to help All Might win, what happens next time a villain that strong shows up and he isn't there to do the heavy lifting? What if it's just you, or for some reason, All Might can't fight anymore or is retired?" Ryujin sighed. "I'm not a pro, but I am strong. If I wanted, I could break into the top 10, but I'm more of a teacher than a hero. I wanted to show you that there are people in this world, like me, who are stronger than you think you can rely on. You're not alone." He smiled at his downed student. Izuku let out a choked breath and blinked away tears. "Thank you, Ryujin-sensei." Ryujin ruffled Midoriya's hair with a small chuckle. "Anytime." Though Izuku couldn't help if others didn't show up, he felt a mix of emotions as he walked away from the fight dojo, a spring in his step despite the bruises on his face. The dull pain was oddly reassuring. School was back in session after the USJ incident, and students were expected to return to their normal routines. Parents were reassured about the increased safety measures in place. As Izuku walked the familiar path to classroom 1A, he was suddenly startled when an arm reached out from the wall. "Ah!" he exclaimed, jumping back in surprise. Joyful laughter followed, and a large blonde teen phased through the wall, standing before him in a red and white hero suit with a cape. It was Mirio Togata, a third-year student he had met the previous week. I couldn't resist. Mirio laughed, wiping a tear from his eye. Izuku sighed, asking why he had startled him. Mirio, still smiling, explained that he wanted to check on him after hearing about the USJ incident. He mentioned that Sir was particularly interested in Izuku and encouraged him to bring his best to the upcoming sports festival. Before Izuku could respond, Mirio disappeared into the floor as suddenly as he had appeared. Shaking his head, Izuku continued to class. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped in hugs from Mina, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Momo, who expressed their worries for him after the battle. We were so worried, Midoriya. Mina cried, her tears streaming down her face. Uraraka shook him back and forth, expressing her fear during the incident. Hagakure giggled as she joined the group hug, while Momo, with a frustrated frown, reminded him that he owed her for worrying her so much. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the attention, wishing for someone to rescue him from the affectionate chaos. Meanwhile, Mineta lamented his situation, feeling envious of Izuku's popularity among the girls. Shiro and Kaminari shared their thoughts, acknowledging Izuku's bravery during the fight. Just then, Bakugo entered the classroom, looking irritable but healed. He glared at the scene, causing the girls to release Izuku and swarm around him instead. Mina expressed her relief that he was better, while Uraraka thanked him for his timely arrival. Momo, with a stern look, reminded Bakugo to keep in touch about his well-being. Mineta's jealousy simmered beneath his gratitude, while Shiro and Kaminari commented on Bakugo's newfound attention. Kirishima admired Bakugo's bravery, declaring him manly. Bakugo, ready to explode with frustration, found his quirk ineffective as Aizawa entered, anticipating his reaction. Just take your seats, please, Aizawa said with a sigh. Once the class settled, he addressed them seriously, acknowledging the life-or-death battle they had faced. He asked if they would back down after witnessing the dangers of being a hero. The class responded in unison, hell no. Aizawa grinned, pleased with their determination. He announced that they needed to start training for the upcoming UA Sports Festival, emphasizing its importance for their futures as heroes. The class gasped in excitement, and Aizawa reminded them not to slack off, as it could have lasting consequences for their careers. With just over 2 weeks until the festival, the class began training, both in groups and individually. Izuku had been collaborating with his classmates to enhance their techniques and quirks, all while focusing on his own quirk and combo moves after school. As the day of the sports festival approached, he felt prepared to take on the competition. Meanwhile, in another part of Japan, 2 individuals sat in a dimly lit bar in front of several monitors. One individual sat at the bar, his hands covering his face, while the other was tucked away in a booth, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings as he sipped from a glass. I see, so Nomu was captured after its defeat at the hands of All Might, one of the monitors reported. Yes, sensei, Shigaraki confirmed quietly. Kurojiri was captured as well. A different monitor chimed in, that's no matter, Subject Dark Cloud had many fail-safes. It'll be returned in due time. The voice was lazy and unconcerned. I trust my investments will pay off, despite this unfortunate setback, asked the third monitor. Of course, the first monitor replied. I don't promise things I can't deliver. However, sending your forces after him while having mine bring him to you seems counterproductive. Successful businessmen understand the usefulness of redundancy, the third voice stated. What of the next phases of your plan? You've yet to fill me in. First, Shigaraki interjected before any monitors could respond, I will retrieve Kurojiri, then dismantle everything All Might has built until only dust remains. Starting with UA and that green-haired brat. His voice was filled with intensity as he decayed the glass he held. Of course, Tamura, the first voice assured him. I have just the idea on how to go about that. End chapter. This chapter serves as a bridge before the sports festival, which begins in the next chapter. The intention is to enhance everyone's quirks, similar to how Kaminari has improved significantly compared to the original storyline. Thank you for your patience during the break. Life resumed its usual pace, and I appreciate your continued support. Past the sports festival, the villains had become formidable enough that Izuku felt he would struggle without one for all or some other quirk to aid him. The essence of My Hero Academia is that not everyone is created equal, after all. Chapter 12. The day of the sports festival had finally arrived. Class 1A had been pushing themselves hard in their training. Izuku was honing his techniques and improving his hand-to-hand combat skills at the dojo with Ryujin. He felt confident, having won 10 fights in the past 2 weeks, a significant improvement over the previous year. While Izuku was unsure of the extent of everyone else's training, he sensed that several classmates would surprise the audience. In their waiting room, Class 1A waited anxiously to be called to the arena. Most were nervous, as the rest of the school had essentially marked them as targets due to the recent villain attacks. However, Izuku remained calm, ready to take on any challengers, believing that was how one improved. Midoriya, came the monotone voice of Todoroki, capturing everyone's attention in the quiet room. Izuku turned to the two-toned boy. Yes. You trivialized my quirk during the battle trials, Todoroki stated, his gaze cold and focused. I want you to know that it won't happen again. I will defeat you today with my ice. Izuku noticed the determination in Todoroki's eyes but felt no intimidation, having already bested him weeks ago. Todoroki would soon realize he wasn't the only one who had grown stronger. Well, I hope you have a plan, Izuku replied casually. I can handle ice, maybe fire and ice together would be tougher, he added lightly. Todoroki glared, ready to respond, but Izuku continued, although I did handle fire during that villain attack a few weeks ago, so who knows? He shrugged. Instead of retorting, Todoroki took a calming breath and pushed past him. Ichiwai, shouted Bakugo. You're declaring war against the wrong guy, Icy Hot. I'm the one who will win this, not either of you. Izuku sighed, thinking that these two were underestimating everyone else in the room. While he acknowledged their strength, he knew their class was filled with capable individuals. Kaminari approached him with a chuckle. Those two are full of hot air. They think they're the strongest. I'm confident I could take either of them if it came down to it. The pride of being born strong, and being told that every day. I'm sure there are quite a few here who could take them on, Izuku agreed. Kaminari hummed thoughtfully. What about that other guy who said he was going to take a spot from us? You know, the general education student. Izuku rolled his eyes. No threat. I scanned him when he made that claim. He lacks real muscle mass and likely relies entirely on his quirk. If it were physical, he would have passed. His quirk could still be strong. Kaminari asked. Izuku shrugged. Not my concern. He has a chip on his shoulder. I'll treat him the same way I do Bakugo, let him talk and then show him what I can do if it comes to that. Before they could continue their conversation, an announcement echoed through the room, calling everyone to the stadium. Izuku adjusted his gym uniform and calculated in his head, preparing for any necessary adjustments. As he stepped into the arena, he was taken aback by the sheer number of spectators. On TV, it never looked this vast, but in person, there were tens of thousands of people, which was a little nerve-wracking. And coming out of the northern tunnel, Class 1A, they are the survivors of a terrible villain attack, give them a round of applause, folks, boomed Present Mike, one of the festival's commentators. The crowd responded with enthusiastic applause. Izuku took a deep breath, ensuring his smile and wave appeared confident, while his classmates displayed varying levels of composure. Next is Class 1B. While less known than their 1A counterparts, they are still hero students, so keep an eye on these promising upstarts. More cheers erupted as the students from Class 1B emerged, waving to the crowd with smiles. Izuku wondered if they had a public relations class already. They had 3 rounds ahead of them. The festival typically followed a similar structure. the first round would eliminate most competitors, followed by a team exercise, and then a tournament. He needed to gauge the competition for the team selection in the next round. Kaminari nudged Izuku, bringing him back to the moment. Midnight is about to start, stop zoning out. Izuku nodded. Thanks. Midnight cracked her whip, gathering everyone's attention. Now before we begin, we will hear from the student representative, Izuku Midoriya. As applause filled the arena, Izuku took a deep breath. He was well known due to the villain attack, and he knew many were here just to watch him. It was time to show the world his resolve. Approaching the microphone, he steadied himself with another deep breath. I've wanted to be a hero my whole life. Ever since I was little and I watched a recording of All Might's debut, I was inspired. It wasn't just his strength or his success in saving people, it was the way his presence removed despair and inspired hope. To me, that is what it means to be a hero. So that is what I'll do. I'll be the next beacon for you all. If any of you doubt my words, then just watch me. He declared, gazing into the crowd with unwavering determination. In that moment, it felt as if the world had paused at his declaration. He could feel the piercing stares of several individuals around the arena, likely interpreting his declaration as a challenge. The words of President Mike and Aizawa faded into the background as he scanned the crowd of students and pros. Among his fellow students, he noticed varying reactions to his speech. Some smiled and nodded in agreement, while others appeared more determined than ever. Kirishima, with tears in his eyes, held up a fist, a gesture he often made. After a moment, the crowd erupted into roaring applause. At the top of the arena, a lounge provided a private space for prestigious VIPs and UA alumni, such as Best Jeanist and Endeavor, who wished to observe without the crowd's distraction. Today, several notable figures attended, drawn in by the recent events surrounding Izuku Midoriya and UA. Their reactions to Izuku's speech varied widely. A blonde woman with a sharp smile, dressed in a red sleeveless dress and sporting a silver dragon claw covering the right side of her face, was pro-hero rank 10, Ryukyu. She hummed thoughtfully at Izuku's words, resting her head on her elegantly manicured hand. In the corner, a man in ninja attire with uniquely styled hair sat silently, his fists clenched in agreement. He was pro-hero rank 5, Edge Shot. Wow! I love it. What spunk! I knew it would be worth coming. Ever since that video of him taking on those villains, I knew he'd be interesting, exclaimed a woman in a tight white leotard, her massive grin revealing her excitement. With tan skin, long white hair, and rabbit ears, she was pro-hero rank 6, Miruko. I bet he gives your son a run for his money. A massive man in a blue and red hero suit, flames flickering around his neck and face, growled at her words. He was pro-hero rank 2, Endeavor. Quiet, you obnoxious woman, he replied, his expression revealing little of his thoughts. Next to him, a woman with white hair and a gentle smile watched the speech, her focus solely on one person in the crowd. She placed a calming hand on Endeavor's arm, prompting him to lean back with a frown directed at Miruko. Let's not be too hostile here, she's just trying to stir things up, said a younger man in a tan bomber jacket and matching pants, his red glasses and large red wings marking him as pro-hero rank 3, Hawks. His words elicited a soft laugh from the woman beside Endeavor and a grunt from the man. The doors to the lounge opened, revealing a massive figure in a red, white, blue, and gold suit. The symbol of peace himself, pro-hero rank 1 All Might, entered with a grin. Young Midoriya has the charisma of a true hero. But the other students are full of potential, so pay attention to them all. All the heroes in the room exchanged glances of varying respect towards All Might. Miruko's grin was filled with excitement as she looked at the legendary hero, barely containing her desire to prove herself. Edge Shot, though unseen, bowed his head in respect for a moment. Ryukyu and Hawks smiled at the presence of the elusive number 1 hero, both having spent little time with him. Suddenly, Endeavor stood and moved directly in front of All Might. Both men towered over the others in the room, All Might just over 7 feet tall and Endeavor nearly matching him at 6'5". The tension in the room escalated, along with the temperature, as Endeavor's flames intensified, shifting to a deeper blue. Neither spoke as the heat continued to rise. The fire and heat in the room dissipated with a blast of icy wind from the white-haired woman, who stepped a few paces behind Endeavor. Her calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the power she displayed, instantly quelling Endeavor's flames, capturing everyone's attention. "Enji, please remember what you promised me," she said, lowering her arm. The stare-down continued for a few moments, All Might remaining neutral as he awaited Endeavor's response. They had shared many tense moments since their past disagreements. Endeavor finally looked down, calming himself. "All Might, you were right," he admitted, his expression pained. "I made a mess of things. I would like to speak to you more in private soon." With that, he turned and returned to his seat. The woman approached All Might with a smile. "It's good to see you again, All Might. I hope my son has been a good student." "It has indeed been a long time, Ray." "You're looking lovely as ever," All Might replied with a smile. "Young Shoto is a dedicated student, though I worry about his fixation on his ice half." Ray looked down sadly. "Enji and I were terrible parents," she whispered, though All Might hurt her. "We're trying to fix our mistakes. Shoto rarely speaks to us since I returned home last month. I had hoped Yue would reach him since we couldn't. I would understand if he hated me." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "His face bears my greatest regret, and like the scar, his anger seems to never fade." All Might placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, noticing that the others in the room, except for Endeavor, were more focused on the rules for the upcoming obstacle race than their conversation. "Do not worry. Young Todoroki may surprise you yet. I think today will be full of surprises." "Let the race begin," announced Present Mike. The race is 5 kilometers and there are quite a few obstacles. Izuku tuned out the instructions from midnight as he prepared himself for the race. He sensed his classmates gearing up to challenge him. Next to him, Uraraka and Momo bounced on their heels, eager to go, while Kaminari centered himself with slow breaths. "Izuku, I hope you know I'll be coming after you today," Momo declared suddenly. "You're one of the strongest people I know, so I plan to take you down." Uraraka's competitive spirit flared, and the atmosphere around her grew charged. "Nope. I'm taking down Izuku and Bakugo," Kaminari exclaimed, feeling overlooked once again. "Hopefully, this event will be eye-opening for everyone. Let the race begin," Present Mike announced. Izuku surged forward with all his might, pushing past several students in front of him. His keen awareness of his surroundings allowed him to quickly respond to an incoming wave of ice, creating a barrier just inches from his body to prevent others from benefiting from his actions. This enabled him to break free from the starting tunnel and reach the front of the crowd. Bakugo landed beside him with a powerful explosion, and they exchanged determined glances as Todoroki arrived, encased in a wave of ice. The 3 top students of Class 1A stared each other down, drawing excitement from Present Mike. Before they could make a move, they were suddenly struck by a flurry of high-speed punches that knocked them off their feet. Izuku grunted, realizing he had been too focused on his barrier to notice the incoming attacks. They turned to see Kaminari, crackling with energy, darting past them without even looking back. "Allow me to pass through for a sec," he said before pushing off again. Izuku quickly reacted and followed, with Bakugo and Todoroki right behind him. Izuku generated multiple points from his body, blasting dense streams of air to propel himself forward. Bakugo launched into the air with rapid explosions, while Todoroki created a massive pillar of ice to speed ahead. As Izuku glanced at the competition, he noticed Momo flying behind them with rocket boots, skillfully weaving through the crowd. Tokoyami soared above with his dark shadow, and Uraraka moved with impressive speed, far surpassing her performance on their first day. Ida blitzed through the crowd with newfound confidence. Izuku's admiration for his classmates was interrupted when massive zero-pointer robots appeared in front of him. He saw Kaminari dash past them, giving one a quick jolt to slip through. Seems there are quite a few standouts. How will the rest respond to this robo-combo? Present Mike shouted enthusiastically. With excessive force, I'm sure, Aizawa replied dryly. Izuku dashed forward, abandoning his air propulsion for a classic technique. Using his quirk, he manipulated the building blocks of the universe to create a gleaming custom blade, similar to the one he used during the entrance exam. As he approached the robot, he grinned and added another layer to his sword, confident that few could replicate it without a quirk. With his sword constructed at an atomic level, he vibrated the blade at an extremely high frequency. The robot lunged to attack, but Izuku leaped to meet it, swinging his blade with all his strength. The robot's arm was perfectly bisected, and the one behind it was too, leaving a deep cut in the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Present Mike turned to see several other zero-pointers being taken down by his classmates. Bakugo spun through one with a powerful explosion, Todoroki froze another solid while running, and Momo launched mini-missiles that destroyed hers. Uraraka punched hers into the wall, creating a crater as she manipulated its gravity. Izuku shook off his observations and continued to chase Kaminari, who was now about 60 meters ahead. In the lounge above the stadium, top heroes watched with keen interest. Edgeshot stood near a window, captivated by the race. Capable, fast, precise, he remarked, focusing on Kaminari. That one will be in the top 10 without question. That's high praise for a shinobi to give, Ryukyu mused, glancing down at the students. My darling Nijire mentioned there were potential jewels this year, but I'm surprised. I could beat him, and her too. That would be interesting. Nah, too weak, too situational, Miruko commented, assessing each student in the race. Hey Matchstick. Your kid is good but way too stiff and boring. I like the blonde with the attitude, he's got spunk. Obnoxious woman, Endeavor muttered to himself. This part is always lame, Hawk said, sipping on a soda. I'm not unimpressed with some of them. Midoriya's quirk is interesting. Just what is it, All Might? The other heroes turned to All Might, eager for his insight. It's not quite a secret, but he doesn't go around sharing it. You should be able to figure it out if you keep watching, All Might replied, his gaze fixed on the race. Seems you influenced more than his desire to inspire others but also to keep his quirk a secret, Ray observed, watching Shoto navigate the course. Is it dangerous information? Could be. I imagine, and young Midoriya agrees, that he was attacked because of his quirk, All Might answered. The heroes returned their focus to the event as the conversation quieted. With the zero-pointers behind them, the competitors approached obstacle number 2, a vast pit with platforms spaced far apart, making it challenging for anyone without a quirk to jump across. Thankfully, ropes connected each platform to assist in crossing. Kaminari, still leading the race, ran forward without his lightning enhancements. Izuku assumed that the challenge was quite taxing, otherwise, with the speed he had shown at the beginning, he would have already won. With his built-in enhancements, he easily jumped from one platform to another. In the middle of the pit, he was interrupted by a pink-haired girl swinging down next to him. She wore a tank top and gym pants, her pink dreadlocks and large goggles making her stand out, along with the various pieces of equipment surrounding her. Heya, she shouted before jumping off the edge with a huge grin. Izuku reached out to catch her, but she pulled out a grapple gun and shot herself over to the next platform. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he noticed several other students passing him by. Refocusing, he added air propulsion, creating a cone around the front of his body to reduce wind resistance. It didn't take long for him to overtake the girl and the others who had sneaked by him. In fact, he was catching up to Kaminari, who was slowing down as they approached the third obstacle. What's wrong? Izuku shouted as he barreled past him without hesitation. Then he noticed the sign reading Minefield and skidded to a stop. He deactivated his air propulsion and stretched his awareness to locate all the mines in front of him. It was tough, as there didn't seem to be a set pattern, but he could sense the mines and started moving forward. Kaminari decided to follow him, trusting Izuku to make a safe path. Unfortunately, they were being caught up by students who didn't have to worry about stepping on the ground. Momo and Uraraka were in the air, gaining on them, and Bakugo was right on their tail as well. Izuku huffed and pushed off as fast as he could. Despite his efforts, he was still hit by a few mines. Thankfully, his speed allowed him to absorb the impacts without losing his footing. As they neared the tunnel, Izuku knew that if Kaminari was going to make a move for first place, it would be now. Before Kaminari could blitz him, Ida showed himself and attacked with a flying kick. Both Izuku and Kaminari barely dodged and didn't hesitate to respond. Kaminari unleashed a lightning blitz, stunning both of them, while Izuku changed the ground beneath their feet to sand, causing them to trip. He followed up by creating a large amount of water above them and freezing it, forcing them to roll to avoid the chunks of ice. Todoroki arrived and froze the entire ground, while Bakugo made his presence known by creating a crater with his explosive arrival. The scene quickly turned into a five-way brawl. Izuku weaved around pillars of ice and Ida's kicks, while Kaminari blitzed through explosions, shocking anyone in his path. Todoroki changed the environment with large-scale ice attacks, which Bakugo countered with his explosions. They were interrupted by Momo, who sent a volley of mini-missiles that carpet-bombed the area. Thankfully, they were much less potent than the ones she had used before, so no one was critically hurt. Uraraka emerged from the smoke and punched Bakugo in the stomach, causing him to lurch forward and fall to the ground, creating a large crater. He coughed painfully as Uraraka turned away, and his body relaxed. "You can increase gravity too?" Izuku exclaimed, now understanding her strategy. Uraraka giggled, pleased with herself. "Yep. A new trick Aizawa-sensei helped me with," she shouted before bouncing forward to continue the race. She was stopped by Todoroki, who encased her in ice. Ida then came in with a double drop kick, knocking Todoroki onto his back before blasting toward the tunnel to take first place for himself. Izuku made to stop him, but Kaminari beat him to it, delivering a powerful punch to Ida's face that sent him toward Momo, who deftly maneuvered out of the way with her rocket boots. As she flew over them, Izuku reached out and used his quirk to disable the internal components of her boots, causing her to fall. The ice dome shattered, and Bakugo roared in anger, cupping one hand in front of the other. Dozens of explosive blasts shot from his hands, creating a massive carpet bombing that forced everyone to dodge and avoid being caught in the chaos. Izuku saw this as his best opportunity. Though he took some damage from the explosions, his durability allowed him to push through and sprint toward the finish line. There it is, folks. After a chaotic free-for-all at the finish, Izuku Midoriya takes first place. "These kids are truly a cut above the rest," cheered Present Mike. "The group at the end are among the top of the year in maneuverability, so it's no surprise they were at the front," Aizawa commented, bringing the energy back down. "I'm impressed that Izuku managed to leave the fight to win the race. He's had some issues with tunnel vision." Izuku sat down with his back against the stadium wall, absent-mindedly healing any scrapes or bruises he had received and fixing his gym uniform. He placed his hand on the ground and transformed the sand into a drinking glass, which he then filled with water. It was nice being able to make a drink anywhere he wanted. Kaminari approached and asked if he could have one of those drinks as he sat down next to Izuku. Nodding, Izuku repeated the process and handed the glass over to him. "Second isn't bad," Izuku said with a smile. "You've really improved with your quirk, man. I remember your old method of just using your fire and hoping for the best." He laughed. Kaminari chuckled as he guzzled down the water. "I've gotten better, but I'm not that great at long distance yet. I'm more of an agile fighter. Ida has me beat in distance running overall, I just have more acceleration and a higher top speed." "I'd like one of those too," Momo said as she walked up to them and plopped down onto the ground. Izuku once again repeated the process and handed over the water. Since when could you make rockets? Kaminari asked, intrigued. Momo looked away shyly for a moment before answering. I actually could make them for a while, it's just now that I can make them usable for hero work. I worked with Power Loader on schematics these past few weeks, and now I have a much wider arsenal to draw from. She finished with a grin. Izuku shook his head. I don't even want to say something that could give you ideas. Can you make lasers? Kaminari asked with wide excited eyes. What about cannons? What about? What did I just say? Izuku interrupted, bewildered. What? I'm not afraid of giving her ideas. I think it'll be cool to have a mecha badass in the class. Momo smiled widely at Kaminari. Thank you, Kaminari. To answer your questions, I can make a lot of things. That's all you're gonna say, isn't it? Aha. The three sat in silence for a moment as more people crossed the finish line. Izuku noticed that Tsuyu was helping Uraraka catch her breath. New quirk facets were tiring, this must have been the first time she really pushed it. Bakugo was glaring at the wall while Todoroki was steaming off to the side. Izuku wasn't sure what was up with that. Alright, now that brawl at the end was a nice appetizer. Miruko said with a grin. I can't wait for the finals. Sparky and Ingenium Jr. are quite fast. Endeavor gazed at his steaming son with a small frown. He is going to need his fire if he wants to beat his classmates, he muttered. Ray nodded. He isn't dumb, Enji. He knows that his ice alone won't be enough. He is just so angry that she trailed off, forcing back her tears of frustration. Ryukyu sipped on a glass of wine with a smirk. Those girls have potential. I want them, she said, turning her gaze from Momo to Uraraka. None of you send them offers. Her tone was firm, sounding as if she was ready to battle for her claim. Easy there, said Hawks with a raised hand while holding a batch of fries. No one's gonna poach your little prospects. Miruko snorted. I don't do internships, I'm just here to enjoy the show, she said while crunching on a large carrot. Edge Shot remained silent but was impressed with the showing, particularly from two students. One needed some work, the other needed experience, and both needed better conditioning. Meanwhile, All Might looked down at his American-style lunch, a large triple bacon cheeseburger with all the trimmings, a mountain of fries, and a shake with a fond expression. It was thanks to the young man sipping on water and laughing with his friends that he was able to enjoy this meal and sit among peers in his hero form. There would be a small break before the second event, so he planned to enjoy his meal and listen to his colleagues ponder what the next event would be, excited for what was to come. Izuku stood with Kaminari and Momo as the intermission between the race and the second event finished. He was pleased to know that most of Class 1A had made it through the race, showcasing impressive results from their training. Tokoyami had flown through the air for a good portion of the race, although he couldn't sustain it in the direct sunlight for long. Tsuyu's speed and jumps had improved enough for her to place in the top. It was encouraging to see that they were committed to training both at school and in their own time. Now, let's begin with the next event, the cavalry battle, announced Midnight, displaying a scoreboard with the top placers. Izuku quickly scanned the list and noticed that he was worth 10 million points, meaning he would be the target for the entire event. Great. You'll need to form teams. The rider will have the total number of their team's points on a headband. The 4 teams with the most points at the end will move on to the finals. You have 10 minutes to team up. Midnight continued, cracking her whip. Izuku turned to Kaminari, hopeful. Team. Nope. Kaminari replied with a smile. You beat me last round, so I'm aiming for you this time. With that, he walked off to find his own team. Izuku noticed Momo moving away with a determined look. He sighed, he really needed a team, but it seemed like his target status made most want to go after him rather than work with him. Hey! Shouted a voice from behind him. Izuku turned to see a pink-haired girl grinning as she rushed towards him. Let's team up. Really? He asked, surprised. She nodded vigorously. Yep. All eyes are on number one, and I want to show off my abilities. So, I'm being used, he thought with a sigh. Okay, then we need 2 more people. Izuku scanned the crowd. Most were paired up, but he noticed a few possibilities. Meanwhile, Miruko sighed as she sipped on carrot juice. So a team battle. Really taking me out of this festival? Ryukyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you prefer they not test the children's team capabilities? Miruko snorted. Yeah, I couldn't care less if these kids can work as a team. I just want to see some action. Endeavor glanced at Miruko. That's because you're only interested in violence, rather than the important aspects of being a hero. Yeah, and you're the shining example of what a hero should be. Miruko shot back. Endeavor glared at her. I am far better than you, someone who only cares for thrills. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as others looked uneasily at the exchange. You know, I've heard some rumors about you over the years. Didn't you ruin your FA? Hawks intervened, wings spread wide. Okay. Let's just calm down before something happens. Both heroes sat back down. Hawks looked between them, concerned. He didn't mind their argument, but he was more worried about Rei, who had a haunted look in her eyes. Clearly, she wasn't comfortable around Endeavor when he got heated. He had heard rumors and confirmed some through his connections in the Public Heroes Safety Commission. Endeavor and his wife had once been a power couple, both ambitious to rise to the top. Endeavor as a hero and Rei seeking to escape her difficult background. Their early years together had been happy, from what he had heard. Then Endeavor discovered the true distance between himself and All Might. The frustration from his constant failures led him to turn to his oldest son, Toya Todoroki, who had a stronger fire than Endeavor from birth. An incident occurred that resulted in an entire mountain being engulfed in blue flames, and Toya was pronounced dead. Marriage tensions escalated, and Rei suffered a mental breakdown after a tragic event involving her youngest son. Endeavor committed her to a psych ward for years, and she had only just been released. Hawks pieced together this story over the last few weeks, but he sensed something was off. Why would Rei return? Why would Endeavor apologize to All Might? His curiosity drove him to uncover the full truth. Meanwhile, All Might observed the Todoroki family with a heavy heart, feeling regret for his part in their struggles. Although he didn't believe he was responsible for their family issues, he recognized that he hadn't helped ease their pain. He reflected on Toya, recalling how he had inherited his father's stubbornness and his mother's drive to succeed. All Might could see their pride in Toya when they introduced him, and he felt their anguish at his loss. He wished he had noticed the growing darkness in Endeavor or Rei's instability. He lamented the suffering Toya's brother endured. As All Might looked down at the field, most teams were established and waiting for the next event to begin. The bicolored boy appeared lost in thought as he waited. All Might hoped Toya could forgive him for not recognizing the state of his student sooner, promising to do what he could for Toya's little brother. Sato stretched his arms with a huff, surprised to be asked to join. Midoriya smirked, recognizing Sato's potential. He also acknowledged their last member, Tokoyami, who stated that through the powers of darkness, he had achieved flight. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's quirk, chimed in, humorously clarifying that he was the one carrying Tokoyami. Midoriya organized their formation, preparing for a game of keep away. He knew it would be a challenge, but he felt confident with his team's strengths. Sato's power provided a solid foundation, Mei's gadgets ensured she would be a valuable asset, and Tokoyami's unpredictable moves added an advantage. Bakugo's team was equally impressive, featuring Shiro, Mina, and Kirishima, with Bakugo's fierce leadership making them a formidable group. Todoroki's team included Momo, Ida, and Kaminari. Midoriya playfully glared at Kaminari, who was eager to take him down, while Momo sheepishly acknowledged Midoriya's top position. Uraraka was on a mixed team, supporting her teammates with enthusiasm. Midnight, the announcer, energized the crowd as she prepared to kick off the event. Eraserhead, her co-commentator, offered little input, prompting playful banter between them. With the crowd roaring, Midnight announced the start of the second event, the cavalry battle. Sato, fueled by sugar, cracked the ground beneath him, causing opponents to lose their footing. Midoriya released a shockwave to buffer the approaching teams. Mei excitedly introduced her latest invention, a fog that obscured vision and was difficult to move through. As they advanced, Midoriya noticed a rival team led by a purple-haired student. Dark Shadow alerted them to the approaching threat. The purple-haired boy taunted them, igniting Dark Shadow's anger. Midoriya called out to Tokoyami, who struggled to control his quirk. As Dark Shadow rushed forward, Midoriya prepared to defend against the impending confrontation, determined to protect his team and navigate the challenges ahead. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow appeared dazed but were no longer out of control. Izuku turned to see the purple-haired boy in front of him reaching for the headband. The boy's hand wrapped around it, prompting Izuku to grin and ask, "Tell me your name." The boy looked at him in slight wonder as he struggled to pull the headband free. "I told you and the rest of your class a week ago," he replied. "I didn't care then because it was just barking." Izuku's grin sharpened, and a cut appeared on his cheek, causing a trickle of blood to fall. "You're insane," the purple-haired boy exclaimed, noticing the new wound. "You realize my quirk and new pain could undo it." Hitoshi Shinso. A small grin spread across his face. "You won't make it far today unless you go after another team," Izuku said, another cut appearing on his face as his excitement grew. "You're an interesting guy." Shinso's grin widened as he watched Izuku slash his own face without any sign of discomfort. "You are too." Izuku created water and sprayed Shinso's team, then blasted them with freezing air, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Sato stomped again, and their team moved away with his momentum. The arena was chaotic, with most of the larger teams focused on racking up points rather than targeting him. It seemed they were aware that getting his headband would be a challenge, especially since many didn't know his quirk or were from his class and understood he would be difficult to get through. Suddenly, a massive wave of ice rushed toward them, and Izuku created a wall in front of his team using his ice-to-vapor barrier. "I feel like I need to remind you once again that ice isn't going to work, buddy," he shouted. Todoroki's team became visible through the dust and mist, the bicolored boy glaring at him with determination. Momo and Kaminari looked ready for action, and Ida was gearing up for something. "I refuse. I won't give up," Todoroki proclaimed, unleashing a massive wave of ice that mostly avoided Izuku and his team. Two large glaciers rushed toward them from either side. Izuku acted another wall but felt stretched thin, unable to counter the incoming projectiles from Momo. "I've got," Tokoyami began before being interrupted by Mei. "No. I've got it," she shouted, looking ecstatic as missiles approached. She pulled out a handgun-shaped device with 3 barrels and fired it into the air. "Say hello to baby number 140, anti-air armament assistant," she exclaimed as bead-like pellets shot toward the incoming missiles, shredding them midair and preventing any damage. Momo pouted at her attack's ineffectiveness, while Todoroki switched tactics, sending smaller, faster bursts of ice at them from unpredictable angles, which began to frustrate Izuku. Tokoyami and Sato waited for their chance to attack or defend. Ida's expression hardened, and though his mouth moved, Izuku and his team couldn't hear what he said. Kaminari focused, and Momo closed her eyes for a moment. "Get ready," Izuku said. "I feel like they're about to do something." "Sato, get another stomp ready." "Mei, reload that gun." "Baby." "Right." "Tokoyami, be ready to adapt." At that moment, Ida made his move, his legs igniting with blue flames. Kaminari sparked with golden streaks of lightning, and Team Todoroki blitzed forward at speeds only Izuku could follow. Todoroki met Izuku's gaze, and for an instant, the world seemed to stop. For the first time since school started, Izuku truly looked at his classmate. Todoroki didn't appear angry or worried about the festival, instead, he looked Sad. Izuku didn't register Sato smashing the ground with a stomp, Kaminari stabilizing Team Todoroki, or Tokoyami sending out Dark Shadow, which Momo countered by producing several LED bulbs to prevent the shadow creature from advancing. All Izuku could do was stare at Todoroki, who, with every inch he moved closer to his headband, seemed less and less concerned. Suddenly, Izuku's arm shot out and snatched all of Todoroki's headband secured around his neck just as Todoroki grabbed his own. Time resumed for Izuku as Team Todoroki passed by them, following the rest of Ida's special move. Midoriya, what happened? Sato shouted, noticing they had lost the 10 million point headband. Izuku looked down at the headbands he had taken with a frown. I'm not sure, I think I got distracted. He shook his head. Doesn't matter, I'll get it back right now. Izuku raised his arm and used his quirk to grab his headband, but Todoroki looked down in surprise before clenching his fist and encasing it in ice. Izuku began to vaporize the ice when. Stop, shouted Present Mike, that's the event, ladies and gentlemen. Izuku blew a raspberry in frustration. That's on me, we should have enough to proceed, he assured them. Let's tally up those numbers, everyone. Everyone turned to a large digital screen displaying the results, revealing the top 4 teams that would advance to the finals. In 4th place, we have Team Itsuka, featuring a great interclass team. Present Mike announced as the crowd applauded the team consisting of Itsuka Kendo, Uraraka Ochako, Tetsu, and Kyoka Jiro, who waved to the crowd with varying degrees of awkwardness. Next, Team Midoriya. They held first place the entire time until a classic Ida speed blitz changed the game. Izuku and the others waved to the cheering crowd, with his teammates looking thrilled while Izuku glanced over at Todoroki, who was staring at the headband in his hand with a blank expression. Then, to no one's surprise, Team Bakugo. This powerhouse has every headband that the other 3 surviving teams aren't holding. Bakugo, Shiro, Mina, and Kirishima grinned at the cheering fans, basking in their glory. Finally, the team to end with the 10 million point headband. Team Todoroki. The crowd erupted in cheers for the winning team. Todoroki remained calm, while Momo, Kaminari, and Ida beamed with joy, waving to familiar faces in the audience. In the crowd, Bakugo Mitsuki grinned widely as she playfully shook Inko Midoriya. See that? My baby is out there doing amazing things, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Inko tried to steady herself, feeling anxious about Izuku competing in such a challenging environment. Yes, he certainly did very well, she replied, managing a smile despite her nerves. Mitsuki released Inko, still smiling. That boy of yours is impressive. I never thought that shy son of yours could be so strong. I can see why Katsuki respects him. Inko's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku always said Katsuki hated him, she said, recalling her son's past complaints. It had never pleased her that her best friend's son didn't seem to like Izuku, but he never expressed that it bothered him. Mitsuki chuckled, that boy is what the kids call Tsundere. If Katsuki trains so hard and keeps mentioning Izuku, it means he thinks highly of him. Inko was taken aback, and Mitsuki laughed heartily. Yeah, he's a bit of a weirdo. No idea where he gets it from, she said, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Nanao Yaoyorozu watched with pride as her daughter advanced to the finals alongside Midoriya Izuku. They made a charming pair, even if her daughter lacked the experience to take the next step. Young Ms. Momo has truly come into her own, hasn't she, Mrs. Yaoyorozu? Asked Mu, the family butler and one of Momo's trainers. She has, Mu. I'm just concerned about the one-on-one tournament, Nanao replied. Mu smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry. Young Ms. Momo is more than capable of holding her own against any of these young heroes. After all, she's a walking armory. In the VIP section, Miruko frowned as she observed the matches. What am I missing? Midoriya didn't even fight back when Todoroki got close, she muttered, frustrated. Ryukyu pondered, perhaps he was distracted by something. It's better to work through such issues in training than in the heat of battle. She took a sip of her water, contemplating the situation. All Might nodded in agreement. That's likely true. Young Midoriya tends to overthink things, but he excels in combat. We'll see him shine soon. Endeavor and Ray watched their son with pride, though Ray felt a twinge of worry about his emotional state. She had been closely observing him and noticed the intensity in his expression when he faced Midoriya. It seemed he was struggling with his anger and pain. Endeavor placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and she nodded, reminding herself that they needed to maintain appearances in public. She stood up, intending to speak with her son before the finals, while Endeavor watched her leave with concern. After the final 16 were announced, Izuku walked away to gather his thoughts. He needed to clear his mind before the finals, or he risked losing. As he turned down a tunnel, he encountered Todoroki, who was still gripping the 10 million point headband. Midoriya, Todoroki said, his expression serious. We need to talk. Izuku sighed, yeah, I think we do. Todoroki glared for a moment before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. How did I manage to take this headband from you? Izuku looked away, reflecting on the match. Something in your eyes threw me off. I thought pride motivated you, but you looked sad. It distracted me. I don't have pride, Todoroki replied, his frown deepening. I thought I did, but I've realized I've been wrong about many things. Izuku waited, curious about what was troubling Todoroki. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Todoroki asked, catching Izuku off guard. My father's fire and my mother's ice make me the perfect combination. My family has many issues, from my father's obsession with surpassing All Might to my mother's struggles. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? I thought my mother was trapped by my father's ambition, but I was mistaken, Todoroki said, his voice rising. She was just as driven as he was. It wasn't until my oldest brother passed away that she shifted her focus. I dedicated my life to becoming a hero to prove I could succeed without my father's fire, but now she's back. The doctors say she's well enough to see him, and they reconciled. Todoroki's frustration was palpable. I don't understand. Why would she return to a place that caused her so much pain? His eyes shone with emotion, and Izuku could see how much he was struggling to hold it together. What if it was me? Todoroki whispered, his gaze fixed on the floor. His voice softened as he continued, I wasn't the best at the beginning. It took me a while to master my mother's ice, while I adapted to the fire more quickly. What if she was angry at my progress instead of my father? What if it was because I wasn't good enough? That's why I couldn't accept it during the battle trials. I need to use her ice, I need her to know that I'm good enough. He finished quietly, trying to catch his breath. Izuku felt his heart ache at Todoroki's words. This was far from what he had expected this conversation to be about, and he sensed that Todoroki hadn't intended to share so much. Once he started, the rest flowed out until he was done. I don't know your family, Izuku began, but I've seen all kinds of mothers. He thought of his Aunt Mitsuki, then of Nanao Yaoyorozu, a business-focused and successful mother. And soft, nurturing mothers, he added, recalling his own. But I know that all of them would do anything for their children. Even if they don't show it every day, that won't change. If your mother spent years recovering from a mental break to come home, then I believe she did it for you. Todoroki's eyes misted as he glared at the ground. Then why won't she even look at me? No matter what I do, why is it that whenever I look at her, she's looking away? Izuku placed a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. I don't know. But maybe you need to have a talk with her like this. As long as you jump to conclusions, they'll only get worse. Tell you what. Izuku said with a grin, not to brag, but I'm the one to beat here. If you put up a decent fight against me, it'll be a good conversation starter. Todoroki snorted. You're on, Midoriya. Izuku leaned forward. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you sporting a small smile? I'm leaving, Todoroki said, walking away with a twitching mouth. Izuku sighed before heading off in his own direction. Neither boy noticed the white-haired woman around the corner, who had come to speak to her son before the finals. She intended to encourage him and be there for him for a moment. Unbeknownst to them, she had slid down the wall, listening in horror. By the end of the conversation, she was silently sobbing into her hands, finally realizing the impact of her actions on her son. End chapter. With the second round out of the way, Izuku grinned. It was time for the tournament. Looking around at his class, he knew he was in for a fun couple of fights. He didn't expect to see much that would stump him, but he was excited to see what they had in store for the competition. He tried not to dwell on what Todoroki had said and the whirlwind of emotions it stirred within him. What he initially thought was a prideful, slightly brooding teen turned out to be a boy grappling with the complexities of his troubled home life. As he glanced over at Todoroki, who stood silently in the corner, Izuku frowned. The boy's blank stare into the arena revealed that his mind was elsewhere, lost in thought. Izuku. Ready to kick some serious butt. Uraraka shouted as she rushed over, her bright smile infectious. I met some cool 1B hero students and teamed up with them. They're pretty strong. Who do you think is gonna go first? Izuku smiled back at her, her enthusiasm was too uplifting to let him stay in his funk. I'm not sure. They're about to announce the lineup. Who do you want to face? I noticed your quirk has improved a lot. Uraraka nodded eagerly. Yep. Aizawa-sensei discovered that my quirk might have other uses too. It's actually really easy to make things heavier, I just have to push instead of pull with my quirk. Well, not really push, or maybe it's add. She tilted her head in thought, looking slightly confused. Okay, explaining what I'm doing is tough, but I've gotten the hang of it. Well, great work. I knew your quirk had incredible potential, and now you can go the other way, Izuku said, giving her a pat on the shoulder. Not just you, but everyone seems to have been putting in a lot of work since the battle trials. An arm wrapped around Izuku's shoulder, and a familiar tingle of electricity told him who it was. Duh, Kaminari said with a smirk. You think you're the only one training and improving your quirk? That's pretty presumptuous. Izuku pushed the arm off. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect so much improvement. I'm happy about it, this would be a walk in the park for me if none of you improved, he said with a smirk. As he started to walk away, he turned to Kaminari with a playful grin. Also, thank you, Kaminari. The boy gave him a confused look but shrugged it off. As Izuku walked, his phone buzzed with a text message. Mr. Midoriya, the facility is up and running to your specifications. Designation Olympus is fully operational. When can I expect your arrival? Izuku's excitement grew tenfold at the news. He had gotten the idea from his mother and, with his father's connections, made a few calls to set up a base of operations. It was his hero HQ, completely off the grid, known only to 3 people, his father, the head contractor, and himself. I will be by tomorrow, I have the sports festival today. Great work, I'll transfer a bonus for the quick completion. Everyone. Let's get those eyes to the monitors. Present Mick's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, capturing the attention of everyone nearby. Here's the lineup for the finals. Midoriya Izuku vs Tetsu. Ashido Mina vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Itsuka Kendo vs Kaminari Denki. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Todoroki Shoto vs Hantashiro. Ochako Uraraka vs Tokoyami Fumikichi. Kirishima Ijiro vs Bakugo Katsuki. Sato Rikido vs Kyoka Jiro. There you have it. The lineup for the finals for UA's first years. Any thoughts, Aizawa? Seems pretty random. Indeed, it was. Gave everyone a number and threw them into a number generator. Seems lazy. Well, that's how we've always done it. First round is in 10 minutes. Fighters, go to your waiting rooms, the rest of you, go to the stands. Well, at least I don't have to wait, Izuku thought with a determined smile. Inko rubbed her hands nervously. I know Izuku is strong, but knowing he's going to have to fight makes me really anxious. Mitsuki rubbed her friend's shoulder. Yeah, but with that quirk of his, I don't really know what can take him down. I mean, he has something for everything, right? I think so. He spent years coming up with ways to use his quirk. I just can't help but worry, Inko said with a sigh. I understand, Mitsuki replied with a frown. I may not show it, but I spend most of my time worrying about my brat. I don't know if you've noticed, but he's got a bit of my personality. Inko looked at her friend blandly, a bit. So I always worry about him being taken too seriously with what he says. He doesn't want people to really get hurt when he yells that or that he'll actually hurt someone. It's just his overly expressive personality, and I don't want people to see that and assume he's some monster or junior villain, Inko said softly, watching Bakugo walk to his spot in the stands with a determined look on his face before shouting at a classmate who tried to talk to him. Mitsuki suddenly laughed, surprising Inko, and looked at her with a grin. That doesn't mean he can't be a loud little troublemaker, she said, still chuckling. Inko rubbed the back of her head as some people around them glanced at the laughing woman nervously. Endeavor, noticing his wife's change in demeanor as she sat down after returning, chose not to mention it. She didn't seem to want his comfort right now, nor did he feel he deserved the chance to offer it. However, seeing the haunted look in her eyes made him feel like the lowest form of scum, and he had no idea what caused it. All he could do was lean closer and make his flames a bit warmer, hoping to provide her with some comfort. Miruko looked over the names with a grin. First match has the Wonder Bean Midoriya and Stainless Steel Tetsu. Should be a fun one. I wonder how the greenie will get through Tetsu's defense. Hawks munched on popcorn before glancing at her. I'm sure it will be in an unexpected way. Any bets? He asked with a smile. Endeavor turned to Hawks. My son will be in the finals at the least. I meant on this fight, you overly doting helicopter parent, Hawks replied with a flat look, earning a snort from Endeavor and a laugh from Miruko. Ryukyu chimed in, I believe Midoriya has this match. I don't quite understand his quirk, but so far he seems unfazed by everything. She watched the green-haired boy intently. He is steadfast and capable, Edgeshot added with a nod. Tetsu hasn't shown much in the rounds leading to this, so I will not count him out completely. Endeavor gazed down at the arena, where the crowd cheered as the two boys slowly walked out of their respective tunnels. He knew about Midoriya and had heard rumors from contacts in the HPSC that the boy was a person of interest. Additionally, he was the son of a friend, Hisashi Midoriya, a genius with connections all over the planet. Years ago, when Endeavor was struggling with his quirk, he sought Hisashi's help. Thanks to him, Endeavor had improved significantly and became the number 2 hero. He knew that the son of that man was more than meets the eye. Midoriya will win, Endeavor said firmly. Miruko perked up at that. Oh ho! Something must stick out to you about the kid. Her foot tapped the ground rapidly in anticipation. All Might listened quietly to his fellow heroes discuss the fight's outcome, wearing a soft smile. It was nice just to be part of the group. This is your time, young Midoriya. Your speech was a perfect setup, now it's time to show the world that you are here, he thought, his grin widening. Izuku walked forward, slowly ascending the stairs to the concrete platform, while across from him, Tetsu did the same with a determined frown. Looking to his left, he saw Midnight squirming on her referee stand, clearly excited. I'm excited to face you. Izuku called out, and for some reason, the crowd quieted to listen. Your defense is some of the best in the year, though Kirishima is in the same boat, I think. Tetsu groaned. You don't know how annoying it is for one of your 1A guys to have such a similar quirk. I was hoping to fight him to prove I'm the better one. But I'll settle for you, the golden boy of the first years. He shouted, smashing his metal fists together, creating a loud clang that reverberated throughout the arena. Izuku grinned and slammed his fists together, having hardened his arms similarly to Kirishima, producing a loud crack that echoed through the arena. The crowd roared their approval, and Midnight shouted her appreciation, her excitement palpable. "Start," shouted Midnight, and Izuku shot forward with a grin. Tetsu's quirk allowed him to cover his body in metal, and Izuku knew he could use various strategies to win quickly, but he wanted to show off. He threw a right jab at Tetsu, who was too slow to dodge and took the hit. Izuku winced at the pain of punching a steel wall but pressed on. Tetsu retaliated with a two-punch combination that Izuku deftly weaved around before landing an uppercut to his chin. Momentarily dazed, Tetsu couldn't avoid the double palm strike to his chest, which produced another gong-like sound amidst the cheers of the arena. He was launched several feet back from the force of the hit, rubbing his chest in pain. It didn't hurt too badly, but he felt a dull ache from the impact. Not willing to stay on the defensive any longer, Tetsu waited until Izuku was almost upon him before punching the ground with all his might, creating a wide crack in the concrete arena that forced Izuku to halt his rush or risk falling. With a battle cry, Tetsu charged and tackled Izuku off his feet. Izuku chuckled as he crashed to the ground under Tetsu's force. Drawing on his experience from countless training sessions, he reversed the tackle and kicked his opponent off before getting back to his feet. "That was good," Izuku said with a smile, looking no worse for wear despite the hit. Jumping into the air, Izuku reared back, ready to really show off. His strength was greater than the average enhancer, and it was time to prove it. Tetsu managed to open his eyes just in time to see Izuku descending towards him before landing a punch to his stomach. While Tetsu created a meter-wide crack in the arena, Izuku's hit completely shattered the concrete ground, sending cracks spreading to the stadium seating and shaking the ground from the force. Izuku jumped off his opponent and landed on the uneven footing of the ruined stadium arena, watching the dust and smoke billow from the point of impact. "That was me putting my back into it." "You still awake, Tetsu?" he called out with a laugh, clearly enjoying himself. Miruko wiggled in her seat, her foot hammering into the ground. "Wow," she said with a grin, "I want to fight him, he's really got spunk." "Maybe in a few years, if he continues to be as awesome as he is." "He's a minor," Hawks replied with a deadpan expression. Miruko threw a carrot at Hawks, glaring at him. "Not like that. I want to fight him." Endeavor stood and gazed out at the shattered arena with a frown. "This boy. What is his quirk? There are heroes with strength quirks that couldn't do that." He looked over at All Might, who was smiling fondly at Midoriya. "He didn't use a quirk to do that," All Might said with a grin. "That was pure muscle. His quirk allowed him to achieve that level of power, though." "Enough beating around the bush, All Might," Ryukyu chimed in, glaring at the number one hero. "Just what is his quirk? Answer the question." Hawks flew over to All Might and whispered loudly, "Better answer her. She's not one to make cranky." All Might sighed. "Very well, young Midoriya can manipulate matter. You saw the result of him altering and enhancing his own body." Endeavor turned away, continuing to look down at the arena. "That was quite the quirk, but it must have quite the drawback." As the dust cloud cleared, Tetsu slowly got to his feet, much to the crowd's approval. "And the Iron Man himself has persevered." "Just what are they feeding that boy?" announced Present Mike. "His defenses are top-notch. No surprise he's still standing, but I'd be shocked if he wasn't feeling it by now," Aizawa replied. Izuku nodded in agreement with his teacher. "You're a tough cookie, I'll give you that." "I'll start using my quirk now," he cheered, much to Tetsu's shock and the crowd's surprise. "Bring it on," shouted Tetsu. Slowly, the broken ground began to mend. Izuku hummed as he spread his power outward, focusing on a small spot and rapidly fixing it. His mind could focus on hundreds of things at once, allowing him to create from nothing. In just a minute, the arena was repaired, although the ground around it remained damaged. Not bad, huh? Izuku said, gesturing to the fixed arena. Now we can continue. Like a cannon, he shot forward at his opponent. Tetsu hardened his arms and came out swinging. Knowing he needed to really hit Tetsu, Izuku increased his speed and began creating a substance on his right arm. As they neared, Izuku stopped and with all his strength and momentum, slammed his right fist into Tetsu's chest, creating a shockwave from the impact. Tetsu was blasted backward, but a dark substance stuck to his chest at the point of impact, tethering him to Izuku. Continuing his momentum, Izuku began to spin Tetsu around rapidly, turning him into a blur. This substance was inspired by a show I watched as a kid. It has all the properties of rubber and gum, Izuku thought happily. Time for the finale. Thanks for letting me show off. Izuku spun Tetsu into the air until he was level with the roof of the arena. Straining every muscle, Izuku pulled Tetsu down, 5 air streams increasing the speed of the descent. The crowd held their breath as Tetsu impacted the ground with enough force to shake the entire arena and create a shockwave that knocked everyone into their seats. The arena floor was destroyed once again, but this time to an even greater extent. When the smoke and dust cleared, Izuku was seen hunching over a large and deep crater, taking slow breaths. The bottom of the crater was obscured, completely hiding Tetsu. Cementos retrieved the unconscious Tetsu from the bottom with a pillar of concrete. Midnight raised her arm, winner, Midoriya Izuku. Ryukyu, who had stood during the final attack, sighed happily. What power! Not to mention utilizing his quirk in such a way. Hawks looked at Ryukyu with a sigh, knowing better than to tease her. Oh! Into younger men now, Ryukyu, shouted Miruko with a laugh. Though he certainly knows how to put on a show, exclaimed the rabbit-themed hero. Ryukyu didn't bother turning her head to look at Miruko. I am interested in strength and potential. My darling Nijire was right, Midoriya was someone to look out for. Endeavor leaned back in his chair, unimpressed compared to the others. While the boy's finishing move was impressive and certainly qualified as a super move, Endeavor had seen better. He was more intrigued by Midoriya's ability to multitask during the fight, utilizing various aspects of his quirk simultaneously. What do you think, Rei? He asked quietly. Rei glanced at her husband before turning her attention back to the arena. He has talent. I believe he would give Shoto trouble. You're right, Endeavor agreed. We've seen him neutralize Shoto's ice quite easily in the last 2 rounds. If Shoto doesn't use his fire, he will lose. Rei shuddered slightly. I need to tell you something. Shoto. Her words were interrupted as Miruko flew past them, crashing into the wall thanks to Ryukyu, whose arm had transformed in a draconic manner. Enough of your crass innuendo, the dragon hero said through gritted teeth. Miruko jumped to her feet, stretching her arm out. Oh, is the lady lizard getting heated? She was ready to pounce when All Might intervened, a massive wall of muscle blurring between the two. Let's calm down, everyone. We have many more matches to watch, he announced. Izuku sat next to Ida and Uraraka as Momo and Mina entered the arena. Who do you think will win, guys? Izuku asked his friends. Uraraka placed her finger to her chin in thought. Well, Yamamoto can create pretty much anything to help her with her quirk, but Mina should be able to melt anything she makes with her acid, so I'm not sure. Ida disagreed. Yaoyorozu has shown she can create long-range weapons, so I think she will emerge victorious. Mina has to close the distance, while Yaoyorozu does not. Izuku nodded in agreement. He turned to Kaminari, who was trying unsuccessfully to get Jiro's attention. What do you think, Sparky? Giving it to Momo. Kaminari called without looking. Bakugo approached Izuku, keeping his gaze on the arena. If Pinky can close the distance quickly enough, it's her win. If she's too slow, Ponytail wins, he said, arms crossed. I think you're right, Izuku replied. As soon as the fight began, Momo surprised everyone by rushing forward to meet Mina in the center of the arena. Mina looked taken aback but quickly adapted to the situation. Momo aimed to preserve her more intricate devices for later, not wanting to waste her resources too soon. Take this, Yamamoto, she shouted, pushing her arms together. Super move. Acid rain. A wide stream of acid shot into the air from both palms. Momo winced as the first drop hit her skin, followed by more. The pain was intense, and she bit her lip to stifle a cry, aware that her clothes were being damaged in front of an international audience. Focusing on her quirk, she created a flashbang and tossed it directly at Mina. Sorry about that, Momo muttered. Mina retaliated with a kick, knocking Momo to the ground, but she quickly sprang back up. The two began trading fierce attacks, punches and kicks flying. Momo grabbed Mina's jacket and threw her over her shoulder, tearing it off before tossing it aside. Mina unleashed more acid rain, damaging parts of Momo's tank top and pants, then delivered a high kick to Momo's face, dazing her. Grunting in pain, Momo created another flashbang and tossed it up while crafting eye and ear protection. Mina quickly looked away but was still momentarily stunned, allowing Momo to tackle her to the ground. Once down, Momo created a taser and stunned Mina further. Mina shouted in pain but retaliated by creating corrosive acid at the point of impact, destroying the taser and flipping them over in an attempt to pin Momo down. Both girls were in pain and panting, suddenly aware of the crowd's silence. Izuku, Kaminari, and the other boys watched with wide eyes, surprised by the unexpected intensity of the battle. This is intense, Mineta said, only to be silenced by Tsu's tongue. Yes, it is, thought many of the boys in agreement. Jiro glanced at Kaminari. You're just as much of a pervert as Mineta, aren't you? She accused softly. Kaminari quickly defended himself. No. I just didn't expect it is all. I mean, he trailed off. Izuku nodded. Who expects two girls to start tearing each other's clothes off and wrestling in front of everyone, he muttered, trying to calm his blush. Uraraka jumped over to them. They're fighting really hard right now, though. Did you see that kick from Mina? She shouted excitedly. Hagakure waved her invisible arms. Yeah. And Momo's flashbang and taser, she added. Ida stepped forward, addressing the class. Everyone, it is shameful to subject our classmates to such thoughts. We must treat them with respect, he declared passionately. Zero raised an eyebrow. Your face is the reddest here, buddy. Ida quickly sat back down, adjusting his glasses. Mina grinned down at Momo, their faces close. You know, I think I realize the position we're in, she said, eyeing Momo's leg over her shoulder. I wouldn't mind rolling around with you in the future, but I think we're getting the wrong kind of attention right now. She laughed. Momo, her face bright red, reacted instinctively. Her quirk flared, creating an air cannon from her chest that blasted Mina off of her. Quickly getting to her feet, she created sturdier clothes to withstand the acid. Mina slid forward on her acid, crafting more in her hands as she closed the distance. Momo activated her quirk, creating a shield made of plastic and charging forward. The acid was blocked by the shield, and Mina was once again taken off her feet by a shield bash to the face. Momo quickly shot a net at Mina from a launcher she had created. Mina attempted to escape the net, but Momo managed to throw her out of bounds just in time. Momo let out a breath, acknowledging, that was more than I wanted to expend, but it was a good showing for both of us. She moved over to help Mina out of the net. Mina sighed, yeah, but losing isn't ever fun. She stood up and stretched, then looked back at Momo with a sly grin. Let me know if you want to roll around again, Momo. Momo's face turned bright red as she became aware of all the eyes on her. Goodness. As the chapter came to a close, the first two fights had concluded. Izuku's upcoming fights were expected to be longer and more detailed. The author expressed enjoyment in writing the story, despite time constraints. In response to a review, the author reflected on Izuku's character, emphasizing his heroic nature and ability to see beyond the surface of others. They noted that the festival rounds were not as significant as the finals, where a win or loss held less weight. Another reviewer appreciated the event and the conversation between Izuku and Todoroki, suggesting the possibility of Izuku healing Todoroki's burned eye. The author acknowledged this idea but mentioned it would depend on Todoroki's willingness to ask. A different reviewer criticized the narrative for seemingly undermining the main character's efforts by giving victories to others in ways that felt forced. The author defended the choices made, explaining that Todoroki recognized he hadn't fully defeated Izuku, which added depth to their interaction. The chapter concluded, leaving readers eager for what was to come next. Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.